4 यहाँ पे बहुत कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग हो चुका है, पूरा टूर्नामेंट हम देखते हैं, इट हैज बीन एन अमेजिंग जर्नी। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट और दोस्त रैबिट, एंड मेरे साथ जॉइनिंग मी टुडे इज नन अदर देन जीटा। ओके, लगता है जीटा के साथ कुछ टेक्निकल ग्लिच हो गया, but let me tell you the story of today. It's gonna be an interesting day because the first match we have here is the APAC finals between Rise and MYS, which will be starting very soon. Then we have the qualifiers too of Anti-RR versus True Gravity. And I believe हमने बहुत बार बोल दिया है Anti Gravity and True RR भी हमें देखने को मिल सकते हैं. We'll have a couple of guests today as well. Finals हमारा किसके बीच होगा, we don't know yet, but we already know that Thulla gang is already there. And after that, we'll have a very interesting bounty match. And we'll have to wait for that. The bounty match is going to be interesting. So if Zeta is here, Zeta, you can take the screen. Oh, not the screen,
Hello,
you're
hello.
not on
Am I
camera.
audible? I'm so sorry.
Yes, you're audible.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Good evening to one and all. मैं हूँ Zita and thanks for having me today. Welcome to PUPL Season 4 Ravage. आज बहुत धमाकेदार होने वाला है और मैं काफी एक्साइटेड हूँ आज मैं तुम लोग के साथ ज्वाइन हो पाया हूँ।
बिल्कुल, एक्साइटमेंट तो बहुत हाइप पे रहती है, और जीटा आपके स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं एक छोटा सा लीफियन लगा हुआ है, एंड वी हैव सीन द लीफियन प्लेइंग अ मेजर रोल इन दिस एंटायर टूर्नामेंट. सो व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दिस पर्टिकुलर पोकेमॉन?
हाँ मैं काफी लिफियन बैंस देखने वाला है मेरे हिसाब से। Is someone who can like टीम फाइट से एक जन को आराम से निकाल दे सकता है, पूरा टीम फाइट बदल ले सकता है, उसका हमेशा ध्यान रखना पड़ता है, हर एक पुश चेक करने पड़ते हैं उसके एम्बुशेस के लिए. इट्स गोना बी रियली अनोइंग. मोस्ट ऑफ द टीम्स वुड लाइक टू बैन इट आउट इफ पॉसिबल. वरना हमने काफी सारे स्ट्रेटजीज ऐसे भी देखे हैं जो लिफियन के अराउंड भी खेलते हैं. तो
बिल्कुल, लीफियन के राउंड वाले बहुत स्ट्रैटेजीज देखे. एक पोकेमॉन इन पर्टिकुलर व्हिच आई लाइक टू स्पीक अबाउट इज लैप्रेस. लैप्रेस हमें देखने मिलने वाला है या नहीं, वो हमेशा एक डिलेमा रहता है टीम्स का कि बैन करे ना करे, अगर ले लिया तो सामने वाली टीम क्या करेंगे. सो इट्स गोना बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, एंड आई वुड लाइक टू सी समवन एक्चुअली प्लेइंग लैप्रेस इन दिस फाइनल डे ऑफ द गेम, बिकॉज हमें ज्यादा लैप्रेस देखने को नहीं मिला, एंड लैप्रेस एज अ पोकेमॉन इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग.
हमने लैप्रेस बहुत कम देखा है जरूर, पर डबल डिफेंडर वाले कॉम्स बहुत बहुत ज्यादा देखे हैं इस टूर्नामेंट में. जब भी डबल डिफेंडर उठाते हैं कोई भी टीम ट्राई करती है कि लैप्रेस उठाए, कि लैप्रेस बहुत टैंकी है, बहुत 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 टैंकी है, बहुत अनोइंग भी है. तो वो टॉप लेन भी कर सकता है एज अ डिफेंडर, विद ईएक्सपी शेयर भी बॉट लेन चला जा सकता है यार, कौन से भी रोल में स्लॉट इन हो जाएगा, और बहुत वर्सेटाइल पिक भी है. तो मोस्ट ऑफ द टीम्स वुड लुक एट हिम एंड बैन, and most of the teams would also try it out if they're gonna go for the double defender comps, कि बैन ना करें, शायद से एनिमी भी नहीं करेंगे, and they could snatch it away from them.
Obviously, and जहाँ तक bans की बात हो रही है, let's talk about the permanent bans in the tournament. This Pokemon right here, the Mewtwo, it's already banned in the tournament. It's really broken. X लो, Y लो, कुछ भी लो, वो काफी ज्यादा आपको प्रॉब्लम देता है. And अभी let's say this that की game थोड़ा balance है, and नहीं भी है at the same time, because it's a legendary Pokemon and it has an impact in the game. So उसके लिए उसको हमने permanent ban रखा हुआ है. On the other hand, we also have Blaziken ban because it's a new Pokemon and people are not very used to it. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट उसको थोड़ा सा भी बैलेंस पैचेस की नीड है. उसके अलावा अगर बैन्स की बात करें तो लैप्रेस ऑन द सेकंड टीम इज अ कांस्टेंट बैन, बिकॉज अगर आप फर्स्ट टीम को लैप्रेस देते हो तो you'll have to pick a comp that goes around countering Lapras. But if you take the Lapras yourself, you have a pretty versatile team to make. जैसा आपने कहा कि it can go top lane, it can go bottom lane as a defender. It is a very versatile Pokemon. So उसके अराउंड आपको बहुत ज्यादा खेलना पड़ता है. Apart from Lapras, which is the one ban that you expect the most?
Um, that isn't that obvious, slow bro.
Obvious. I'm not sure because
एक
the
सेकेंड. Slowbro is such an annoying Pokemon. It is the same as Leafeon. ठीक है, वो टीम फाइट से एक पोकेमोन को बाहर रख देगा, और जब तक वो अपने अल्ट से खुल जाएगा, आई मीन उनके उसके यूनाइट मूव से खुल जाएंगी, टीम फाइट तो खत्म हो जाएगी. ही इज एज अनोइंग एज अ लीफियन, बट जस्ट एज इन अ डिफेंडर रोल. तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट करता हूँ कि स्लोब्रो भी बहुत बैन होगा, जो कि फर्स्ट पिक करेंगे लोग. अगर लिफियन उठाने का चांस मिल रहा है उनको तो स्लोब्रो पक्का बैन करेंगे. सो दैट इज व्हाट आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग एंड दैट इज व्हाट माय रीजनिंग इज. आप बताइए आपको क्या लग रहा है कि कौन सा बैन पोकेमोन होगा ज्यादा?
तो मुझे दो पोकेमोन में बहुत ज्यादा डाउट है, बिकॉज नंबर वन इज इंटेलियन. Inteleon is time pe one of the highest DPS in game hai, and you want to avoid that ADC carry in your team. In the opposing team, basically, अगर you cannot take a counter DPS like that. On the other hand, एक और Pokemon जो मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा troublesome लगता है, in my opinion, is Umbreon, because Umbreon with that mean look is pretty annoying. To be really honest, level 4 पे उसका level 8 पे Unite आ जाता है, and if I'm not wrong, the Unite actually shields 50% of your shield, तो दूसरे Pokemon के Unite पे काफी अच्छा counter है. And we have been talking about the holy trinity of defenders in this entire tournament, which is Lapras, Slowbro, and Umbreon. तो इन तीनों को एक गेम में देखना it's almost impossible because they're playing such a massive role in the entire Pokemon Unite meta right now.
वैसे आई कंप्लीटली एग्री विद यू. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, इंटेलियन का तो मैं बात भूल ही गया था. लिफियन बैन हुए ना हुए, पर इंटेलियन का ज्यादा बैन होने के चांसेस है. स्पेशली वंस लाइक विद द न्यू आइटम ऑफ शेड इंजर्ड ऑल, लिफियन को काउंटर
Right.
करना समवॉट पॉसिबल हो गया. बट इंटेलियन का जो डैमेज आता है, द क्रिट्स आर आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड. एंड यस, दैट डीपीएस बहुत ज्यादा हो जाता है, एनिमी डील नहीं कर पाती है, और वो स्नाइप शॉट भी खेल सकता है इफ इट इज नॉट अबाउट डीपीएस. स्नाइप शॉट से हमने देखा है, वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस में देखा है 5 KO पेंटा किल लेते हुए लोगों को. सो वर्सेटाइल है आई मीन इंटेलियन, बट उसके साथ ही साथ उसको कॉम भी वैसा चाहिए जो उसको प्रोटेक्ट कर सके, बिकॉज ही इज टू फ्रैजाइल. इट इज टू फ्रैजाइल.
राइट, एंड उसी के साथ हमारे ब्रैकेट्स यहाँ पे आ जाएंगे. इफ वी लुक एट द ब्रैकेट्स, दिस हैज बीन अ स्विस ब्रैकेट. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग टूर्नामेंट जा चुका है. हम देखने वाले आज क्वालिफायर 2 के मैचेस एंड द फाइनल्स फॉर द इंडियन रीजन एंड द फाइनल्स फॉर द एपैक रीजन. हम देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे क्वालिफायर्स में अगर हम देखें तो एंटी आरआर एंड ट्रू ग्रेविटी यहाँ पे क्वालिफायर्स 2 खेलने वाले. दिस हैज बीन अ स्विस ब्रैकेट. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग फॉर्मेट रहा है. सो व्हाट यू हैव टू से अबाउट दिस ब्रैकेट, जीटा? बिकॉज हम काफी फेमिलियर इस ब्रैकेट से. आईपीएल हमारा अपना गेम है, तो आईपीएल के साथ ही काफी सिमिलर ब्रैकेट चला है, और यहाँ पे एलिमिनेटेड तो ऑलरेडी हो चुका है. क्वालिफायर्स 2 हम खेलने वाले हैं अभी.
थुल्ला गैंग इज ऑन अ हॉट स्ट्रीक मैन. थुल्ला गैंग इज ऑन अ हॉट स्ट्रीक. अभी तक एक भी गेम लूज आउट नहीं कर चुके. और अभी जो अपना सेकंड मैच होने वाला है, जो है अपना इंडिया क्वालिफायर 2, उसमें जो टीम जीतेगी, they are gonna be facing Thulla Gang in finals, and I'm really excited for it. I'm really excited for it. अपना सेकंड जो मैच होने वाला है आज का, it is against Anti RR and True Gravity, and क्या पता देखने को मिल जाए कि अपने रिवेंज मैच एक देखने को मिल जाए शायद से. दैट इज व्हाट आई मेंट. कि ट्रू
राइट.
ग्रेविटी ऑलरेडी एक बार हार के आ रही है ठुल्ला गैंग से, एंड दैट इज द ओनली लॉस they have had as of yet in the tournament. And yeah, बहुत कंफर्टेबल पोजीशन में बैठे है ठुल्ला गैंग. दे आर अवेटिंग देयर ओपोनेंट. हमारा सेकंड मैच काफी इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है, बिकॉज नो टीम इज गोना लेट द अदर वन हैव एन इजी विन.
राइट, कंप्लीटली एग्री.
प्रेस्टिजियस बात है.
Completely agree. And APAC का भी जो final match होने वाला है, Rise versus MYS, we have seen these teams go against head on a lot of times. Best of 5 का match होगा, काफी interesting होगा. And the players are competing for the prize pool. यहाँ पे जो audience है हमारी, you can also compete for a great giveaway. After every best of 5 and best of 3 match, there will be drops in the chat. And if you're looking to get a battle pass for yourself, you can go in the Warzoner Discord channel, and in the pinned comment section, you can go and react to participate for a battle pass giveaway.
Yes, exactly. So most probably एक pinned comment होगा, so be sure to check it out. You don't want to miss these giveaways, please. Or for more giveaways, please do join the Warzone Discord. You will not regret it. Trust us.
Yes, and the players won't be regretting this tournament at all. Because जहाँ तक इस टूर्नामेंट की बात करें, काफी इंटरेस्टिंग मैच है. बहुत बड़ी चीजें बोल चुके हैं कि मैचेस काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है. एक पॉइंट पे हमें ऐसा भी देखने मिला है, माइंड which was an off meta pick, उसको लेके भी यहाँ पे मैचेस जीते गए हैं. Although वो काफी क्लोज मैच चला गया था, and we were not expecting the Mind team to win. Greedent भी हमें देखने को मिला है. So any off meta Pokemon that you're expecting to see today, Zita?
Off meta is you know what? I'm just gonna leave it to the viewers. I'm just gonna leave it to the viewers. So viewers, please tell us which off meta Pokemon do you expect to see in these finals? Because there have been a lot. अभी जब जितना भी टूर्नामेंट हुआ है, हमने काफी सारे ऐसे नए पोकेमोन देखे जो आउट ऑफ द मेटा है, और वो जीत भी चुके हैं उसके साथ. जैसे बोला था हमने, माइन, ग्रीडेंट, और इट हैज बीन एक्साइटिंग. So, viewers, we are reading the chat. If you are gonna put your answers right in, and we will react to them.
ऑब्वियसली व्यूअर्स का ओपिनियन तो बहुत ही अच्छा रहता है। उसी के साथ व्यूअर्स के ओपिनियन के साथ अब यहाँ पे देखते हैं प्लेयर्स का प्रोफाइल, बिकॉज वो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रहने वाला है। पूरा टूर्नामेंट हम इनको देखते हैं। द फर्स्ट वन इज फ्रॉम द टीम राइज एंड वी सी जो इल्यूना, Eeyore, Dave, and AXQ. On the team of MYS, we see Yumu, Yang, Foxy Eyes, and Dark HT. These are some of the players we have known for a long time. They have been playing in a lot of tournaments. They have been playing their regionals. They have been playing in India. And if you're a player, आपने कहीं ना कहीं पे इनके साथ कभी ना कभी तो स्क्रिम किया होगा, बिकॉज हमने काफी स्क्रिम्स किए हैं, हम जानते हैं इनको खेलते हैं। एंड इंडिया में they have earned a lot of respect. They have been here from the start of the game, from the start of this tournament season. And I just don't know, because यहाँ पे मेरे लिए एक टीम पिक करना काफी मुश्किल है सीटा। What do you think?
Exactly. अपने पैसिफिक एशिया पैसिफिक चैंपियंस रहे हैं राइज, एंड वी हैव द सेम टूर्नामेंट के रनर अप्स हैं एमवाईएस. वी हैव सीन देम battle it out every single time when it comes to the APAC region. They are really well known in India as well as throughout the APAC region. मैं actually ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि MYS was confident enough to challenge one of the top 3 teams from India to play for a bounty match, जो आज हम देखने वाले हैं, जो आज हम वो भी देखेंगे कि
Yes.
इंडिया वर्सेस एपैक की एक टीम जो is a bounty match, and it is going to have a heavy prize pool as well.
Right, this will also have a prize pool। और उसी के साथ यहाँ हमारा ड्राफ्ट स्टार्ट हो चुका है। MYS on the left side and Rise on the left side, right side। I'm messing up my directions here। Anyways, हम देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे lap press, which is an obvious ban for every team in the side, in the second pick, and Hoopa को ban किया गया है from the side of MYS। This is an interesting one because Slowbro and Umbreon दोनों के options यहाँ पे open है सीटा।
Yes, and they are going to go with Umbreon, just as you were saying. Umbreon is going to be a must lock in. अभी वो इंटरेस्टिंग होगा कि देखना इंटरेस्टिंग होगा कि राइस कौन से कॉम्प के साथ जाता है, एंड दे हैव पिक्ड इंटेलियन एंड म्यू एज देयर फर्स्ट पिक्स. व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से अबाउट दीस टू पिक्स?
So यहाँ पे बहुत obvious हो गया था। If you have already taken Umbreon, you're not taking another defender unless and until आप कुछ off meta game खेलने वाले हो, but you're not picking another defender right now। तो उनके पास open था कि they can take 2 attackers। However, I would have preferred अगर Rise यहाँ पे Inteleon and Zacian pick करता। Zacian, again, being a legendary Pokemon, has a lot of impact in the game, is a very versatile Pokemon and early game काफी ज़्यादा dominate करता है। They went with Mew, which is also fine, and यहाँ पे हमें हो सकता है Foxy के साइड से Greedent देखने को मिल जाए, which can be interesting। On the side of MYS, we can see urshifu and Zacian, which is a great counter to that Inteleon, because urshifu as a dive, as an all-rounder, can get into the back lane of the enemy, take that Inteleon down, and Trevenant को यहाँ पे लॉक किया गया। Slowbro को पिक नहीं किया गया। Leafeon का फ्री पिक था, उसको भी शायद यहाँ पे अवॉइड किया जाएगा, because I think यहाँ पे Umbreon के सामने वो लोग Leafeon नहीं खेलना चाहते। But no Slowbro going with that Trevenant Zeta, this is interesting।
See, they actually are going to go for Leafeon. I don't see the value of Leafeon, to be very honest, in this match. But जो experience Rise लेके आती है, कहीं ना कहीं they are gonna be pulling it off. I am completely sure about it. मैं बहुत सरप्राइज हूँ कि स्लोब्रो पिक नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि उनके जो 2 अटैकर्स है, they have a heavy range, and Slowbro is one of the best zoners. जो शिफू या फिर जाकियन जो भी अंदर घुसेगा इंटेलियन या फिर म्यू को मारने के लिए, he can just use his unite move and just stop him from getting near Inteleon. But instead they have chosen to go with Trevenant and Clefable. Clefable कहीं ना कहीं अपने ग्रेविटी के साथ थोड़ा तो प्रोटेक्शन ऑफर कर पाता है Inteleon को, बट व्हाट इफ फुल हील टाइमिंग पे लग जाता है और Inteleon के पास और कोई नहीं रहता।
राइट, वो तो बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग केस हो जाएगा। ऑन दी अदर हैंड यहाँ पे मैं एक चीज पॉइंट आउट करना चाहूंगा। इफ यू लुक एट द कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ MYS, they have all physical attackers। They have Zacian, they have Urshifu, and the Greedent is playing an attacking role here। So I'm expecting a good jungle invader from Foxy, and apart from that, Slowbro could have been a very good pick here, because with this call, you could have shut down the entire team of MYS। However, they're going with Trevenant, which is a bit okay. Trevenant has a lot of stun. It has a lot of sustain. With that focus band, with that ability, with that horn leads, it can heal up a lot. So it can stay in the fight for quite a long time. But then again, I don't see like how will you like zone out a particular attacker in the team of MIS. With Slowbro, you can just unite the urshifu, you can unite the Zapchain and take down an AD carry instantly.
Instantly and exactly यहाँ पे match चालू हो गया. This is going to be a best of 5 between Team Rise and Team MYS. We have Team Rise on the blue and we have Team MY. I mean, we have Team Rise on the orange and we have Team MYS on the blue here. नीचे बॉट लेन में देखा जाए तो ग्रीडेंट एंड अम्ब्रियन बोथ डिफेंडर्स एक साथ एक लेन में जा रहे हैं. ऑन द अदर हैंड ऑन द टॉप लेन Zacian is going to be laning with Lissy for the side of team MYS. urshifu अभी जस्ट जो लेवल 5 नहीं हो पाए, नहीं अभी तक अपग्रेड नहीं किया था. आई वाज कंफ्यूज कि हमने कोई इन्वेड मिस तो नहीं कर दिया. बट हाँ, ग्रीडेंट बहुत एग्रेसिव होते हुए यहाँ पे बॉट लेन पे एंड इट्स लुकिंग कंफर्टेबली फॉर बोथ द साइड्स. कोई इन्वेड नहीं हुआ अभी. लिफियन हो गई है लेवल 4. यहाँ पे टॉप लेन पे फाइट होने वाला है. वो जाता है सोलर ब्लेड पर. अनफॉर्चुनेटली नॉट मच ऑफ अ डिफरेंस. स्पॉन होते हैं लाइक लिफियन यूजेस हिज सोलर ब्लेड. I'm sorry for fumbling. To get the last hit on.
I was messing up my direction, you were messing up your colors, it's fine. हम दोनों को ही ड्राइव नहीं करना चाहिए. The other side, यहाँ पे if we see Greedent, it's going in the flux zone, it's taking full advantage of that mobility it has. And with that electro ball थोड़ा damage जरूर किया, but Umbreon and Greedent का pressure on the bottom lane is a lot. They are scoring goals left and right. Greedent is on that stacking item. I'm pretty sure it's running both the stacking items here. It's running Eos Cookie and Attack Wave. On the other side, Urshifu के साथ वहाँ पे jungle share किया था Blissey ने, जिसके वजह से Blissey was able to get that buff and the jungle was cleared pretty quickly. जिसके वजह से यहाँ पे हो सकता है अर्शिफू को थोड़ा सा लेवल नहीं मिला. ब्लेसी ने हो सकता है एक सिक्योर कर लिया, जिसके वजह से लेवल 4 ही रह गए. बट इंस्टेंटली उसको क्या था, लीपियन को लाने का एक आपके पास बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज ही रहता है. इट हैज अ वेरी अर्ली लेवल स्पाइक. विद at level 4 it evolves, it has that solar blade and it's now pressuring that Zacian in the top lane. And ऊपर अगर देखें तो यहाँ पे Greedent, which was in the bottom lane a while ago, is coming to top, scoring another 5, another 1. I'm pretty sure it's completely stacked up now. And as annoying as it can be, Greedent, the most annoying Pokemon in the game, is proving to be that itself.
He's being as annoying as he can possibly can. यहाँ पे आपने देखा था अर्शिफू को जाके जंगल में मरते हुए. That is unfortunate for the side of team MYS here. एक बहुत ही प्यारा सा सोलर बीम लगते हुए म्यू के साइड से पीस सिक्योर करने के लिए. 3 लोग हैं बॉट लेन में टीम MYS के साइड से. They are gonna go for the objective in the bot lane. Meanwhile, when you look at the side of team Orange, अपना team Rise, they're also grouping up in the bot lane. Greedent भी आता है साथ में हेल्प करने के लिए. This फर्स्ट फाइट जो अभी होने वाला है ऑब्जेक्टिव के पास इज गोना मेक और ब्रेक इट फॉर द साइड ऑफ टीम राइज, क्योंकि बहुत बड़ा लीड है उनके एनिमीज के पास. दे हैव टू मेंटेन इट हियर. बहुत ही प्यारे सोलर बीम्स लग भी रहा है और इंटेलियन भी बहुत ही अच्छे लिक्विडेशन भी मार रहा है. अम्ब्रियन यहाँ पे शायद फंस सकते हैं एंड यस ही इज गोना गो डाउन, व्हिच पुट्स टीम राइज इन द लीड फॉर नाउ. पर पासा कभी भी पलट सकते हैं. Zacian यहाँ पे आ गया, सीक्रेट शॉट मार दिया. यहाँ पे लिपियन का भी यूनाइट मूव खुलते हुए 2 KO निकाल देंगे लिपियन एंड रेजी स्टील भी सिक्योर करेंगे उनके टीम के लिए. So this has been a fruitful fight for the side of Team Rise and they are back in this game.
Right, and Rise के लिए ये बहुत important भी था, because if you would look at the scoreboard, MYS is ahead. If you look at the levels, MYS was ahead before that Resi steal. So they needed that, and that's why they pushed a 5-man lane, which is very uncommon. रैंक गेम्स में बहुत ज्यादा देखते हैं, बिकॉज वहाँ पे जब लोग कुछ नहीं समझ में आता तो 5 लोग एक साथ चले जाते हैं. In a tournament game, it's pretty uncommon that you need to push a 5-man lane, but you had to do it. You had no other option. Rise was dominating the entire game from the start. And अभी भी अगर यहाँ पे देखें, not Rise and YS, I'm so sorry. अभी भी यहाँ पे देखें तो ऊपर का ऑब्जेक्टिव को completely यहाँ पे इग्नोर किया गया है, which I don't know why this bottom fight is still going on. For the score of 5, Clippable is gonna go with that gravity, and यहाँ पे अभी 3 लोग नीचे है Rise के. They are pressuring that Umbreon. They are probably looking for a score and they'll probably go and defend for that Reggie Eleki, which is interesting because यहाँ पे आपके पास lead आ चुका है, आपके पास Knights आ चुके हैं. You have a 5-man unite. It's a 5-man unite on both the sides, and this can be a very interesting fight. But the players are not there. The players are completely split up for both the teams. 4 लोग यहाँ पे MYSK are already on the top lane, and that Inteleon with that liquidation is completely dominating that Zacian. He had to fall back. Inteleon with that liquidation takes a KO, and Leafeon के लिए यहाँ पे थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है. सोलर ब्लेड जरूर मार थप्पड़ की तरह लगा है वो, बट यहाँ पे ज्यादा कुछ हुआ नहीं. यहाँ पे इंटेलियन स्टार्ट जरूर करेंगे ऑब्जेक्टिव को, बट who's gonna secure it because the urshifu is here, the Zacian is here. It's gonna be an interesting unite based fight.
And ये सोलर ब्लेड सिक्योर भी कर लेगा रेजिएलिकी को. वी कैन सी ग्रीडेंट बीइंग इफेक्टिव 1v1 में. यहाँ पे एक सेकंड इंटेलियन ट्रबल में लग रहा है. अर्शिफू घुस गया विद द हेल्प ऑफ ब्लेसी एंड दे विल पिक अप अ केओ ऑन टू देयर अटैकर. यहाँ पे म्यू भी नीचे जाते हुए, आई मीन म्यू भी जाते हुए डाउन फॉर द साइड ऑफ टीम राइज. यहाँ पे जो एक्कअप फाइट हुआ है, मतलब रेजिएलिकी लेने के बाद they were not able to capitalize on that objective, which is what I'm saying. यहाँ पे अर्शिफो अंदर जाता है, फुल हील पॉप होता है with the help of Blissey's helping hand. यहाँ पे Blissey Shedin that all use कर देती है to dodge solar beam, I mean solar blade, and यहाँ पे एक शानदार सा solar beam. Liquidation comes in, Urshifu goes down. MY seem to be retreating. Rise back in control of the match. तो मैं बोल रहा था कि टीम फाइट के टाइम पे जब भी मौका आता है, we see that range is being dominating. They're not allowing Shifu or Zacian to go in onto their backlines. Rise is playing really good in that matter. But then again, जब single fights की बात आती है, जहाँ पे जो gangs है, वहाँ पे Team MYS has an upper hand. वो जंगल भी बहुत invade कर रहा है. He's been annoying. He's been taking a lot of damage, making sure that Team Rise uses up all their utilities.
So obviously after 1v1 fight, and the Zacian secures the Resi Steel. This can be put from Team MYS. It's going to be very interesting because Team MYS has a lot of time, and we can see that guy from Urshifu going straight into T2, and it's not going to pick up a kill, which is interesting. Muse Unite has been committed. The gravity is there, but the Team MYS has already taken a T1 for the side of Team Rise, and another KO comes in for Leafeon, which is quite interesting because while Team Rise was on the back foot, Team MYS was pushing. Leafeon with that unite takes down their jungler with Urshifu, and now Team Rise is looking for a comeback in this game. They have finally caught up a bit in score, and जैसे कि हम बात कर रहे थे, यहाँ पे Team MYS on from the start काफी dominating लगी है. यहाँ पे ऑब्जेक्टिव्स जरूर मिले हैं टीम राइज को, बट दे वर नॉट एबल टू कैपिटलाइज ऑन देम. एंड जैसे कि हम देख रहे थे, अभी एक और ऑब्जेक्टिव आ चुका है, एंड यहाँ पे MYS ऑलरेडी पोजीशन में जा रही है. राइज अभी भी बैकफुट पे. The problem is they don't have that T1, they don't have that level. If you look at Zacian and if you look at Urshifu, they're already level 13. Any one of them can jump in the back lane, take down that Inteleon pretty easy. So to take a team fight, yes, you do not have back laner, you have all front laners in the team, but when you're going against a team which is dependent mostly on the back lane with that Mew and with that Inteleon, you need that front laning advantage, and they have been taking that. और यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं फाइनल फाइट हमारे फाइनली स्टार्ट हो चुकी है. It's the 149-minute mark, and the Urshifu going in again. The Cliffhanger is having some trouble. वहाँ पे Unite के रूप में वहाँ पे close combat आया था. They have not been able to capitalize on them. Both teams have lost one player from each side, and Urshifu surviving that liquidation. This can be interesting. The Rise Team Rise needs to rise here because they need the Rayquaza, and if they don't take it, Team MYS is just gonna slowball this end fight as well.
It is gonna come down to this team fight, isn't it? जो अभी टॉप लेन पे टीम MYS ने ऑब्जेक्टिव भी लिया था, टीम राइज was successfully able to defend it, I think, or did they just leave it and nobody scored? In any case, टीम राइज इज इन द बैक सीट राइट नाउ. जो लास्ट टीम फाइट है उसी के ऊपर आने वाला है. ग्रीडेंट देख सकते हो कितना अनोइंग हो रहा है, वो फ्लैंक करने की कोशिश कर ही जा रहा है. लीफियन को ग्रीडेंट को संभालने के लिए डाल के रख दिया है. यहाँ पे लिक्विडेशंस आर गोइंग इन. देयर गोज इन Zacian. यूनाइट मूव खुलता है लीफियन का भी. Zacian takes down लीफियन. सुंदर सा सोलर बीम फ्रॉम म्यू. Umbreon goes and takes down Inteleon. There goes down Cleavable and Trevenant as well. So मैं जो बोल रहा था स्टार्टिंग से कि टीम राइज का टीम फाइट स्ट्रॉन्ग लग रहा है, बट ऑन द अदर हैंड दे हैव प्रूव्ड मी रॉन्ग. जो लास्ट टीम फाइट हुआ है that has totally went down. यहाँ पे चले जाते हैं Mew as well, so they have wiped out the side of Team Rise, and it seems like to be the game. यहाँ पे 20 seconds बचे हैं. There is no time to take Rayquaza for the side of Team Rise here. MYS totally dominating that team fight. They have caught Team Rise off guard, and right now I think they are gonna be running away with the first match. Here comes the countdown of the last 10 seconds.
And with the last 10 seconds, the game has already been done and dusted with that team fight. Because यहाँ पे MIS ने बहुत ही अच्छा खेला. If you would look at the strategy here, Team Rice never had that positioning in the Rayquaza pit. Greedent was always there in their jungler. Urshifu was always diving in. Yes, you lost your defender, which was Umbreon, but then you have Zacian, you have Greedent, you have Urshifu, you have Blissey. All of them are built to tank hits, and we can see that in the scores 552 to 111. Foxy taking that MVP, which is very weird because Greedent after that score meta is gone, never used to take MVPs. And if you look at the knockouts, yes, the knockouts have been there for both the teams, but there's nothing substantial, nothing that you would say that it's been amazing of a like knocks and amazing domination from one player. But then again, 103,000 damage for Urshifu. He has just been dominating the game. Once he was level 5, he was going in, he was taking those fights, and the team was there to support him. Yes, the Umbreon was there. Not Umbreon, I'm so sorry. The Leafeon was there. The Leafeon was dealing a lot of damage. Leafeon was utilizing the Solar Blade a lot. And if you look at Team Rise, all the three carries there, all the three attackers have done significant amounts of damage. But then again, it was not like coming when it was needed the most.
As you said, I'm really impressed by Nightly Foxy's Greedent. Ever since the score meta was down, Greedent was not seen anywhere. But right now, he displayed a really interesting gameplay of Greedent, which kept Inteleon at bay. Mind you, not Leafeon को उसने busy रखा था last fight में. Inteleon को threaten कर रहा था because Leafeon से मर नहीं रहा था Greedent. He was so tanky. ऐसे देख सकते हैं stats में भी हमने कि he took 103k damage, but let's come back to it later. यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं स्टार्टिंग से ही टीम MYS ने जैसे ही लीड मेंटेन कर रखा है. हमने देखा था कि स्टार्टिंग में ऑब्जेक्टिव टीम राइज के साइड से राइज के साइड पे जाते हुए तभी भी they didn't allow team Rise to score, and they've maintained the lead ever since, like even till the end. और लास्ट में उनको रिक्वाजा भी लेने नहीं दिया. Greedent, as I said, was threatening the backline to go in front. uh, and yeah, it was a very extraordinary match.
The problem
So
was Team Rise was never getting that positioning. If you're playing a MOBA game, if you're playing a team game, you need that positioning. You need those openings for your squishy Pokemon. Your Mew is squishy, your Inteleon is squishy. Leafeon, yes, it has a lot of burst damage, but then again, it's a very squishy Pokemon. On the team of MYS, we had all the divers. We had that Greedent, which was going in the back lane, dealing all the damage it needed to. We had that Urshifu, which is infamous for diving on the back lane. Then we have that Zacian to handle that front lane. They never really had a back lane damage, a back lane AD carry. And they never actually needed it because there was nothing to do on the back lane. You had everything on the front lane. You had everything to do with dives. Because MYS was playing all that dive comp, I believe they needed a front laner. Team Rise to be particular. Team Rise needed a front laner because on the front side of Cream Rise, there was actually no one. You had a Trevenant for tanking hits, but you had no one in the front lane to deal damage to them. So that was the
I
problem.
agree with that, and
Uh,
उसके वजह से Urshifu got out loose. उसको
mm,
कोई रोकने वाला था नहीं.
right.
They haven't picked Slowbro either to stop the
Mm,
constant brawling barrage coming in from the side of Team MYS. Urshifu को free reign मिल गया था, especially with the helping hand Blissey
mm.
and the perfect full heals alt और उनके दोनों के unite moves combine होते हुए देखे हमने बहुत बार ये मैच में. It all played out really well for the side of Team MYS, and I'm sure that Team Rise will look back on this match and will consider what changes would they have to incorporate so that they would be on top in the next match, because this is the finals of the APAC region of PUPL Season 4 and the stakes are only getting higher.
It's not the end for them. It's a best of 5 match. You have to win 3 matches to win the series, and it's not the end for them. It's just they were testing their limits, I would say. And yeah, slow bro की हम बहुत बात करते हैं. Slow bro, let's take slow bro into account. Let's say you have a slow bro that has called. It will minimize the damage that Urshifu deals. It will minimize the damage that Zacian deals. It will minimize the damage that Greedent deals. It will also minimize the damage that the Umbreon was dealing, because in the end we saw Umbreon taking a 2 KO because it had that Unite still available. It went down really early and we are back to the draft, and यहाँ पे जरूर देखने वाली बात होगी. Rise uh, banning Inteleon, they don't want to play against that Inteleon while they were playing that Inteleon themselves. On the other side, यहाँ पे MYS is banning Lapras, and I'm not sure Rice can still take that Inteleon. It's their first pick, but I think they're going to go for that Leafeon. They're gonna take the Leafeon. They're gonna ban Inteleon, which is interesting. We are banning one of the highest DPS in game and taking the other highest burst damage in game. But no, they didn't pick Leafeon either. They just went with Umbreon. And I would expect MYS to take Slowbro here, because yes, Slowbro would have impacted the game a lot differently. Hoopa, again, MYS Yang taking Hoopa, and Zacian. This is interesting. Leafeon is still open. 3 Pokemons have already been picked. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रहता है really यहाँ पे जीता, because अगर आपके पास इतने पोकेमॉन यहाँ पे पिक हो चुके हैं, 4 पोकेमॉन ऑलरेडी पिक हो चुके हैं, लीफेन अभी देखने को, स्लोगो देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है, उर्शिफू पे फाइनली देखने को मिल गया. बट there's what are you gonna dive on with that Urshifu? Ninetales is an interesting pick. Yes, you can dive on Ninetales, but अभी तक जो हम कॉम देख रहे थे, Urshifu इतनी जल्दी reveal your diver so early in the draft is not a very good drafting strategy, I would say. I think Sita has disconnected again. And finally, MI is taking one of the holy trinity of defenders, which is Slowbro. Venusaur is going to deal a lot of damage from the back lane. Mew and Venusaur Solar Beam combo is an amazing combo if you want to deal constant high damage to the enemy team. And you needed that Blissey. With that Urshifu, with that Venusaur, you need that Blissey for the support. Whether you go for the double egg combo or whether you go for safeguard, you needed that. On the other side, यहाँ पे लार्ज और डार्क का पिक रहेगा, काफी इंटरेस्टिंग रहने वाला है, because you know the entire team. And Zoroark without a pocket healer. This is a very interesting pick for me.
Exactly. हमने काफी बार देखा है कि Zoroark doesn't go well with Hoopa, क्योंकि he is really mobile, और जो placement होते हैं portals के, it is hard to get in for Zoroark in between team fights. I'm so sorry. So yeah, it is gonna be interesting to see how Zoroark works. But here again, we can see a Venusaur, which is a Venusaur with a Solar Beam coming in from the side of Team Rise, and it's gonna be really exciting. The double attacker comp as we see right now. Last match में जो lag कर रहे थे Team Rise, this time they have it. They have a frontline damage dealer.
Yes, frontline damage dealer dive तो आपने ले लिया. So this is what I was talking about. You have a dive this time, this is your Urshifu. But who are you gonna dive on? And then again, you revealed it so early in the drafting phase. Badges के साथ खेल रहे हैं, काफी सारा badges है. 90s पे हमें Foxy का वहाँ पे blue badge दिख रहा है, which is the highest badge in the game so far. But then again, let's talk about Urshifu. Who are you gonna dive on? Are you gonna dive on that 90s? But they already have Slowbro with that Unite. They already have Slowbro. I believe it will go for Scald or maybe Surf. Doesn't matter. And you also have that Hoopa for those portals. These portals and the rotation is always going to be there for Hoopa. And Zoroark is never going to stay at one place. It's always going to dive on your back lane. आपने बहुत जल्दी अपना dive reveal कर दिया. And MYS had a complete opportunity to build a comp around playing that Urshifu.
Yeah, I mean, Rise has the Shifu, but yeah, like मुझे लगता है Hoopa is not much for Zoroark, but for making Slowbro even more annoying, or Zacian, because Zacian के साथ बहुत अच्छा पैरअप होता है. हम देख भी सकते हैं कि दोनों एक ही लेन में जा रहे हैं, पर फिलहाल के लिए तो Hoopa आ रहा है इन्वेड पे Urshifu पे. अगर he succeeds to take one of the following buffs, यहाँ पे Slowbro भी आ रहे हैं from the side of team MYS to invade the side of team Rise. बेचारे Umbreon है वहाँ पे प्रोटेक्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. Urshifu ने तो पूरा इग्नोर कर दिया. Hoopa does get that blue buff and he will go back to his lane along with that slow grow. So I don't think that ये early domination आने वाला है from the side of Team Rise क्योंकि उनके jungler unfortunately level 4 ही है. या क्या वो लास्ट के ये दो जो बनल बीज रखे गए हैं उनके टीम के द्वारा वो लेके लेवल 5 हो सकता है. एंड यस ही हैज एकदम टाइम पे हो चुके हैं एंड ही कम्स फॉर द बॉट लेन रोटेशन हियर एट फर्स्ट विद द लाइक कंप्लीटली मैचिंग द टाइम ऑफ टीम MYS's jungler even though the jungle was invaded here and the beast spawn. Zorark अंदर जाते हैं, gets a KO, tries to get out but mean look फंसा देते हैं unfortunately. यहाँ पे down जाने की कोशिश पर that heal last second heal saves him.
And this is what I was talking about, Sita. You have Urshifu, but what are you gonna dive on? Ninetales has all the protection it needs. It has Hoopa, it has Slowbro. Slowbro is there to tank it. You're never gonna get a chance to dive on Zoroark because it's always moving around. It's constantly in a mobile state. It's constantly somewhere else on the map. Like right now, we see it in the jungle of Rise. If you're gonna go on Ninetales, you need that support from your team. But there's Hoopa who's always gonna rotate from the other lane, who's always gonna come up and support that Ninetales. You have that Urshifu, but you do not have that opportunity to dive. Ninetales might go down here, but then again, the Slowbro with this call, which I was talking about, Umbreon has been shut down, and Urshifu finally get a knockout of Zacian. That's a big knockout. Zacian was solo laning the top lane. It already had those levels. And talking about levels, the Zoroark is already level 8. Time for the second. It goes on that Urshifu and it might take a KO. And no, with that Hoopa portal, it might not be able to survive. Blissey taking that KO. Urshifu finally hitting level 8. And the second piece is gonna go in the favor of Rise, I believe.
Yeah, and the solar beam comes in with the help of Urshifu. They are gonna be clearing it effectively. As you said, a Zoroark without pocket healer is gonna be deadly. I mean, it's gonna be deadly for them, detrimental for their own team. And we can see that Zoroark is not able to flourish as saw with Hoopa's portals. Hoopa के portal में जाने से पहले ही उसको मार दिया गया था. And हाँ, शिवू का एक फायदा तो हो सकता है गुरु. He will keep Zacian at check in the team fights. Maybe वो एक ही मुझे positive दिख रहा है from the side of like with the pick of Urshifu because right now they have someone to keep Zacian engaged, and here goes in Urshifu with his unite move. He will take down Night Mew Foxy there. Hoopa के portal के साथ बचते हुए team MYS will come back. Zoroark would pick up a kill on to Umbreon picks up a kill onto Hoopa there. That was really nice. Zoroark almost बचते हुए. Zacian comes in, picks up a kill onto Umbreon. बहुत ही अच्छा gang from the top lane here. They have come in perfect time because Reggie जैसे ही spawn हुआ है, they're gonna be ripping for it. बहुत ही अच्छा secure का try from the side of Team Rise, but Team MYS ने secure किया. If I am correct, yes they did. And they will completely retreat. Hoopa के portal के side, Hoopa के portal के help के साथ वो top lane जाएंगे. दो लोग bot अभी भी protect कर रहे हैं. यहाँ पे Hoopa बहुत trouble में लग रहा है. Hoopa will go down as well. Urshifu के predictions जो हमने किए थे कि वो ज़्यादा effective नहीं रहेंगे, वो हमें गलत prove कर रहे हैं.
Right, and यहाँ गलत proof करना भी पड़ेगा Rice को because Rice is in the back foot. They have already lost the first game. And let's talk about the team fight there. That team fight could have been saved with that Hoopa portal. But Blissey का जो egg bomb आया, that egg bomb was so fabulous. It cancelled the portal for 3 people at the same time, stunning them, putting them in air, and that's why Rice was able to take the team fight. And Zoroark के लिए फिर से मुश्किल हो सकती है. And as I was saying, without that pocket healer, Zoroark is a very squishy Pokemon. You need that pocket healing for them. It cannot survive with the DPS of that Urshifu. And Urshifu again going on that Hoopa with the Zacian coming into help, securing that objective once again. It was Zacian in the bottom lane. It's again Zacian in the top lane. It's a close battle call for the teams. We know that MYS is still in the lead with the scores. But will this really push? It seems like it's going to touch and it touch with a 20 overdone from the side of Night Mew Foxy. यहाँ पे बहुत मुश्किल होने वाले राइस के लिए कम बैक करना because उनके पास Hoopa भी है. आपने अभी तक tier 1 नहीं तोड़े, which means the rotation is gonna be quick and they are going to be very efficient for Team MYS.
One of the most underrated things is जो solar beams लग रहे from the side of Team Rise here. Venusaur and Muke, we are not appreciating them as much. With that backup coming in from both of their attackers, Urshifu रुकने के नाम नहीं ले रहे. Even though he went down, even though यहाँ पे Zorar के Unite move के साथ अच्छा value निकला, they were able to manage to push the tier 1 for the side of Team Rise. They still look comfortably in the lead. ज़्यादा level difference है नहीं. Zorar का भी level 12 पे है. That is something to be afraid of, but without a pocket healer, again, वो उसकी इफेक्टिविटी पे डाउट आता है. यहाँ पे बैकअप करने की कोशिश जरूर रहेगी. अर्शिफू वहाँ पे पकड़ेंगे जरूर. अर्शिफू विल गो डाउन, आई थिंक सो. उसके उन्होंने यूनाइट मूव यूज कर दिया, इन्वेस्ट कर दिया. स्लो ब्रो को नीचे लेके जाएंगे. ही इज सक्सेसफुल डिफेंडिंग इट. ऑल द ऑड्स आर इन फेवर ऑफ अर्शिफू टुडे. उन्होंने अम्ब्रियन के हेल्प के साथ ट्रिपल केओ मे बी नहीं. यूनाइट हो पाएगा. यूनाइट खुलता हुआ जोरार पैरली बचते हुए यहाँ पे. नाइट म्यू फॉक्सी का भी यूनाइट मूव खुलता है यहाँ पे. साथ ही साथ वीनसॉर का भी ये खुलता है यहाँ पे. ऑब्जेक्टिव पे अभी दोनों अम्ब्रियन और अर्शिफू नहीं थे, तो टीम MYS ने बहुत फायदा उठाया उस बात का. स्काल्ड बहुत परेशान कर रहा है फॉर द साइड ऑफ टीम राइज हियर. बहुत से हादसे होते हुए पूरे मैप के ऊपर.
It is indeed chaotic. ये पूरा मैच ही अभी तक बहुत chaotic रहा है. And Poop अभी तक बोलने लगे. Slumber's goal that maintained pretty easily. The lead is still with the MYS team, which is interesting because they have been securing the objective this time. Last time हमने देखा था सारे objective Rise के फेवर में गए थे mostly, and यहाँ पे सारे objective MYS के फेवर में जा रहे हैं. So can we say it's like an objective curse? The team who is securing the objective is losing their team fights here. And levels की अगर बात करें, Urshif is already level 13. It has its unites ready. And on the team MYS, I would say Zacian and Ninetales at level 13 is quite interesting, but his jungler is still lagging behind with that level 12. It needs to farm, it needs this unite move. Urshifu ने अपना unite move वहाँ पे बहुत late use किया था, and it already has that unite back up the first one. And यहाँ पे एक और score हमें देखने को मिल रहा है by the team MYS, and there might be a score of 50. If this score goes in, that would be problematic for the team Rise. They're gonna lose another tier here. They have already secured Grizzly Lucky. The push is going on the top side, but with that 2-minute mark hitting, the main objective is here. Rise again in the back foot. They need to secure this objective. A fight will soon break out, and we see all the 10 unites ready. Urshifu is poking that breakways. They want Team MYS to be here, to be in the center for that fight. But MYS taking it slow. They say they don't need this fight right now. वो अपना time लेंगे. And we see again securing a knockout of Slowbro. With that Slowbro down, without that breaks out. MYS is going on the back foot here. 2 knockouts for Venusaur. 3 back now. That's 4. Make it 4. Hoopa used it unite, but it was not fruitful enough. Urshifu finally securing that Rayquaza. Umbreon taking another kill. It seems like it was completely in the favor of Team Rise. Once that Slowbro was down. Yes, it still has its unite move, but there's no one to catch. They did not lose a single player Rise in this final match, in the final battle on that Rayquaza, and they were able to secure that Rayquaza. I think this match is done and dusted. They have 50 seconds on the clock, but all 4 members are still alive. Make that 3-seater.
It was an amazing team fight to enjoy. बहुत मजा आया. बहुत सारी चीजें हुए यहाँ पे. Yes, they secured the Rayquaza effectively. यहाँ पे counter push आता हुआ from the side of Team Rise. I mean Team MYS onto the side of Team Rise. Excuse me, but it is not gonna be worth it. As long as they are gonna protect their main base, I don't think कि Team MYS यहाँ पे कमबैक कर पाएगी. The game is only 10 seconds long remaining. यहाँ पे सब लोग आ चुके हैं मेन बेस पे डिफेंड करने के लिए. Team MYS desperately trying to score anything that they can here, trying to redeem themselves, but we know the outcome already. Team Rise are the winners of our second game.
It's already 1-1, and the most interesting fact was, yes, Team MYS went for the push. They never had enough scores to cover up that lead. There was a lot of goals scored in the last. There was almost 500. Almost 500 is scored in the last 2 minutes after that Rayquaza fight. They well deserving MVP with that 5 KO and 8 assists. Those 8 assists is because there were double beam backup for Dave on with Venusaur and that Mew. And Rice completely redeeming themselves with this match. Yes, the slow blow was there, and yes, it was impactful. However, the team fight was never in favor of Team MYS. And I believe the reason is because, as I was saying, you need a pocket healer with that Zoroark.
And I don't blame Team MYS for going on trying to win it at the back cap because they didn't realize because before Rayquaza started, they were in the lead. So
Right.
even after Team Rise secured the Rayquaza, they thought that they could still have a chance to come back because they were in the lead before Rayquaza. So they tried their best to come back. They tried their best after respawning to go and score, but unfortunately, after Rayquaza, the goals scored were too high for them to come back from. And yeah, let's look at the stats. Rightful MVP, yes, हम देख सकते हैं कि कैसे Rise starting से it was not out of the competition of the goals, even though they were down and Team MYS was winning. They held their composure last tak. They banked on their team composition. They trusted it and they provided with result. Last team fight jo tha, it was beautiful. It was beautifully orchestrated from the side of Team Rise and they took home the victory.
Rice finally rose to the occasion in this match. And as I was saying, when you have a dive like Urshifu, like Zoroark, you need someone to constantly support it. Hoopa is a good support. Hoopa can heal the entire team, but it cannot focus on one Pokemon in particular with a constant healing. Blissey होने से फायदा जरूर यहाँ पे हुआ है राइस को. We can see that अगर हमने स्कोर कार्ड वहाँ पे देखा था तो ब्लिसी की हीलिंग काफी ज्यादा थी, बहुत ज्यादा. इनफैक्ट 96,000 डैमेज तो देव ने दिया है, which is good. Let's say last match में अर्शिफू का भी 103,000 डैमेज, यहाँ पे हमने देखा it was 96,000. एंड काफी इंटरेस्टिंग इसलिए रहा था क्योंकि हीलिंग आपको पूरी टीम को दे रही है. ऊपर इसके वजह से यू गेट अ लॉट ऑफ हीलिंग समवेयर अराउंड 73,000. On the other side, if you had noticed, Blissey also healed around the same amount. It was also 73,000, but that 73,000 was focused on one particular Pokemon. And that's why it was able to survive. It was able to go in, dive in, go to tier 2s, go to the flux zone and deal that much damage. Go on an Urshifu, go for a Zacian, which has a lot of HP and a lot of defenses, a lot of attack, and you were still able to win that because you had that concentrated healing on you.
Yes, and I completely agree with that. Blissey almost made Urshifu unkillable, but and what a match it was! Like this equalize हो गया अभी score both 1-1 पे है and बहुत काफी exciting finals हमको देखने को भी मिल रहा है. So guys, be sure to check out the pinned comment. By the way, giveaways are active. Please make sure to join the Warzone server for extra giveaways. And we will be right back. We will be right back. 3 minute का break है. हम कहीं ना जाइए. We will be right back with the action.
break, we're back with a guest, and you might recognize him. This is Nuggy. Nuggy is a professional Pokemon Unite caster. You must have seen him in the Oceania Series Championship. And if I'm not wrong, you were also there for Twitch Rivals.
Yes, yeah, I was. Not too long ago. That was a really, really awesome experience. We got to do, I felt very special because I'm normally just a community caster guy, but I think because of the community, we talk a lot about Unite and stuff. They really believed in me and pushed me to go for it, and we did. So here we are.
How was the experience? How did the matches go?
They were really, really exciting just because you had a lot of professional players for Twitch Rivals, but they got paired up with people who have just played Unite for the first time. And they did a lot of like mini streams before the actual event, just talking about training for the Unite, learning about the meta because Unite is always changing with the meta. And moving up to the final on game day, it was very, very impressive to see a lot of these new players come in and play, but they played like they've been playing for years. So it's great to see these guys like just teaching the new ones coming in, picking it up. So yeah, it was awesome.
So you talked about meta. Let's talk about the meta right now. The meta is
Yeah.
quite revolving around the holy trinity of defenders, as I call them: Lapras,
Yes.
Slowbro, and Umbreon.
Yes.
How do you feel they impact the game?
Look, we have talked a lot for a long time about they talk about a double defender meta, because it's just so hard to break through that wall. Now, having introduced not just that, but they've recently introduced with the cursed items,
Right.
that has also changed it up once more because supporters who were once really strong and just healing, it's now more important more than ever for these defenders. They can actually be very, very durable in these fights. So I think, that the defender meta is here to stay for quite some time, just because they can take a lot of hits and propel, those units like the speedsters or some of the attackers even. But yeah, defender meta is definitely here.
I would completely agree because before these curse item, Comfy was a pain. I've been playing a lot of
It
matches.
still
with
is a
Comfy.
pain, but it's a little bit less painful now. I think having like these held items is just a breath of fresh air coming into this game. When something maybe seems like it's getting a little stale, at least now there is something new to go ahead and learn from.
Right, and with that, we're going into the third match. This is the ban phase, and as long as we have seen, Lapras has been a constant ban for the orange team, and it's rightly so because with Lapras on your side, you can just we have been talking about how chaotic your night has been, and most of that chaos is Lapras.
Yes, we've heard from the champions of Luminosity Gaming as well. It's this Pokemon is more than just a defender. It just does so much damage, especially with Perish Song. It can take so much hits. It's one of the most difficult Pokemon to get rid of in the top lane.
Yeah, and
Please, Ethan.
I mean, go ahead, Ravish, please.
I was going to pass some thoughts to you anyway, so it's fine.
Okay, so yeah, the MYS, the side of MYS have the first pick again, and we see them banning Hoopa. Even though last match they picked Hoopa, it didn't work out really well for them. They lost the match, but still they believe that Hoopa is a game changer, and rightfully so. Here we see the picks of Zacian and Urshifu coming back for the side of Team Rise. Actually, this time for the side of Team Rise, because the last time, the first match we saw, it was the other way around. Inteleon was in the hands of Team Rise, and Zacian and Urshifu along with Blissey, I think so. Blissey, right? Surely Blissey, right?
No, it's
Oh,
gonna
we
be
see
the
the Elder
LD
God.
God. LD God, as we call him.
LD God, yes. Yes.
So let's
good
talk
call.
about this double all-rounder comp as well because I quite like it. Urshifu is one of the best divers in the game right now. Zacian is one of the best frontliners in the game right now. You have that Inteleon for that backlane damage with that liquidation, but once Urshifu gets going, the going gets tough.
Oh. There's no support for the side of Team MYS. Am I seeing this right?
The double defense, Nagi?
Yeah, I mean, look, we have Umbreon does have that wish ability. That can be your pseudo support there. And as Ravage was saying, having Urshifu and Zacian as a double all-rounder is great. They're both legendary Pokemon. They're extremely strong. They just need to rush at the backline before MYS knows what hits them. And now they have rounded it off really, really well with the Eldegoss and Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff, to me, is more of a defender support than a support. But that's going to be very, very strong for Team Rise here. MYS, we can see they're going to really try and knuckle down on possibly Zacian or Urshifu, whoever comes at them first, or firepower on that Pokemon and then move on to the next.
So
Now I
I'm gonna
remember.
criticize. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to cut you off. But I want to criticize that Wigglytuff pick. Wigglytuff does not have any healing. You have Eldegoss, right? You're playing it as a defender, but then
Yes.
it's not gonna provide as much utility that a defender does. Yes, it has a lot of HP for a support, but it's not as high as a Snorlax. Let's say at level 15 you have 9900 HP. Wigglytuff does not have that. It has somewhere around 8000 if I'm not wrong. Then if you're going with something like Sing takes a while to activate. It takes
Yeah.
like a second or a second and a half to activate. In that time, for someone like Zoroark on the other side, can wreak havoc.
Yes. Look, I would say that, you know, Wigglytuff has Coot Charm as well, and very, very nice passive to just store the Zoroark, and especially if it's trying to use its combination of its moves, because Zoroark is one of those really high risk but high reward when you execute the combo. But if you fail it, Zoroark becomes obsolete, not very, very good. So he has to reset his combo once again. So maybe that is the reasoning behind the Wigglytuff. And as you said, another supporter there having Eldegoss to back up that Wiggly is good. And we already know how strong the all-rounders they have are. So they will be that front line for sure.
Right, and that was an attempt for a jungle invade. It quite failed with Zacian in there. But again, if it talk about Leafeon here, it's already hitting its level spike. It's already level 4. Zacian needs at level 5 to get going. On the other side, let's talk about Wiggly a little more because I cannot just get over the fact. And the Zoroark as well. In the last match, I quite pointed out that Zoroark is not that good in diving unless you have a pocket healer with you. In this comp, you have that Umbreon with Wish, but as you rightly said, it's a pseudo support. It's not going to provide as much healing to Zoroark as something like, let's say, an Eldegoss or a Blissey or a Comfy that's completely focused on healing the other Pokemon. Zoroark definitely getting some chaos here, and it will go down. Yes, the berry is there. It's not getting healing from its healers, but from the berries of the opposite team. And the Zacian is going to be quite a bully here in the game.
Actually, Zoroark survives that. I was surprised. He played it really well. In the bot lane as well, it's still a stalemate, though we see that Inteleon is dominating with the secures. Yeah, again, coming to the Wigglytuff pick, actually support Wigglytuff pick right here, because that is one of the underrated picks. Before starting this, at the start of the stream, we were discussing which underrated Pokemons would we see, and Wigglytuff is one of them. When you look at the composition of the side of Team Rise here, they have a Ninetales, they have a Zacian with a Sacred Sword. You will need someone like Wigglytuff who can, you know, try and keep at least 2 to 3 people at one position for 2 to 3 seconds for, like, if Wigglytuff is able to manage to do that, it's gonna be really, really effective for the side of Team Rise here, because the comp seems to be dependent on it.
Yeah, I totally agree with both of your sentiments, and I think this is where the Eldegoss is so needed to help that Wigglytuff be more like a tank. Yeah, we're gonna wait and see how it's gonna play out. But this is, in a way, a good counter against a double speedster comp, you know, that MYS has adapted here. You know, both Zoroark and Leafeon are extremely slippery characters. They are extremely mobile, so having a Wigglytuff just run in there with Sing at them is gonna make them retreat. They're not gonna run at the Wigglytuff, so they have to find another way around it.
It's
Right,
a
and if
snipe
they
shot.
run at them, there's also that cute with that we have the objective fight here. Urshifu diving and but slow Zacian securing on the top lane. On the bottom lane we have Zoroark here. It's an exchange of objectives. Leafeon with that kill kill streak 2. Can we make it 3? Can we make it 3? No, Zoran takes the last one. And this seems like an oh wait, there's a third one. MYS is finally in the lead again in that scoring zone. They're gonna try to save this, but it's gonna be a little bit difficult. They're not gonna get in kills here, but that team fight on the bottom, it completely went in the favor of MYS, Nagi.
Yeah, this is crazy to see that now MYS is back on top, but the fight is still ongoing. You can see Zorak going through the back line, manages to get rid of the Wiggly, poor little Wiggly getting thrown out there, and now Team Rise has to fall back and go back to their central farms just to get up those catch-up experience.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. I zoned out completely. I was concentrating on the match so hard. We can see that Intellion is playing snipe shot. So they are going for the burst composition. They don't have much of a DPS when it comes to the side of Team MYS here. Don't you agree?
I would quite disagree because with that Leafeon there, with that instant resets on that slow solar blade, and once the ability gets going, you get a fully charged solar blade as well. Slow is gonna be in a little bit of pickle here. It might not be able to survive, but that Inteleon is here. 3-man on that slow, right? Inteleon is gonna have a hard time. Urshifu is gonna say, oh wait. No, it won't survive. It won't survive. He was gone. For a second, I said, wait, is he invisible? Is he gonna survive it? But no. On the other side, let's talk about Slowbro not having his Unite yet. Everyone else on the field has either had their Unite or has already.
Yeah, this is like we can see a little bit of the cracks here of what MYS's composition is doing. Like they are a burst team, but if you separate, if one of them falls, their team becomes significantly weaker, and as we said, that's why they don't have that support, you know, to keep them durable. On the other hand, Rise does have that durability. If they get hit, they can just retreat, get that recovery, and go back into attack. So you can see it's a big gamble here for MYS to go this composition, and it's going to be very, very interesting in the next few minutes when that Rayquaza comes up.
That's exactly what I meant. Beautifully put there, Nugget. Thank you. And yes, we can see those cracks forming right now as Team MYS are struggling to keep up with Team Rise in ganks. The Reggie Rock has been spawned in the bot lane. I think both the teams would be interested to go for that. Meanwhile, Umbreon and Zacian are keeping each other busy in the top lane. Umbreon leaves Zacian and is coming bot lane here. Wigglytuff goes in, tries to check who's in the bush. The Unite move of Slowbro comes out. So does Eldegoss here. A chaos team fight. Leafeon goes ham with that solar blade, picks up a kill. 2 kills actually for the side of Team MYS here. They're gonna be successfully without any, problem be taking down the Reggie Rock. And here in the top lane, when Umbreon left the top lane, Zacian was able to freely take without any competition here. Top lane is being defended by the side of Team MYS here. Unfortunately, it will go in and there will be a score coming in from the side of Team Rise. Nugget?
That is a bad overcap there by Urshifu. And I was gonna point this out. The difference in mentality in both teams. One team is going with both the defenders, one team is going with both supporters, one team is going with 2 speedsters, the other team is going with 2 all-rounders. It's like they're completely opposite of each other, which is the fun part here, because it seems like at this point, I would still say both the teams are in quite an equal position. Yes, Rise still has that tier 1 standing on the top lane, but it's standing with just 5 HP there. So I would say it's quite an even match, and right now, that Urshifu, again, when the Urshifu gets going, the going gets tough. And this time it was for the sad Umbreon.
Yeah, and not just the Urshifu, Zacian is just keeping its levels. You can see all of them keeping their levels up afloat. We talked about how, Leafeon at the start of the game is going to be that powerhouse for Team YS, but as Urshifu and Zacian catch up, they are going to get weaker and weaker, and you can see that this is going to be a bit of a problem from MYS now as they are setting up for this Rayquaza.
Yeah, exactly. And the last team fight, as you said rightfully, the scaling comes in handy for the side of Team MYS, that they have the recovery, they can go back, they can heal up, and they can come back. But right now, if Team MYS does happen to have a mishap happen to them, they would not be able to come back into the game.
I think at this point, MYS is gonna look for an opening in the comp because if you don't take down Urshifu or Zacian in the team fight early, you have the Slowbro Unite for that very particular reason. You need to take down one of those early in the fight so you can have an advantage. If any one of them stands, or if both of them stands, basically, the team fight they're gonna take the team fight away from you. Zacian is there waiting for that Zoroark and goes and takes the berry, might not jump in. That was a risky move from that Zacian. The Zoroark is playing on the edge here. He wants to go in, but there's no opening. This is interesting. Urshifu finally comes in from the same area, finally going on that Zoroark. But again, as you said, Nagi, it's a very slippery character.
Yeah. They're
The
moving
Unite
it
movement
really,
Teleon
really
popped out
slow.
here. LDCon seems to be in trouble. She will use Unite move to escape here. The snipe shots coming in from Inteleon are taking a huge chunk away from Team Rise here. There goes the Unite move of Slowbro here. And the Rayquaza will be secured by Zoroark. And meanwhile, Inteleon cleans up the house with the snipe shot. He gets 3 KO streak, and this was the opening that the side of Team MYS were looking for. They got the Rayquaza here, but would they be able to push? Yes, they are effectively pushing. Wigglytuff trying to lower down that gap in scores right now, unfortunately, would not help anymore because only 15 seconds remain in this game. The snipe shot in the end, using the Unite move of Inteleon, was the game changer for the side of Team NYS. What do you think?
Well, completely agree. You know, they were just so crazy. The snipe shot taking down that Zacian was pivotal for them to execute their move. And it's not just that. They had a few options as well. They had 2 speedsters, which means that they can go for sneaky scores. The scores was very, very close before Ray. And just at the end, when you saw that Zacian go down, that was the code for Team MYS to go straight for that Rayquaza with their secure, and they secured it, they did, and my god, that was such a scary game. This was a big gamble for MYS, and they pulled it off because that is a scary team that Rise has, Ravage.
Scary team and scary comp indeed. And a very scary Zacian, to be really honest. And I would say the control that Team MYS had with those Unite moves, we saw that Ice, which was playing that Slowbro, who was playing that Slowbro, had that Unite move saved till the last moment. Yes, the Zacian went down, the Urshifu was still standing. If I was playing a Slowbro, let's say in a rank game or with my team, I would have used that as early as possible to take down and take an advantage in the game. But OG Ice held on to that Unite move. Once the Urshifu was trying to get into that Rayquaza pit, that was the time when he used his Unite move, and that gave the opportunity for Dark, MYS Dark was playing that Zoroark to take a very free entry to the Rayquaza pit and take that Rayquaza. Yes, the 90s was still there, but it was never a problem for anyone in the team MYS because with the burst damage from that Zoroark, with the burst damage from that Leafeon, it was very easy for them to take them down. Talking about the damage, it was only Foxy with that 79,000 damage on the Team Rise side. Interesting to see that we do not see any high scoring damage in this game with such overpowered Pokemons.
Gamble indeed paid off for the side of Team MYS, and as they clinched this victory of this game, puts them in lead 2-1 for the side of Team MYS. MYS, they need only one game more to clinch the title of the APAC champions here. As we can see in the timeline right here, they were almost equal till the last point as well. Especially that snipe shot coming in from Inteleon onto Zacian, as Nagi rightly pointed out, was crazy. It was a green signal for the side of Team MYS to go crazy on Rayquaza, and indeed secured it and secured the game as well. It was amazing to see.
Yeah, they. How did they do that? We just, we saw it all in action, and it was crazy, and this is so good to see. You don't normally see this in other high competitives, only a scene like here in Pokemon in India can you see people just experimenting, but it's paying off, and it's so cool. It's just a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, it's true because once you see Inteleon, you're almost certain that it's going to play Liquidation. However, in the in Rise composition, I would say they already have a high DPS in the name of Zacian. They already have a high DPS in the name of Urshifu. They needed that backward support. If they went with something like, let's say, Liquidation, that Zacian might have survived. Only a well-timed, a well-placed knife shot could have taken out that much HP for a Zacian to be in trouble in this final fight. You needed that backlane support. We saw in the previous match they were playing double beam, double solar beams, and that was their cue. You need that backlane damage, something that can like put you in danger, to put you in an anxiety state. Damn, what do I do? I'm so low on HP. Should I go engage? Should I come back? Do I have that life steal? Because Zation, as we know, has a lot of life steal. Do I have that life steal to go and dive in, use my fourth basic booster and get that dive in, use my second basic booster? Zation is very technical Pokemon. I don't realize.
Well,
Even
I think.
yeah, go
Oh, you
ahead,
guys
please.
need to. Oh, I was just thinking, yeah, like you said, we always see liquidation in a unit like Inteleon, but based on what they picked, we think back through, they had no supporter or anything. There's no way that Foxy, who is actually extremely good at sniping in general, like one of the best snipers I've seen in the APAC region, has chosen to go for snipe shot, and it is one of the hardest skill shots. As a Unite player, I am terrible with it. I can't do anything with it, but to see anyone that is able to snipe, they're the ones that truly change the game. And as Zetas, pointed out as well, just you get one of them down, one of those legendary duos down. That's the green light for Slowbro to go, well, I only have one legendary target left. And yeah, it was just beautiful.
Yeah, let's not forget about the slow bro who played his part beautifully as well in that final match. Final seconds, final few moments of that match. Though, coming back straight into the game four here, this might be the deciding game. If MYS wins, they have the second pick, and they are gonna go for the Lapras ban every single game right now. Whichever team had the second pick, they have banned Lapras, and we will see that ban again. So the Inteleon has been banned from the side of Team Rise, because they know how deadly it is. They know how deadly it is. They don't want to face it again from the side of Team MYS, because it was beautifully
No more
executed.
snipers. No more snipers is what Ryan is saying right now. We are done with it. This is not an FPS. This is not CSGO where you snipe me out. But that Inteleon definitely has an AWM with it.
Yeah. It's a great band. Very, very good band for Team Rise.
On the other side, Hoopa and Urshifu again. Hoopa not a very particular pocket healing, but with Urshifu it just works. Because Urshifu at level 5 is pretty strong in my opinion. And finally we see Urshifu and Zacian on opposing teams. This is gonna be interesting. And XQ with that Mew for that backlane beams. I'm expecting a lot from that Mew right now. With that Surf Beam, Electro Ball. And Ice is like, Ice is playing with the casters. I don't know what he's gonna
Ooh.
pick. He might just stay on the last second. Double defender again. This is gonna be interesting. Slowbro as a defender I really like, because on the top lane, it's gonna be Snorlax. And Nagi, we're gonna see an invade here. It's an invade comp. They're gonna invade with that Snorlax.
You're very confident that it's going to be invasive. You know what? We haven't seen Snorlax in quite some time. Not since 2022 in terms of its vast competitiveness. But yeah, look, you can see that I think XQ chose Mew because nobody wants Night Mew Foxy, as you can see from the name in the middle there. Their main Pokemon is Mew, so to snatch that away from Foxy is, though, retreating to a more aggressive style of defender, so this is kind of cool. We're gonna see Dark going for the Greedent again, so you know what, I've always had a passion, a loving hatred for Greedent, so I am very interested to see what MYS is going to do here to try and secure that final game. But Rise is a very, very, very good team. They adapt and learn, and they have known from time and time again to come back from a sticky situation.
Right, and let's talk about Snorlax pick here and why I was saying it's an invade. If you look at the comp of Team Rise, there's no better secure than Snorlax in the early game. It's the best secure in early game in all the 10 Pokemons we see here. With that tackle, it can really shut down Venusaur from getting that level 5. And as we know, as a Bulbasaur, there's nothing much you can do. Yes, you have that basic boosted attack which stuns the opponent, then you have that Razor Leaf, if I'm not wrong, which has a lot of damage. But then again, if you're not getting that level 7, where you get your power spike, where you get your either petal dance or your solar beam, which I believe this is a Venusaur, On the other hand, if you don't get that, there's not much impact you're putting on the game. And if we take down that Venusaur, if we just put it aside, Mew on its own cannot survive this game. With that Urshifu there, with that Creedence, which is going to be very annoying. It's very greedy Pokemon. It's going to go for those farms. And it already has a potion, so you know it's going to be bulky. It's running that double stack, the EOS that attack weight and that EOS cookie, so it's going to be very tanky with that potion. It's just going to annoy. And Snorlax and Creedence the same day. Snorlax going for that invade. I'm not wrong. I'm very happy with this.
And you can't hate Greedent as well. You can't hate Greedent as well. This takes me back to the first match where in the final fights, we saw a beautiful display of Greedent play where he kept the backline in check, forcing one of the defenders and supporters to stay with the backline. Eventually gave, the rest of the 4 team members of his team the advantage to do a 4v3 and close the battle. It was such a beautifully executed plan. We would be seeing the same in this game, I hope. And Greedent, again, most of the people consider him a bad Pokemon. I consider Greedent as a highly skillful Pokemon because the things you can do with that guy are just unimaginable and always surprise.
I'm gonna take 2 minutes here to say they needed to have 3 people in the jungle area.
Yes.
Snorlax is so scary. And he still managed to secure that blue buff. And the Venusaur is still not level 5. That Snorlax, I think, is gonna return in the meta after this game.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do when it's a Snorlax and a Hooper invading? You know, Chansey was trying to be there to help out, but even Chansey looked on in disbelief, like, how am I going to get rid of the 2 strongest Securas in the early stages of the game?
And now it's Urshifu, so there's nothing you can do with that level 5 Venusaur against that level 7 Urshifu. The best chance you have is to make sure you don't go in your jungle again. Because you're gonna die there.
This is just like so smart from MYS. They know that late game that Rise is going to win over them. But what they are doing now is just starving Rise from getting any sort of experience.
Yes, and this is not ball, a complete no ball. Right, Sita?
Yeah, there would be no late game if they don't have the levels to compete in it. If they're still the same level as they would be in a mid game, then it's not a late game, my friend. And they're doing it beautifully. They're executing it beautifully. There goes in Urshifu here, a beautiful solar being coming in from you as well. Hoopa secures it though. Hoopa saves the team, saves the day. Team Rise retreats back. They respectfully allow the side of Team MYS to score their goals here. But the solar beam secures the solar beam secures the jungle as well. And yeah, the objectives are going to be spawning soon. Both the teams are ganking beautifully there, and if you can see on the map there as well, again an invade coming in from Hoopa and Urshifu into the enemy jungle. They're constantly making sure that the enemy does not have levels. They will be dominating the entire time, and with the tanky lineup that they have in the end game, I'm expecting them to just defend Rayquaza instead of going in and competing for it.
Let's not talk about the end game right now, because Nagi, when was the last time you saw 120 score on the board before the first objective was taken?
It's been a long time. Yeah, they are very, very aggressive. You can see MYS just really applying that pressure. Thankfully, the Mew did get that Regieleki, so a bit of a reprieve. Zacian being very strong there. Water Portal managing to get rid of the Umbreon, and you can see now they're falling back a little bit, but here comes the Urshifu running in, getting rid of that Blissey, and uniting away the Ivysaur, that poor Ivysaur that's been suffering from the start of the game.
And it's so sad to see the jungler still not hitting level 9. Zacian is level 9, he has already 9. Urshifu on the other side is gonna touch level 11 right now. Maybe one farm away or a few seconds away. On the other side, as Snorlax is level 8. And Venusaur finally getting a Unite move. Blasters on the top lane will secure all the Venusaur. It's gonna be a fight here. Might not be. Rapid Spin Blaster is quite interesting, because I would have preferred the Hydro Pump and the Surf variant here, because if you see, yes, you're using Rapid Spin to get into the back lane, but there's already Urshifu doing that. There's already Creedence doing that, and this is quite a mirror matchup to the first game that we see. You have all the frontliners and there's no one on the back lane. If you see the team MY, they have nothing on the back lane damage. There's no what do you say? The support from back lane. Everything here is built to dive in. So you're playing a Venusaur and a Mew. On the back lane, they're very strong, but what do you do when three Pokemon are diving onto you? And that's what we're seeing here.
I would like to just point out that Urshifu is level 12 and he is not stopping, not gonna stop. He's just completely devastatingly painful for the side of Team Rise here. Umbreon's Unite comes in, tries to take down Urshifu, but Urshifu, being the over-level beast he is not gonna be dying anytime soon here. Hoopa's Unite move is active. Okay.
Hoopa's Unite?
Yeah, go on. Completely forgot what I was going to say here.
You can see the fights right now. Blastoise just going in, and I think this is why Yimu has gone for a bit of a rapid spin approach. You know, he's gone in so that he can let that Urshifu weave in and out while the enemy forces of Team Rise has to deal with that Blastoise. Now, you know, they sacrifice that crowd control from Blastoise, but if you have a Greedent and a Blastoise, bullet seeding and rapid spinning in your face, you have no time to really look at that Urshifu, and I think that's what's happening here, that Urshifu is having a free reign on finishing the job that the defender team are starting.
Yes, that's what we call a cleanup crew, right?
Yes.
Talking about the cleanup crew, I'm just going to point out something now I forgot because it's so chaotic right now. Everywhere you see there's a fight going on. And Urshifu again diving in. Oh yeah, about that dive. So let's say we're playing Pokemon Unite, you and me and Zeta all together. And we're playing a 5-man game. Let's talk about these Unite Slowbro. That's not Slowbro, it's a Snorlax, it's not gonna die. Zation finally takes on that. Okay, so finally getting some kills, getting those levels back. Venusaur now pushing in that Greedent, but Greedent being a very annoying Pokemon might not be able to escape here. Comments its Unite move. Will it be able to escape? It's still not dying, still using that portal seed. Did not go in that portal and Greedent, oh my god! It was on 10% HP, then it uses the Unite move, and then ends up taking a down 3 Pokemon from the side of Team Rise. They must be hitting their heads on their desk right now. And I completely forgot what I was gonna say because that Greedent, that Night Mew Foxy is completely a nightmare for Team Rise.
Nobody's gonna say that Greedent is a bad Pokemon henceforth. He's gonna be banned. He's gonna be banned from every single.
It's just amazing to see the synergy that these guys have. You think that one defender doing his job is all enough. Blastoise comes in, gives that support, and then gets a recovery from the Hooper. And now you can see the tier 2 pad from Team Rise is gone thanks to Nightmew Foxy. Most likely, I'm going to call it here, guys. I think this Greedent's going to be MVP for MYS. You know, I'm calling it. That's it.
Definitely going to be an MVP. So many goals. It's already level 30. Cannot take a 1v1 in it. And Blissey, it's ripping down Blissey like it's made of paper. Mew is having a hard time. He needs to retreat back to the goal. Umbreon comes there. It's a 5-man gank on Greedent. But little do you know, the MI team is there to support its teammates. Going back with that portal, coming back, Greedent back on the hit again with their bullet seeds going all the way. So many berries for Greedent, even more bullets. It's just amazing. So I was going to say something which I remembered for a second now, forgot again. Oh yeah, so I was saying if we are playing Pokemon Unite, there's one strategy. You play front to back. You take down the front lane and you go to the back lane. There's no back lane here. There's no back lane here. It's all on front. It's all on attack. It's a complete team wipe from Team Empires. Securing the KO streak of 3. Blastoise getting those 2. Greedent sadly not getting any more. Redeemed itself with that Rayquaza. This game, this series is done and dusted with that Greedent level 14 Night Foxy. You're amazing. Man, if you're listening, teach me how to play that Greedent. This series belongs to MYS. This tournament for APAC region, I'm pretty sure it belongs to MYS because they don't have enough score or enough time to push back now, right? Well played.
You can see Gradient using his bullet
He's
seeds
still
right now.
shooting.
Talk about the
Not
machine
even
gun.
trying anytime. Even if he's low HP, he's gonna use the stuffed cheeks or Koopa's portal to go back to full HP. You can see he's not gonna die. He has completely dominated this game and took the game away from the side of Team Rise here. Team MYS wins this match. They are 3-1 and they have been crowned as the APAC champions for PUPL Season 4.
Yeah, that
Maggie,
was.
a few words on
I
that
was just
treatment.
saying, they found the answer to Umbreon. You know, whoever Umbreon means. Spinning in, Snorlax heavy slamming in and protecting that bloody little rodent. So it was yeah, this is the counter to Umbreon, guys. Like, what can you do? Like you said, Ravish, there's just nothing that Rise could do. They just had no answer to the oppression and the aggression of 3 defenders there.
It's very hard to believe this was the final and the final match of a tournament game where one team has scored 44 games. I'm not saying Rise is a very bad team. They made it to the finals. They're a very good team, very
Yes, they're
coordinated.
beautiful.
And yes, and they have proven themselves time and again. But MYS, oh my god, the level of gameplay that MYS has shown today, it's just amazing. It's just out of this world. With that Greedent, you can just never expect anything like that. 98,000 on that Greedent, and Urshifu did not count him out. 139,000 damage from that Urshifu. But look at the supporters, look at the defenders. Greedent has 62 healing to himself, 84,000 damage to himself. How is that a defender? That's a complete all-rounder right there.
I would say, sir, that is a Lapras that you're looking at right there. That is basically the alternative. Lapras 2.0 is actually greeted.
Yes, and with more mobility.
Yes. Oh man, it was just very it was beautiful, but also upsetting to see. As you said, right on the money. Rise is a beautiful team, but as you said, when you saw that Snorlax, instantly you said they're gonna invade. They're gonna invade, and you know, as Zeta agreed as well. They just. MYS just starved out the experience from Rise. They just could not get the traction going. They were just stalling. And when they finally got somewhere, MYS was already ready with their unites. Urshifu going in and out, wreaking havoc, and this is the end result.
It's not a very good sight to see for Rise. I'm so
Oh,
sorry
it's-
for the fuss, but Rise never rose to the
It's
occasion.
definitely- yeah, but it was definitely, I was gonna say it was definitely an exciting match to watch. It was completely entertaining through and through. Even from the first match to the ending match, we started off with a Greedent win. We ended it off with a Greedent win. So yeah, from now on, nobody's gonna call Greedent a bad Pokemon. I told you it's gonna be banned. It's gonna be banned along with Lapras. It's gonna be permanently banned. It needs another nerf.
I will be scared if I see a Greedent on the enemy team. That's for sure.
Yeah, but then again, you'll have to make sure that it's Foxy. Because I have
Yes,
never
yes,
seen
yes.
players play Greedent like that. And let's talk about that Greedent pick a little bit. We were talking about the Wigglytuff, now we're talking about Greedent. We're just stuck on defender supporters. All rounders are like not not on the money right now. So let's talk about the Greedent pick. You're not getting something that damages them, right? Greedent, when you pick, you're thinking about something that does not scale as good as an attacker does. Yes, it scales on HP. It never scales on damage. That's why people don't run defenders anymore. The whole point of giving XP share to defenders and giving levels to your attackers is that your attackers scale in attack. However, I think what Foxy and Team MYS has been able to notice, yes, you do not scale, but you get more resets. If you saw those bullet seeds, if you saw at the end, right at the end of the match, they never ended. You're on their enemy base, you're not hitting anything, and you're still getting those resets again and again and again. And if you're doing so much DPS, if you're like getting like no a cooldown on your attacks, eventually your attack is gonna stack up to an attacker. And with that attack stack on, with that Eos cookie on, you have to bulk to go in, deal damage, and make sure that you can come out. Like we saw on the bottom Reggie fight, Trident was barely surviving on 10% HP, going 1v4. We were completely sure that it was gonna go down. But then you use your Unite, you get that shield, and then you just keeps going. It never looked like it was gonna die. It took down 3 player by itself. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, go ahead, please. I'm sorry for
Zeta,
interrupting
no, you
again.
go, you go, you go. I think we're thinking the same thing. Zeta, you go. I would love to.
No, no. I was just gonna ask you guys a question. If you were the drafter of in the enemy team, what would you draft against such a composition? Like, what would
Trident?
be your picks? Yeah, the Greedent, the Blastoise, the Snorlax, the Urshifu, the Hoopa. What would you do? What would you have drafted? And according to be at least a bit competitive, like I would say that DPS is the main thing that we would have needed if we would be
Yes.
in the enemy. Which now that I see, Team Rise completely lacked.
Nubi, you go
Like
first.
not completely, but
I
a
I
lot of
I'm
it.
thinking, yeah, I'm thinking of probably Delphox. You need something because you see, like as Ravage said, the HP was really low. Used its Unite, got back up there, but it's gonna be credit to Foxy as well, who was able to pick up the berries that it kept throwing out, resetting its cooldown and firing away again. And I think in that instance, because they are so durable, you're going to need a Pokemon, and let's say the held items as well, right? The cursed items that reduces that type of healing. You need something like a Delphox with that cursed incense to be able to just slow down their recovery so that your fellow attackers can do that damage that is required to eventually take down those pesky defenders. And I think that was the problem for Rise. They just didn't have an anti-recovery solution to the onslaught that MYS delivered towards them.
So I think we're thinking on the same plane here because you said Delphox and those new items. Yes, I completely agree. You need those new items, and I don't think they were running them on Venusaur or on Mew because they needed that. With so many defenders, with so much healing going on, you needed that. However, if we're talking about the draft, I feel like something that CCs, like you said, Delphox with that spin, can really shut down an attack. Then again, there's Ninetales with that CC. A lot of
Yes.
freeze going on.
Oh,
Maybe
yes.
even I'm really sorry about this. But maybe even something like a Mamoswine. A Mamoswine is a really good pick when you're going to cancel out attacks. It has a lot of freeze there. Right. And when you if you're not getting slow bro, if you can get slow bro, then surf. Surf slow bro really cancels out attacks. The Wigglytuff, yes, like you said in the last match, with that cute charm, it can cancel out attacks. I don't think it ran through Rise's mind at some point that with so much going on with those all rounders, like depending on those combos, you need something to stun them, to crowd control, to like
Yes.
cancel out their attacks.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think we've seen that Rise may have overlooked, and a lot of us, based
Yeah,
on the meta, we always say how Umbreon and Lapras are the two strongest defenders, and you know, Zeta's been talking about a lot. Greedent, we forgot about that Pokemon. He is a defender, you know, on top of Blastoise and Snorlax. It's actually lovely to see a team like MYS bring out Pokemon that we're not used to seeing, and I think that's what kind of shakes up the meta again. So, yeah, it's just great to see a diverse range of other defenders that you can use. And Ravage said, yeah, Mamoswine would have been good. Trevenant could have been great as well
yeah.
with its
I was
Woodhammer.
gonna
So,
propose.
so many options.
See, I was gonna propose Tyranitar actually with the recent buff and the true damage.
Oh, yes.
He would
Oh,
have been a great. He would have been a great addition, in
but
my
the biggest
opinion.
enemy to Tyranitar is in vain. You don't give it level 9, it's nothing. It doesn't
I
even
mean,
get
if
its
yeah, yes,
attacks.
yes. If Tyranitar was picked then, and MYS decided to invade just as they did to that
Oh
Venusaur,
no!
I'm not sure if he would have been a Tyranitar by the end of the match.
Maybe it's in the race.
Tyranitar would have just left the game at that point.
Just go AFK. Like, I'm
You
out.
can surrender. I'm AFK on minute 1.
Because
Alright, so
we've
the
seen
next match,
generated.
True Gravity. We have the qualifiers for India region. This is True Gravity versus Anti RR. These two teams have played before, Nagi. And the results of True Gravity, that match, this is a revenge match for them. The Seashell, Vulcan, Vixen, Miriam. And on the side of anti-RR, we have Carmel, Kyle, Novice, Ego, and Daku. So these are very experienced players from India. They have been in a lot of tournaments. They have been playing together for a while. And these are two of the very best teams in India right now. Very coordinated and I would say very aggressive too. Anti-RR, as we know, is infamous for pushing their attacks on the bot lane for those extended fights. So I'm expecting them to go for something like that. Kyle, as we know, is a very good player of Inteleon, is a very good player for Mew, for Ninetale. He's one of the best bottom lane attackers. On the other side, we have True Gravity, which again is also very aggressive team. So as I was saying, on India, we do rely a lot more on aggression. I'm not sure
Yeah.
as much as that Creedon did, but
There's, you know,
yeah,
I think it's they're always learning. You know what APAC brings, Indian can learn from as well, and vice versa. What India brings, APAC's gonna learn from them. I had a quick. I not a quick, but I had a run through and a look through some of the videos that True Gravity going up against Anti RR. Now it's a very interesting kind of story where True Gravity did bring Anti-RR into the losers bracket, so to say, and they fought really hard to go back for another shot at True Gravity. And the winner of this, I believe, is going to go up against Thulla Gang, who I have seen has, I think, is on a
probably
perfect streak. They haven't dropped a game, have they?
they haven't dropped the game.
They've
Yes,
yeah, they are someone I didn't expect. You know, because we knew Seoul, the rest of the world, right? They presented themselves so well at World Championships, and yeah, Tula Gang to me as a viewer from the outside of your region, I was caught by surprise, and I know that teams like yeah, Gravity and you know would like another shot at that team, but at the same time, Anti RR I don't think have versus Tula Gang yet. So if there is you know a possible upset or a revenge from Anti RR, maybe they are the ones that can you know give Tula Gang a run for its money.
so I'm gonna tell you something really interesting. You remember there was a Worlds in 2022 as well, right? And the team
Yes,
that went from India was Revenant.
yes, Revenant
And
Esports, yes.
Revenant had a perfect run in the Indian region that time. Zero game losses. The IGL of that team was Crowley. The IGL of Thulla Gang is Crowley.
Wow.
You can make some
Okay.
connections.
Okay. 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 Making sense.
Yeah.
Making sense. I mean, this is what we love to see. You know, teams that inevitably some teams break up, but they
Yeah.
form a new team. You know, and you wonder why are these guys so strong? And then, as you said, Crowley there just okay. It's making sense. You know, they're making a new team. They're just trying to bringing a new batch of peeps and yeah. But you know what? This ain't it ain't about Tula Gang. It is True Gravity and Anti RR, and I would love to see a great battle because this is going to be a best of three.
Right, as qualifiers too, this is going to be a best of three, and as we know, if you're picking second Pokemon, you're gonna ban Lapras. Lapras is just as annoying as it can be. And then again, Inteleon, the second most annoying Pokemon in the game. So, and that right, I don't know. Anyways, so let's talk about Vixen here. He's probably gonna take here Leafeon. I'm expecting something, a very aggressive first pick from the side of True Gravity, and as see, there's Leafeon.
Yeah, I think Miriam's the one who's been always picking Miriam. Sorry, Leafeon first. I mean, I've seen the videos. I've rewatched it, and I think he knows how to play Leafeon, like not just as well in the early stages of the game, but utilizing it as kind of like a support attacker or speedster. You know, to finish off the burst or secure that Rayquaza. So. I'm very interested to see how Miriam's going to play this out, especially against an Umbreon and a Zacian.
We saw that mine. Okay, so mine was played by FS Esports. Was a second runner-up in the regionals in India in 2023. And again, Seashell picking that mine. Now, the problem here that I have, you pick that mine, you're compromising on a defender. You have a slower option available to you. You have that Trevenant available to you. And we just saw what Snorlax can do.
Mm.
Never mind, I'll just shut up.
No, I'm agreeing. It's all right. They're bringing the slow bro, so they've gone double supporter and the slow bro. So this is crowd control at its fullest. So whatever Vixion is gonna pick, it's gonna be a hard hitter. So it looks like it's Lucario here. So that's an interesting one. I do wonder if it's going to be E-Speed weaving in and out of the enemy lines, but he needs to be very sure to avoid that mean look from Darku.
I was gonna say that I was supporting that double support pick, and you're not having a defender, and they picked this. So I
Guys,
don't know what to
guys,
take
guys,
this
guys.
one. On the other side, if you see that Duraludon, high DPS, if you play that Dragon Pulse, you have a good secure. Kyle, I know as a team member, he's one of the better ones on the bottom lane. I have played with him. I have played a few games. I've played trying to build a team, didn't work out. Anyways, that's my story.
Navish,
And it's gonna be a redraft.
it's gonna be a redraft,
And
exactly.
that's my good
That's why I was interrupting you. I'm really sorry. I was interrupting you people.
No,
Uh,
all good.
but
It's
you kept
cool.
on going.
We are just trying
There
to.
has been a glitch in the draft, and it's gonna be a redraft. So don't worry. Lucario is not the heavy hitter that we are gonna be looking at.
Well, that's what I was. I didn't want to say anything. I was like, okay, it's gonna be Lucario, the heavy hitter of the team. So
You should have
good-
put us
good-
off a lot earlier.
Well, look, Lucario did get a buff. His Unite move is now so much faster. I've seen Energy Amp Lucario and then proceeding to Extreme Speed, Bone Rush. That is pretty bursty, pretty strong. But I just wasn't sure if that was going to be the case here. But I love to be surprised.
I would love to be surprised if they continue with the same draft. I love the draft, actually. It's gonna be an interesting matchup. However, that's actually it's definitely gonna be a problem. But yeah, it's gonna be an interesting match if they continue.
But yeah, guys, we
Like-
did actually see a glimpse of the draft here. A Duraludon has been picked. What do you think that Team Anti-RR was actually gonna go with the Duraludon, or they smelled a redraft?
No, they have to go with it, right? They don't get that excuse. They specifically chose Duraludon, and it's I think they have a plan in the works, and I'm interested to see because as well, Duraludon also got a buff. Its kit is changed quite a bit in terms of its attack to wild Pokemon to in terms of other players. So yeah, this was interesting to me because I mean, I don't know about you guys in the Indian region as much, but the OC region, we don't normally pick Duraludon, Sometimes you get a little bit of Lucario here and there, but the meta is usually the same. The Lapras, the Umbreon, Blissey. Yeah, those three are a trifecta that you see in every single game. So to see something like Duraludon, that's a great pick that I would love to see. I'd like to see how Duraludon shapes up for the Indian region here in this season 4.
So even I would have loved Duraludon because we don't see it either.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was a great pick for you. Like, it's a popular pick, I'm not sure, but this is the best part. We get to see people kind of think outside the box. They wanna showcase something different, like MYS did with 3 defenders. That was a big surprise, and it was really well received, and I think that's what made MYS entertaining. They went from 2 speedsters, like no supporter, winning that match, securing it, and a snipe shot Inteleon. Like that's what we like to see. It keeps us interested in the game, So it's good. I like this. Let's keep it up, guys.
And we also saw a Zacian and Venusaur and Blissey in the same team. So when it comes to a draft like this, where do you think Blissey supports which person? Like I saw, especially with the build and the spell of Venusaur, he was going to go for the Petal Dance Giga Drain build as well as a Zacian you have in a team. And Blissey being a supporter who can only support one person at a time. Where do you go? Like to which carry
Helping
do you
hand,
go to?
just helping hand, and then probably safeguard the mon that runs in. So probably they would have safeguarded the Zacian first. Zacian goes in for the initiator. Venusaur comes in afterwards to try and clean up, and then Blissey will switch its target, maybe even unite the Venusaur as that's just my head thinking. Sorry, I think that's what they would have tried to do. And if they still go through with this, we'll maybe see. We'll see if they actually do that.
Well, I'm hoping to see a Venusaur from either of the teams because Venusaur is one of the most staple picks in the jungle in India, I would say. And there's also one more Pokemon that I'm expecting to see from a very specific person, Kyle, to be very precise, is that Delphox. He plays Delphox really well. And we were talking about Delphox just right now. Delphox can be really interesting. It has that stun, it has that damage, and that Unite move. If you have that curse item, it can actually reduce your healing up to 80%. So that's going to be
Yes.
interesting.
Yes, I
Um,
think this is good. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with both of you right now. We had Rin the other day on the caster's desk, and we talked about how he hated the Leafeon as a first pick for either of the team. But right now, we are seeing it happen again. The Leafeon has been picked as the first pick again. He explained himself really well, and we all agreed with it. But even though that's the case, even though in theory Rina was right, it still seems that it's working for some of the teams to pick Leafeon in the first pick. What do you think about that? Like, let's come back to that question later because this draft of this game is going to be starting again. We have an Inteleon ban coming in from the side of Team True Gravity, excuse me. And on the other hand, Team Anti-RR as a second pick, and as usual, Lapras is the ban.
I think one day, guys, we will see Lapras not banned, and it will be glorious. We will maybe, yeah, hopefully we will see it in today's matchups. But yeah, Melon, as you said, is very confident in picking Leafeon. I actually don't know the stories either of why they are so confident. Oh, sorry, Miriam, picking that Leafeon.
So,
There's the comfort again.
uh, uh, I'm so sorry to cut you off, Zita. Anyway, so I'll bring you up to speed. So basically, the story behind Leafeon is that us as Indian teams and these two teams in very particular, they're very aggressive teams. So if Medium doesn't pick Leafeon, someone from anti-RR will pick Leafeon. And basically with Leafeon is what you take that early advantage. You take that level 4 jungle. You do not actually complete your entire jungle farm. Just take enough to be level 4, early can the top lane and push that top lane as much as you can. Because once you start like snowballing the other team, your Leafeon the scales up in damage. And as long as you can maintain that level parity between your Pokemon, Leafeon can just go in, deal a lot of damage, come back, and that's why you have Hoopa there. Hoopa can save the Leafeon a lot. Gives you a portal, you go in, you use your Solar Blade, you take the Hoopa portal, you come back, use your Solar Blade again, and then you have your backup ready to support that. And then again, there's Pikachu. So I was talking about Pikachu or Ninetales in the bottom lane to put that Leafeon even further. You have that stun, you have that backlane damage, that Venusaur will be there for that backlane damage. So Leafeon is the Pokemon that gets you going in the early game. And once it gets going, as I was saying for urshifu, the going will actually get tough because it just keeps on going, it never stops. And with that early unite, even if you're losing those objectives, even if you're losing the team fights on the lane, your Leafeon will get that unite at 7-minute mark because it's early. It's really early for Leafeon. So yeah, that was it.
No, it's good. It makes sense, as you said. This is why you guys agreed why he explained himself in the first place. So, but yeah, so it's all about the burst, keeping that, basically going all out, taking the Hooper portal. By that time he comes back, he'll has his Solar Blade ready to go again. So I understand that, and then yeah, having Vixion choose, it looks like a Solar Beam Venusaur there, going through with Pikachu as well, which did get a very nice upgrade.
So basically, with Leafeon, you build that momentum for your team. And once you have that momentum, you just keep pushing on it. And Leafeon, I think currently in the meta is the best Pokemon to build momentum. Yes, you have that Urshifu, but again, you cannot early push with Urshifu. You need that level 5. With Leafeon, level 4 is like you take the Zoti, you take the buffs, you're level 4, you can go to the top lane. That's it.
Zita, I'm sure you agree. I think Ravage has definitely said what you wanted to.
That's one perspective. Well, that's one perspective, but right now coming to back to this game, we have a Pikachu pick coming in from the side of True Gravity, and now I am really excited to know what you guys think about it because I think the Team True Gravity is lacking front line here, but anti RR is gonna take full advantage of it. But again, if Pikachu is playing Volt Tackle, he's gonna be really annoying as well. I don't really see an anchor from the draft which Team True Gravity can use to play around. in this game. What do you say?
Well,
Nugget?
we saw like, you know, MYS. We were really contemplating on their team setup because they didn't really have a front line as well that protected apart from the Slowbro. That was the only one. And they played it really, really well. They kept each of their attackers at a distance, so they never clumped together. And because of that, it forced Rise to have to choose towards a direction, probably towards the Inteleon. And I think if True Gravity does something similar where they don't put their Leafeon, Venusaur, and Pikachu together, then they might be able to just hit from afar.
That means look on to the Pikachu. This devastating heat there goes down Pikachu here in the bottom lane with the gank. Team Anti-RR seems to have their way with the bot lane here. And yeah, Ravage, what are your thoughts on this match so far?
So, as I was saying, you saw that Leafeon going to the jungle, taking that Jata, and straight away going into the top lane. Because level 4 is not that hard. The chase is going on, it's a good match. But then again, Sludge Bomb, I would have preferred Giga Drain and Solar Beam, playing Solar Beam. And that's going to be some problem for Zacian. It overpushed and it paid the price. On the other side, let's talk about how Anti-RR played this game. Anti-RR is the one on the blue side, Gravity is playing on the blue side. So basically what has happened, they were expecting that Leafeon on top lane, they were expecting the gank on the top lane, and that's why you saw the jungle rotating on the bot lane, which we don't think that usual. Like, it's not very usual for the jungler to rotate to the bot lane so early in the game. However, you'll see they'll rotate to the bottom again because you do not want Leafeon to get going, you do not want it to get those KOs. Because once you get that 3 KO, you get that boosted experience. So they're never gonna let Leafeon snowball the entire game, get KOs and get going. Because once Leafeon will get going, level 8 is enough for it to like wreak havoc to the team. Again, you see it's a 4-man bot lane. They know Zacian and Leafeon is basically the same Pokemon. Once you give them levels, once they get going, they will wreck your entire team. And both the teams don't want that to happen. On the other side, Zacian being a very high damage dependent Pokemon, Leafeon being is very mobile. So you will see Leafeon just constantly pressing that Zacian, not allowing it to take the farm.
Yeah, this is very, very good to see. It's interesting to see Leafeon on par with Zacian, not letting each of them break down that top tier pad, and you can see the 4 bottom here, but the pokes we're seeing now from True Gravity is proving a little bit too much, even with the soft board from Blissey, not enough there. And look at that, another Solar Beam. Zacian couldn't even move with that Sludge Bomb. And this is a very, very nice strategy that True Gravity is applying here. How do you get rid of a Zacian? You just put it in its place with a Volt Tackle or Thunder. You put on the Sludge Bomb and Solar Beam, and Leafeon can Solar Blade to finish it off, either or. So Zacian's actually struggling now, especially with no safeguard from Blissey.
And as you saw at 7-minute mark, Zacian was only level 6. Whereas the Leafeon was level 8 because you have such a good secure with Solar Blade that you don't allow Zacian to level up. You maintain that level dip and you have the game in your hand. You're like constantly denying a super carry of the game to not get ahead of you. And that's why these teams are preferring Leafeon so much. And you're seeing that impact yourself. Look at the level difference right now. Sylveon going for the denied, yes, it was good, but again, you're still on the back foot here.
Yeah. I mean, it was a great counter from Anti-RR, but that Pikachu Seashell just came in and cleaned up. That was great to see. Unite, Thunder, everything to follow up on Leafeon's attack. And as you said, Hooper was there ready with the portal to bring them home if it got too dangerous for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's being played out beautifully. Zacian is being kited a lot, that's what I'm seeing, and Team Anti-RR can clearly stop Zacian being kited if they played out smart. But right now, Team True Gravity is the one who are outsmarting Team Anti-RR, which I did not expect would happen.
Well, they have matched against each other before. They have already played 3 matches against each other. They know how this is going, and Slowbro unites and Zacian, and it still survives somehow, but Leafeon, as the cleanup crew, cleans up the mess that Slowbro left behind. And again, the fight is still on, and as I was saying, these teams are famous for these extended team fights. You see, it's already 4.5 minutes on the clock, and this point, with so much domination, you would expect someone to hit level 2. However, on one side, they're like the maximum level is level 12. On the other side, only 2 Pokemon have hit level 10. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of team fight going on.
I mean, if you saw the team fight, you saw the beam hitting in 3 people at once, taking down 2 KOs. It was so satisfying, and the follow-up with an eject solar beam as well, again picking up the third KO. It was beautifully played by Vixen of Team True Gravity here. But there's a Hoopa portal, there's a Hoopa Unite move coming in. They are gonna be pushing tier 2 here. Hoopa expects his team to come and support him, but they were busy taking in the objective. Hoopa goes down here. Slowbro trying to escape. It was just a little bit too early, but Hoopa had to do it to save his own life. He expected his teammates to come, I'm guessing, but right now Team Anti-RR took the advantage of that team fight. They got a few KOs, they caught up in experience, and right now they're going in straight for the objective.
Yeah, no, this is, you know what, Hoopa did really well, and we're gonna credit Vulcan. Vulcan is very instrumental in True Gravity's fights here. He has been very much keeping an eye on his fellow teammates. Like, they do a lot of damage, but they're extremely squishy, and you have seen Vulcan time and time again provide those much needed portals at the right time for them to go back. And even with that Hoopa Unite there, that allowed a delay for, you know, Anti-RR wasn't paying attention to the objective at the bottom, does manage to get a KO there, and you can see, like, as you said, the synergy with this Pikachu and Venusaur. The Sludge Bomb and Beam is just doing so much damage. It is just crazy. Like, I've never seen a game where Zacian is struggling just to get to that back line.
Yes, and that's the power of, I would say, coordination here. And about that Hoopa Unite, I would say there is a certain time on the map after which you won't have your Unite move at the 2-minute mark. Hoopa saw it had Unite. It's gonna like go down anyways. Use that Unite, utilize it. You're gonna get it anyways at 2 minutes. And as you can see, all 5 men. Oh, never mind, the Sloper is not there. And the Umbreon and Sylvan is not there. But they will come, like, I hope they come soon. Because if they don't, True Gravity is all dominating. And without their Unite move, it's gonna be really tough for them to go in this team fight. Yes, the Umbreon uses Unite at somewhere around 10. So I'm expecting it to have it right now. Kyle is gonna have some trouble here. Sylveon going. Oh, it had to run away, and Umbreon finally has it. Unite will see a team, but Ninetales goes down to that Pikachu Thunderbolt, and right now it's all True Gravity here. Umbreon finally uses its Unite, but I guess it's too late. Zacian is down, the Umbreon is down, the Ninetales is down, the team fight belong to True Gravity, and right now Rayquaza is in trouble because it's gonna feel the chaos. True Gravity has been pressuring this map all along, and again, the Rito is secured.
Secured, yes. And it was
chaos.
and it was again that coordination coming in from True Gravity which helped them win this Rayquaza fight. Even though they lacked the front line, they were completely, like, really instrumental. They did a great job at keeping Zacian and Umbreon away from their back line here. Slowbro using his Unite move onto Zacian there, keeping it, like, out of the whole team fight. Umbreon getting kited away. It was just beautifully orchestrated. I love to, like, look at the synergy come into play, like, unfold before my eyes.
It makes me think if Blissey should have gone Safeguard rather than Softball there. Safeguard helping hand to allow Zacian just that little bit of a shield to be able to go in and attack, because I think if Zacian was able to just, you know, use his Sacred Sword on just one of those attackers, they would have been able to go down. But unfortunately, he just didn't have that supporting kit. He had the wrong one. He had a supporting kit. It was maybe the wrong one. Look, I could be wrong, but I think the Safeguard would have been much more effective for that Pokemon to be able to push to the back line, because as we saw that entire game, True Gravity, like, just decimated in you know, that fight. Like, I felt like they just really wasn't a time when they were pressured by Anti-RR. I think they had a very comfortable game that one.
Mhm. I would use the word outplayed more suitable for this match outcome because by the looks of it, I said anti-RR would win, but yeah, like how it played out, I was surprised and I was impressed. I didn't think this is how Team at True Gravity to come, hit the deck hard and tell us that no, I'm wrong, and rightfully so. I've underestimated you. I'm sorry.
No,
I
no,
hope.
Zeta. We say they are you know, engaging their limitations. You know, they are sussing out the first round, and we are going to see what anti-R is going to perform in the second round. Just watch.
But
Well, I'm
will
hoping they're not missing that
this
urshifu and Dudalon from the first pick.
Yes, you're right. It was not there. Very sad. Very sad.
I was expecting the urshifu to be honest, because urshifu would have been really good. It was like look at the team that anti-RR is going with right now. Sylveon is a mid-range attacker. Yes, you have Ninetales that is also a mid-range attacker. You have nothing to dive on. Zacian is gonna be your front lane. It's gonna be your DPS. It's gonna be your tank. It's gonna do everything for you, but it's gonna stay with your team. There's no one who's gonna go out the team, go to their back lane, and effectively take it out. And that I feel is what was missing here.
Yeah, I think you
Actually,
said it right on. Like, True Gravity was coordination, and I think anti-RR just didn't have that level of coordination that True Gravity showed us just then. So hopefully they can and turn that around for sure.
Pikachu
Right.
contributed a lot in this match, by the way. 98,000 damage with 12 kills and 12 assists. It's just
Yeah,
crazy.
that's
I was one of the person who doubted Pikachu, but then again, it proved me wrong. It turned out to be the most annoying Pokemon in the game for Zacian. It didn't allow it. Like the contribution coming in from Pikachu's pick was so good for the side of Team True Gravity. It was key for the side of True Gravity to achieve this victory.
Well, I think it was with anti-RR was expecting, as Ravage said, you guys talk so much about, or India, Leafeon, you know, everyone's very aware of that Pokemon. And I think they were ready for Leafeon, but they weren't ready for Pikachu straight afterwards. So I think that is what played such an important role for True Gravity to be able to follow up. If Leafeon missed, it's okay. We'll bring Leafeon home. Pikachu, you know, it's like, return Leafeon, throw out Pikachu, does the damage. Pikachu saves the day all the time. So,
So it's
uh,
basically Pikachu, I choose you. And I'm thinking
yeah,
the
yeah,
reason.
literally. Yeah.
So I'll tell you a reason behind Pikachu, and I think you'll agree with this, and I think Zeta will also agree with it. There's Ninetale that you play on the bottom lane. It has a good damage. It has stun. Then you play something like Delphox in the bottom lane. Again, good damage, good stun, good crowd control. Then people generally revolve around this new Pokemon. Yes, if you get Inteleon, it's really good. It has good secure and a lot of damage, a lot of. But then again, when you look at the bottom lane, if you don't have Ninetales or you don't have Delphox or you don't have Inteleon, what's the other option? People generally don't see beyond these options. Pikachu can do all of that, and that too very early in the game. Ninetale is a level 4 spike, then you have Delphox, which is a level 6 spike. So that comes online like really late. Pikachu, you have stun with that thunder. You have AoE with that thunderbolt. Right. Or I think I messed that up. But anyway,
Yeah.
it might be the other way around. On the other side, Pikachu has a lot of range. Ninetale does not have that much range. Right. Inteleon, if you're taking something like Snipe Shot, yes, you have range. Pikachu already is doing the damage that you deal with something like Liquidation at the range of a Snipe Shot. Why would you not pick something like Pikachu? And it comes online very early. And again, if we talk about the Unite move, it has a lot of utility. You can actually get out of a fight with that Unite move. You can actually target like 3 or 4 people with that Unite move. It does a lot of damage. It comes on very early. If you do not even need that amp, it's like what 80,000 EOS energy, if I'm not wrong. It's one
Mm.
of the fastest unites in the game. And let's say you're going in a team fight, you're behind, you still have that Pikachu Unite. Right. If you're not going in a team fight, if you just leave Pikachu with something squishy like a Mew or a Venusaur, that Unite move with the combination of that Thunder and Thunderbolt is able to take down a Venusaur. So what's wrong with Pikachu? Just because we have more options, we never forget the OGs here. Pikachu is the original Pokemon here. It has to be good. Come on, Ash has Pikachu for some reason.
sorry, I was looking at the draft. I think we might see a Lapras unlocked here. This is
Oh!
actually going to happen, guys.
Calm down, guys. Calm down. Calm down.
They have to
Calm
pick it
down.
first.
This is
They have to
happening.
pick it first.
This is happening.
What is Camille going to pick?
Finally, a Lapras in the game, in the tournament. And is it going to be a double time? Because Melon has already picked that Umpyon, again, a very good evolution. What's with this evolution? Oh, wait. Did not picking. Okay. No Leafeon for True
Lapras-
Gravity. That's
Lapras
interesting.
and Leafeon on one team.
Or Zacian. Oh, no, Zacian is banned. Okay, I'm sorry. Lapras and Leafeon on the same team. It's gonna be interesting. Venusaur. Okay, good choice. Lapras and Leafeon on the same team.
Okay, so True Gravity is now on the orange side.
Orange
They
side,
have
yes.
handed anti-RR, Lapras, and Leafeon, which makes me think, what is True Gravity thinking right now? Like, what is their strategy? Why are they willing to give up, as you said, two of the strongest Pokemon, Defender and Speedster, to anti-RR?
Peter, would you like to take this over? Because I have no clue.
Yeah. I would like to take this over, yes. Because I guess they expected Team Anti-RR to ban the Lapras. Maybe, because right now, according to the lore of this tournament, every single team that has been that has been picking the second is banning Lapras, but somehow, like even I don't have words, even I don't know, even I don't have a clue why Team True Gravity would leave Lapras and Leafeon into the hands of Team Anti-RR. Maybe they're really confident that they can beat them even without it.
Yeah,
Or maybe they just wanted to show us Lapras once in this tournament.
Maybe they're watching the stream. They heard us. We said, please let us see Lapras one time, and maybe that's what True Gravity has done. Or maybe they're very confident and they're happy with their current picks. And let's be honest, like their chosen Pokemon that True Gravity has picked is not bad. It's great. It covers a lot of things. Zoroark can go through the backline. It'll be a nice Speedster versus Speedster battle there. Blissey is going to have to really protect that Venusaur. Lapras we know is self-sufficient, but they do have that Ninetales as well. You talked about how strong Ninetales is. Unfortunately, no Pikachu this time, but yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one to watch.
Okay, so what I'm gonna say, and I'm just assuming here. So the way the tournaments have been going, so this is Kyle from Anti-RR. We can see 41 knockouts from him throughout the tournament. This is 32 assists, around 470,000 damage. That's a great stat. And then you have Vixen against him with 38 knockouts, a little less to be exact. And damage on the damage side, he's a little on the lower side, 355,000 damage, and an average score of 116. So let's talk about the Lapras pick here. And I'm just assuming here because I have no clue why would you give Lapras and Leafeon. So the way the tournament has been going, we all know if you're going to play a tournament, there's no way you're getting a Lapras. Right. So teams are like kind of adjusted to play without it. They practice without Lapras because there's no way you're gonna get a Lapras and a Leafeon on the same team. Giving Lapras and Leafeon is kind of throwing off. Okay, there's a pause. It's a restart again. So I would just say it's kind of throwing off Anti-RR away from their usual comp. Because if you're taking a Lapras, you're either sacrificing the top lane for an all-rounder Lapras, or you're sacrificing your defender. So I would say that's kind of a throw, and that's all I can assume. And I think this is going to be a restart. Well, let's see.
I'm trying to think what the problem is. Is it because they accidentally gave Lapras away, or
There's Melon CFP right now. Maybe because they picked Lapras and he went into a shock.
into shock? Yeah.
You never know.
Yes, yeah, that's a very good explanation for what he's just recovering right now. Just give him some time. Yes.
The second how do I deal with this info?
Yeah. No, but I mean, you know what you said makes sense. I mean, it's kind of interesting to give that option to Anti-RR to play around with Lapras and Leafeon, but if they haven't practiced that kind of composition enough, because as you said, if it's going to constantly be banned, why would you play it? So this will change things up. Maybe yeah, anti-RR is going to have to fiddle how to play with this comp, but we're going to see maybe they formulated a team to go up against the Lapras, or just work around that Pokemon. So yeah, we'll get to see what they do as time passes.
Also, I would also like to point out, because they have the Lapras now, you do not see anything attacking them from the back lane. So there's nothing for Zoroark to dive into. Yes, there's still Ninetales, but then again, Ninetales is mid-range. Then you have Leafeon, which is again a mid-range Pokemon. Lapras is gonna go in your face and just put that very song on that you have to listen. Remember Jigglypuff from the good old days? That's Lapras now.
Yeah.
So anyways, so right now they have no back lane. And this is exactly what we saw with MYS. All front laners. Not as aggressive as MYS, I would say, because they're not double all-rounder comp. But then again, Lapras can go on their back lane to that Mew. Zoroark will have to go to their front line again because there's no back line. Zoroark will have to target their front line. So the problem with Lapras being here is that it throws off the entire composition that you're playing as well. Because you take Zoroark and Urshifu to go dive in the back lane. But now you don't have a back lane. You have a Lapras.
We've seen a similar thing from the start. We've seen a similar. I'm sorry to interrupt. Then again, Nagi.
No. All good. My mind is just, trying to, as Rabbit just said, we're trying to think of, the alternate ways to deal with the Pokemon so strong, such as this Lapras. That's all. And I think maybe Zoroark is potentially, maybe it has one job, and its job is to get rid of the Blissey early, or maybe it goes toe-to-toe with Leafeon, because if Leafeon is going Solar Blade, Zoroark can weave in and out. I've seen many times that Zoroark can outplay a Leafeon and get rid of that Leafeon, or force Leafeon to either use its Unite to survive or back away. So that's the only kind of bet I have right now, is to either go straight for the Blissey to direct a distraction for the rest of his team to do the damage, or go for a speedster battle.
Yeah. Then again, we've seen a similar comp in the APAC finals as well, where there was backline, where the backline was lacking. Actually, yeah. There was no backline. Everything was frontline, and yet they were the victors. There is such an interesting change in meta, though. We've come from a bursting backline meta to a tanky frontline meta, just to adapt to the other meta, countering it. And right now, rising this meta would maybe give birth to a DPS meta to counter this one as well. Like, it's such an interesting game, right? The MOBA scene. Every single, even with the inclusion of the new items such as the Burst Instant and in the base, even though they're not completely countering the tanky recovery meta that is going on right now, it still is giving some bit of an ease, and also a chance for the DPS, meta to come back. Especially with the inclusion of Inteleon into the new roster. And yeah, it's an amazing journey.
So this is what you need to love about Pokemon Unite. It's such a versatile game. No matter what Pokemon you pick, if your favorite Pokemon is in the game, just pick it. If you play it hard enough, you'll eventually find a way to play it in the game. Like we saw with Greedent, and like how we saw with Snorlax. Snorlax was very effective. And again, Lapras just doing what Lapras does best, bully. He's a bully in the bottom lane right now, Nagi.
Yeah, I'm watching, and you see there you go Leafeon getting rid of that Urshifu right there. He tried to get away, but the Solar Blade 2 KO with the Ivysaur and the Blissey assisting here. What is Zoroark going to do? This is a very, very tough situation. He is weaving in and out, going straight for that Ivysaur. Does do the damage, but not quite enough. Saves himself on the berry, goes back into it yet again, waiting for his allies, but Zoroark could only do so much as he falls down to the trio of the Ivysaur, Leafeon, and Blissey.
Right, and you do not have even Lapras there. So I'm gonna continue what we started there with the Zoro going in and trying to evade. And we saw that he used illusion and stuff to evade whatever Leafeon was throwing. These are the slaps now. Anyway, so avoid those slaps. You always have options. But let's say if you're trying to get into that Ninetales or even that Leafeon in a team fight, you always have a Lapras surrounding them. And if your XP falls down a certain amount, you'll have that person just executing you straight on the point. And it's an ice beam, so Lapras also has stun. What does Lapras not have? At this point, just give it Hoopa Portal and it's a complete Pokemon in itself.
Yeah, I think that's the one saving grace is that it's not Lapras and Hoopa. It's Blissey obviously still very, very effective, but you can see Leafeon getting rid of the Zoroark once again, but at least Urshifu this time gets its revenge and gets to be able to dunk for quite a few number of Eos energy in the top pad. He is sacrificing though, as you can see that it's a 4-man team right now going up against a 3 there. So yeah, True Gravity in a little bit of trouble. Anti-RR has got a great lead and now they're starting the Reggie at the bottom side.
Alright, and that's a Reggie, so I don't think it's that much important for Pete right now, but for Antiara or whatever you can get to this get back, and Hoopa goes down. That was a beautiful leg bomb from Bliss. He just cancelled that portal at the last moment. Urshifu still stacking up. He has its Unite move, 17 left. Sorry, 5 left, and 17 did not go in.
Okay.
Urshifu said it's my goal and you can go back home. That's what Leafeon said to Zoroark, and the Leafeon, if you see, it's still level 9. And has already used Nightcore. That's gonna be interesting. Dear Lapras again, just bullying on the side of True Gravity. Hoopa uses Portal, says you can score your 8. Oh wait, no. And Lapras is just there. It's not dying. It's just there.
No. Is really holding it together. Urshifu trying to be the defender from the Regieleki. There goes Zoroark, but he gets he vanished in thin air as he went in there thanks to the Ninetales, and now it is going to be a beautiful 22 overcap on the tier 1 pad, which is propelling Anti-RR's lead even further.
This Lapras, leaving Lapras open seems to be detrimental for the side of Team True Gravity right now, because even from the starting, Lapras has been the dominating factor between both the teams, showing dominance from early game, and it's just too much for the side of Team and Team True Gravity to handle right now.
Yeah, I know you almost said anti-gravity, but that's fine. I'm saying that all due to it. So, anyway, so right now I did not understand why Umbreon uses Unite move on a returning Lapras. It uses Unite move, and it goes down. So, might have his Unite move sooner, but again, this game looks like a complete domination. So, right now, if you look at the score, you might not say it's a complete domination, but when it goes to the team comp and when the fight actually starts, when it's a 5v5, I don't think True Gravity has a very solid team fight here on their side.
No, you can, yeah, and you can tell there's this momentum shift, you know, in favor of Anti-RR. They are holding the line very, very well. Like, the levels are somewhat similar, but if we look down to, you know, pen and paper on team composition versus team composition, Anti-RR is it will win the team fight. However, we have been proven wrong multiple times. That, you know, something that these teams, True Gravity, they must know what they're thinking. They got a plan in place, but there goes the Hoopa portal. You can see the beams going up, but no one is going to support that Hoopa. Hoopa is stalling. You can see there, though, that a huge amount of points is being put into the tier 2 pad there, and now they are giving away the Reggie Ice towards the towards Anti-RR. So I can see here that maybe True Gravity is going for more of a scoring kind of build here, because they're kind of avoiding the team fights.
Yeah, they've made their peace with the team fights. They said that they're gonna play the game with the break. They're gonna play the game with the break.
Quite smart, Sita, wouldn't you say? Because you know you cannot run the team fights right now. You use Hoopa Portal, the entire team is gonna commit there. There's an objective. They will think that you're gonna come down there. But instead you're going for scores, and even then, Anti-RR is still on the lead.
Yeah. Look, this is great though. They are focused. Now I can see what Miriam's trying to do. They are putting pressure. They want to get that next Reggie. I actually don't know if it's going to score on time, but they may just be focusing on a home pad score base here if they are going to go through with that. And we're going to see how that plays out. Like, they are slowly catching up. The damage is done here. They managed to get rid of 3 members of the anti-RR. There comes the 4th one. Lapras finally going down for, I think, perhaps the first time ever this game. So this is a great momentum shift, and you can see how close this is. All of a sudden, True Gravity is slightly ahead here and still scoring away.
Mind games are really working for the side of Team True Gravity here, even though they lack in the composition. They're playing the mind games, and they're like, you know what? If we can't take these team fights, we'll treat you with pain. It's a game of chess right here that we're watching.
My God, look at the levels too, Ravage. Just as Ray's about to appear, Urshifu and Zorak already at level 14. We thought anti-RR was very strong, but from that one team fight alone, they've just caught it all back and even more.
Did I miss something again? I don't know when this happened. Urshifu's already level 15.
No, Zeta said it perfectly. Zeta said it perfectly. As we're looking at this raid, they did the mind games. They're forcing, and as we see here, Zora going in for a score, applying even more pressure. Anti-RR has to make a move here. They are avoiding the team fights. You can see they're scoring ahead.
116, Hoopa goes down, but at what cost? We're already on the lead, and it looks like True Gravity is finally getting in the fight. There's 3 down from True Gravity, and this is what level does to you in a MOBA game. It's surrender from True Gravity, 5-man wipe from... Oh my God, anti-RR with the dream comp, and yet not being able to capitalize on that, as we have our second finalist, which is none other than True Gravity. What a game, guys. This was insane. And let's just say Lapis got a good dance.
Look, Zeta was so right here. This was a mind game, and we saw they wanted to break down the 2-tier pads at the top lane as fast as possible, because then team members from anti-R has to look at their pad. They did. Like you, we moved over, Zorak went to score. They took their eyes off the main team, and that's when they came in to strike, got rid of them before they could prepare themselves, and they knew they slowly chipped away at anti-RR's formation there. And this is, you know what, you guys in the region have really displayed how smart and intelligent you guys are. Like, yes, this is an extremely scary team composition, but True Gravity just showed that, you know what, we are not going to team fight. We're just going to keep scoring, keep ahead in levels, and even surpass them in levels. So by the time it all came together, anti-RR was just not ready for the force that True Gravity actually built up there.
I would say these players are definitely smart, but I was dumbfounded with that Lapras and League. Baby.
I would like to actually point out here one thing, and only one thing. The split pushing strategy coming in from the side of Team True Gravity was really remarkable. You know, when Team Anti-RR were pushing one lane, they would go to the another lane, and once they would go to the another lane, they would go to the different lane. Top lane, bot lane, top lane, bot lane, and finally, eventually, just before the Rayquaza, they caught them off guard. They caught them on a lane where they were weak, and they gained those levels. And that was just it. That was the turning point. It was a headless chicken game.
Yeah, sometimes we forget that they can also gain experience scoring into the goal pad as well. You don't always necessarily have to take down the enemy opponents. And
exactly.
Yeah, like, I don't normally see this. This is kind of a rare thing, but True Gravity really thought this through. We were thinking from the start of the draft, what is their plan? You know, we were trying to figure out. They're giving, like Ravage said, we're giving anti-RR the dream team. How do you beat the dream team? Just like that. Split push. Score as much as you can. Don't worry so much even about overcapping or whatnot. Apply that mental pressure on that side, and that was great. That was really, like, I love this region, man. This is so good. You don't see this anywhere else at the moment.
I
And
hope we
with
don't
this,
see this anywhere else either because this was completely stupid. If it backfired, it would have been completely stupid. But anyway, true gravity, just proving how crucial it is to believe in the team and believe in the team comp. They gave everything they could. And I would say in this tournament, we have seen everything right now. We have seen off meta picks, we have seen Greedent, we have seen Snorlaxes, and now we have also seen Lapras going in the hands of a team which already has Leafeon and still losing. This is not something you see every day. And this is why, guys, if you're watching PUPL, you should watch because this is actually what's hyping the game. Right. So this is not something you'd see every day. And with that, we already have our finalist, which is going to be Thulla versus True Gravity, and I hope that this time we see another Lapras from Thulla because if True Gravity really wants to do that, it's a 5 game. You can also try that. And Nagi, this was the end of our qualifier. So you have seen both the teams now. You have seen the level of gameplay that we expect here in PUPL. What do you have to say about this tournament and teams in India? And I know you have already said it a lot, but
No, look, I am, extremely honored and overjoyed that you guys let me come on this stage. I have not seen things like this in a long time, if ever. So to be able to look at the minds of these professional players, like I'm just a regular Pokemon player, right? But to be able to see, like we thought, how do you beat these teams that are so meta right now? The professional players in this scene are demonstrating to us that, where there is a will, there is a way to think outside the box, and that's exactly what the team here from India has done. And not only that, MYS again showing with their composition before with the Inteleon and the 3 defenders, like it just shows how limitless, as you said, this game is. Pokemon, if you have a favorite Pokemon, you play that, you work around the sticky situation you're in, you find a way to win. And I think this tonight has really shown that no matter the team, give them whatever, you can find your way to win. And if you believe in one another, your synergy is great, your coordination is spot on. It's, this is the type of game that we all love to see and watch. So thank you. Thank you so much, guys, for having me.
and it was a pleasure having you here, Nagi. So, guys, we have gone through the APAC finals, we have gone through the qualifiers. Now it's time for the finals, and before the finals, we have another guest which will come in a while for the final match. And Newbie, it's Newbie. I'm so sorry. Nagi, it's been a pleasure having you here, and it was a pleasure casting with you. It was a pleasure sharing the stage with you. And I hope you enjoyed as well as I did, as much as I
Thank you,
did.
guys.
And
Had a
I
lot
hope
of fun
I'll
with you
see
guys.
you again
Thank you,
next
Zeta.
season, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
with that,
Oh,
guys,
if you have me, please, anytime.
I would love to.
Anytime.
I'll pitch for you.
All right, thanks, Ravage. Thanks, Zeta. Oh, hopefully we get to see Zeta face cam next time.
Yeah, hopefully. Me too. I haven't even seen it. But anyways, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. The fun will continue with the finals. And let's go to the break. you did not recognize the third person we have on the panel right now, I hope you recognize him, because if you don't, you're missing out on some crazy Pokemon Unite stuff. This is Doof Snacks, the Canadian play-by-play caster here from Canada, living in America right now. And he has been in all the official tournaments we have ever seen. Is that not right?
That is fortunately correct. I mean, I'm pretty fortunate again to have been able to be on all of those. But of course, getting to do events like this is great. You know, getting out of my NA EU comfort zone is wonderful. Learning about other regions is obviously always important. And I've got a little soft spot in my heart for the India region. You know, as I was just showing off off screen, I've got a signed Crowley jersey from the ACL there. So I mean, I'm all about it. This is gonna get framed up and hung up on the wall here as part of my Pokemon Unite memorabilia you're starting to see form around me. So I'm ready to go. Grand Finals in India, and we've got a banger matchup, and Nuggie's sticking around. We convinced Nuggie to stick around with us too,
They've
so it's gonna be
convinced
good.
me to stay for a little. I can't miss this, right? It's the finals. We gotta see who's gonna be crowned India's season 4 champion here. So can't and yeah, to cast with these two amazing guys right now, gotta stay. How could you say no?
Gotta stay.
You can always say no. They said no to Lapras in the last game. It's always something you can say no to. And on the other hand, it's going to be a pretty interesting match. It's going to be a best of 5. These teams have proven themselves time and again. So these have completed the entire tournament. There was a league stage, and there was the master stage, and there was the knockout stages. There were more than 6 teams in the tournament. And now that we have the final too, Nagi, you saw the last match. You saw how True Gravity plays. I'm pretty sure Dubes with that jersey is already familiar with Crowley. How do you think this match is gonna be? Because these are one of the best teams in India, right?
I think, you know, they've been handed, I believe it was a 2-0 loss by Thulla Gang, and Thulla Gang is, as we saw, we've recognized some familiar faces there, which is why they have shown such dominance. I think True Gravity is, you know, they're hungry. They want their revenge. You know, they want another shot at it, and what better than a best of 5 to see if they can come back from that. You know, maybe the best of 3 just wasn't enough for them to devise. Like, if they come up with masterful plans like they did in that last game, then they have a shot, right? Like, you just can't count any team out when there's a raid, there's a composition to score, as well as what we saw. They're avoiding teams, and Doob actually gave us such a great insight on what you and I, Ravage, were scratching our head about. That, like, how did they lose that? Like, it was so, like, great to listen to and learn from, and I can't wait to see these little nuggets come out of Doobs' head, just to give us that explanation that we so sorely needed in that last match.
I mean, watching last match. So before we talk about Thulla Gang and of course Crowley, that is anchoring that squad, and it's probably the person I speak with most in the Indian community. And I know you want to talk about revenge tour for True Gravity because they want to take out Thulla Gang, who 2-0'd them. I think Crowley's on a year-long revenge arc, right, for not having gotten to Gone to Worlds. Like, he took that personally, and now is just like laying out all the bodies in front of him on his way to try and get back there for season 3. But let's talk about that last game and how good, you know, how much power Lapras and Leafeon hold. If you look across the way, and we're kind of breaking this down off camera here, you had Umbreon, which was essentially what they did is they baited them into Lapras Leafeon, and then they just outdrafted them, right? So you have Umbreon with Mean Look that essentially locks down one of those 2 characters. Then they had huge, very mobile characters that deal a ton of burst damage, like in Zoroark and Urshifu, that can engage very quickly and also get out if they don't close out the KO. And then you have the Hoopa that can literally lay down the hyperspace hole on the Mean Look. So if those engagements don't work out, they have an escape valve as well. So essentially, they had that plan for those 2 Pokemon. But the great news is since they outmaneuvered the other team, they didn't even need to take team fights, right? So then their primary strategy became scoring. And if they ever did engage John, they knew, okay, this is what we do if we ever have to fight. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
That was the insight that we were looking for the entire game. We never found out, but somehow Dupes has enough experience in this field. I think we're lagging somewhere, Nagi. We need to go to next year. we need to be there with news to actually see what's going on. And with that, we have the next match coming up. And if you see, this is True Gravity. Zizol, Vulcan, Vixen, Miriam, and Melon. Top 5 players in my list when you talk about team coordination, when you talk about the strategies in the game, and when you talk about the friendship that the team actually has, because these players have been playing for more than 2 years. And then, obviously, you know these players. Tensei, Crowley, Mewtwo, Psyduck, and Disapple. This is Thulla Gang, the new team that Crowley has created, and it's the same journey dupes that you have.
I mean, I'm taking a look. I mean, like I said, I mean, like there's tons of names that you recognize if you've been following the Indian scene on the side of True Gravity here, and you're looking at the 2 all-stars, 2 major damage dealers out of those 2 teams. 2 players that really stuck out for me for True Gravity. Again, I'm kind of like pushing off talking about Thulla Gang too long, as they've kind of been a focal point for the tournament. Zisol on I believe the Pikachu was going crazy, and then Vulcan as well. Their Hoopa play in that second game in the last matchup we just saw was like immaculate, right? And that's what facilitated that whole strategy to kind of combat the Lapras Leafeon. So those 2 players, and Miriam as well, was just put up on the screen. They need to have big time games walking into Thulla Gang here, because any team led by Crowley is going to be ready to go, and you know Crowley does not let their team slack off. So here we go.
Yes, and with that, we have to drop Lapis, obvious. I'm so sorry, Nagi. We're not seeing Lapis once again. But Hoopa on the side of True Gravity. This is going to be an interesting draft. No Hoopa this time. No shenanigans.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Vulcan, who has been so effective with Hooper, has decided to go with his team to ban that. So if that Hooper is gone, is Vulcan going to opt for more of a Blissey approach here?
Blissey is obviously one of the best supporters on the game, according to me. It's either Hooper or Blissey that he's gonna pick. And again, with that Leafeon pick as a first pick, and dudes, I'm gonna tell you this. Vinny was really criticizing this first Leafeon pick. He did not like it at all.
Yeah, I would definitely go Inteleon. I don't think there's a particular big question there. But the fact... okay, this speaks exactly to Thulla Gang right here. Saying, we don't want Umbreon. You guys can take that. Doesn't matter. We're taking Inteleon. Zacian is massive. So then, obviously, locking an Umbreon on the other side, because they feel like, you know, True Gravity feels like they just got to win here. But in reality... all you can do is mean look 1, because Burzum, aka Crowley, if they're the one that's going to be playing this Inteleon for this particular game, is going to just be laying in damage from a distance. So you have to like pick which trap you're trying to set, and it's going to be particularly tough.
Right, I'm going to tell you why Tensei picked that Trevenant over Slowbro, because that's his comfort pick. It's one of his favorite Pokemons. He plays that so well, and you will realize that once he game. On the other side, Zishol with that Ninetales is a quite interesting pick. However, I feel like somewhat, again, in this match, Pikachu could have been a little bit better because of that huge range. And with that Blastoise and with that Zacian, you create that distance between you and the opposing Pokemon, because once they get to you, you're gonna go home.
Yeah, look, I think Cecil may have chosen the Ninetales just to help out Miriam there. You know, the Blizzard Avalanche is a very, very useful tool to push back units like the Zacian if they're trying to jump in, if they can time it right. So not just the mean look on the Inteleon or Zacian there. It just allows more room for units like Leafeon and to use Solar Blade, for Venusaur to Solar Beam, just to give that space. But that does come at a cost, as we see that Ninetales is the only Pokemon on True Gravity here who does have that incense to reduce the anti-healing that Clefable is going to provide. So it'll be very interesting to see, you know, which of these 2 teams could come out on top. As you can see, Inteleon and Blastoise has the incense as well.
Yes, yes, please.
I was just going to say, I really like Trevenant. I think it's kind of the forgotten defender, but it's one of those Pokemon. I was actually talking with Zoinks, another NA caster, a couple days ago. It's like, it's always forgotten, but when it's played, it's like, wow, this character is kind of pretty freaking good. And I think we need to be considering a little higher, but then every game, it's like your brain erases that knowledge, and then you're like, oh, well, Umbreon, Slowbro again, right? But Trevenant, the spacing it's going to provide, and it's actually a perfect distance between the trigger for liquidation on Inteleon, if that's the way Crowley goes, and the Hornleech push, is actually creates the space off of the Inteleon to max range out to start the liquidation. liquidation, which is just a very unique thing to keep in mind because those two Pokemon synergize incredibly well.
So, I have a theory why Trevenant is not that popular anymore because you see the spike it needs. It's needed level 5. And level 5 for a defender is pretty hard to get if you're on a losing side. I'm not talking about a winning game. I'm not winning game, you did anything. Win anything. In a losing game, to get to level 5 for a defender that's going with XP share, and that's gonna already support an attacker who's already losing on the lane, it's hard for you to get to level 5, and unless you're level 5, you're not that much online in the game.
Look,
I mean, that's a fair argument. That's a fair argument. Nuggy, take it away.
Oh, I was just gonna say Phantom does have the Sobble with him though, so Sobble is a very, very good securer. So long, and Sobble is manned by I think you said Crowley, so Burzum right there. So you know, under his tutelage, I think we're gonna see you know a lot of great secures that will allow him to become a Trevenant sooner than we think.
Okay, so those birds just hit the map, and all of Thulla Gang says, we are A-Press gamers, and they engaged on the other team. They didn't actually care. They didn't find the pick that they're looking for, but that just, like, really speaks to their mentality that was mentioned multiple times before. Ravage mentioned as well. Like, this team is about aggression, and they are starting early.
Right, and this is what I spoke about. Like, if you're on the losing game, you already have an Umbreon there with its skill. Trevenant is still level 40. If there is a push that's coming on the bottom lane, your defender cannot defend that push. And with the slap from Miriam, Beauty has to retreat. And anyways, going back to his team, and look at that, Trevenant finally hitting level 5. This can be an interesting game. With that stun from, I mean, okay, yes, Woodhammer does not connect very well, but it's what's good enough to push them back from. Already level 7, almost level 7, and Miriam is gonna have some trouble here because team is collapsing on him, and Zacian with the knockout dumps with that boosted basic, picks up the second knockout, barely surviving Mewtwo, and they will probably.
I'm just looking at this. I mean, if I was Zacian, I would go live on the other side of the map now. This Ivysaur is never gonna hit Venusaur in my book. It just becomes like a 1v1 for the next 7 minutes. But looking at these two teams, you know, only one team picking up Cursed Incense, only one player, and I believe it's the only Alolan Ninetales that has it.
Yeah.
That makes it really tough when the Clefable and the Zacian is on the other side of the world, right? Like, that Cursed Incense is doing nothing on those two Pokemon. But right now, they're moving together, and the A9 is still not scrapping with the Umbreon as they're poached by the Woodhammer. Now the Zacian's ripping up top. I mean, Thulla Gang is stressing the resources on the other side of the map incredibly well right now.
Yeah, and it's not just that, they're just winning the team fight engaged. You talked about the Trevenant being online and just being a master of art with that Pokemon. He's continually pushing them to the side in the shrub, either forcing them to eject or whatnot. Burzum going in there with the liquidation, helping out, getting rid of that Leafeon thanks to the Wartortle there. And now they have a free pass almost to this Regieleki, but Ivysaur just in the nick of time. That is a steal if I ever saw one. So that's a nice reprieve there for True Gravity, and now Venusaur's online. Unites, gets rid of the Wartortle, and this is what True Gravity needed. Regieleki was a much needed player to help out here.
Still say they're on the pitfall here because if you see, Venusaur is the only one that has hit level 9. Having a Leafeon means that you have the Qs, and that's what's giving them the push. But if it wasn't for Leafeon, they wouldn't have been able to push that because everyone was like level 6, level 7, and finally they're getting the levels with that Venusaur Solar Beam. That was really for them. And on the other side, if we talk about Trevenant, this happens when you pick a comfort pick. You have played like 2,000 games, so give me a guard, so I've played like 2,500. I know that Pokemon in and out, and that's the case with Tensei here. He knows it in and out. He knows exactly what it can do and cannot, and that's why we can see so much value coming from that Trevenant. However, the Blitz finally.
Yeah, that was a weird and terrible spot for Tensei to go down. I'll tell you what, you want to be limit testing right there when it's a 3v2 push and your Zacian and Blastoise haven't showed up. However, the gang is here, and the Rapid Spin Water Spout is leading the charge. Zacian's right in their back pocket following up. But look, because they were split up, Bliss Assistance is perfect. It's coming through, and Tensei not being there to provide that spacing that we were talking about with Hornleech is really just causing this siege to continue. And now all of a sudden, Thulla Gang are falling like dominoes because they're not cohesive together. Like, not just falling back there, fighting from the pad and waiting for Zacian and Blastoise showed up. I think if you do that, that fight goes completely differently. Now Thulla Gang, which had the experience lead even after losing that Regieleki steal, True Gravity is all of a sudden back in levels, and actually their Venusaur's the biggest thing on the map all of a sudden.
Yeah, so much for the Ivysaur. He's never evolving to a Venusaur because right now his team is definitely carrying him through. And you can see how offensive, though, Crowley is. Like, Doom was right. This guy is a very aggressive player. Even when they're slightly behind, they're still pushing forward. But that Venusaur is repelling with the amount of solar beams that we are seeing just to protect their own territory.
Yeah, I mean, but they're protecting it very well, right? They're chunking tons of damage. Now Crowley might get caught, right? They get zipped in by the Umbreon. Hydro Typhoon comes out, chips up too, but that's just to retreat, and it didn't even matter in that case. You want to talk about where's the Clefable? You can't make those pushes if the Clefable's not there, and now at this point, you need the Trevenant with you as well, because now they're behind on levels, so this aggression is actually flowing back in their face because they're still not doing it as a team, right? If I am Thulla Gang and I want to do these invasions, you need to do them as 5v2, right? And just really gut the team on overwhelming presence. But right now they're not doing that. They're trying to leverage missed matchups. And look, now's another 3-on-2. Clefable's a little late to the party. Zacian can't hang in the pocket, so now they're trying to save a Trevenant, and it's really just like dominoes falling one after another. If I'm Thulla Gang, I need to regroup, take a deep breath. You've got a lot of Pokemon on your side of the map. I'd start gobbling up the free ones before you start going for the tough ones.
Well, I would completely agree with you here. There's a lack of team coordination that I see. And I don't blame them completely for this, because Thulla Gang is quite a new team that has been formed right now. True Gravity, however, has been together for quite a while, and we can see the difference in communication here. The communication on the side of True Gravity seems clear, so precise that they are exactly where they need to be. Thulla Gang is taking their time getting into position and getting into team fight. Even on the downside, we saw when the tier was going down, it took time for the Blastoise to be there. However, True Gravity's players are already there. Look at this, they're already setting up a gang. There is Trevenant, there's Clefable, but the Blastoise is taking a sweet time to come there. On the other side, the Umbreon is already set up for a bank dunk. On this side, we have the Leafeon. Venusaur is there. Leafeon might get caught here. If it does, it's not going to be a big problem. There's still 20 seconds before it comes. And yes, they engage here. Leafeon with that speedster abilities gets out. They did not get the KO. They did not get the tower even. That's interesting.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice dodge there. If Leafeon fell there, I think that was the green light for Thulla Gang to really go ahead with that raid. But now they have to reassess, reset. But as we said earlier, True Gravity is in sync right now. They're on a hot streak. They know they have that momentum, and they are pushing this forward.
The fact that they're still working on wild Pokemon really shows how many times they missed their, gank opportunities, air quotes. Now these solar beams are coming through. They're putting all the pressure on the Leafeon. If they can nab the Leafeon, that's a good start, but they can't lose any in the process. Hydro Typhoon trying to get the Blissey. We see a Vertinanger back the other way. Bliss sits on top of the Umbreon. They're pushing all over Duck. Duck has to scramble away, which is not where you want it, but meanwhile, the whole Zacian is ripping this Rayquaza off the map, so they kind of baited them into the bottom path, and just Umbreon realizing what's going on. Don't let this solar beam come through and take it from you. And it happens again! Are you kidding me? What a legend! This Venusaur is the greatest thing on planet Earth. Oh my!
Gosh, Vixion, what an absolute stellar steal. And you know what? It's the first steal from that Reggie that just gave that belief and faith towards True Gravity. And now Thulla Gang is just lost themselves. They just never got to that coordination level that True Gravity is at right now, and this is a great morale boost if we ever saw a revenge story arc right now for True Gravity.
Right,
I mean,
would you say you're missing a Slowbro right now?
No, I'm not missing. You know what? I'm not missing the Slowbro, Ravage. What I'm missing is a little bit of mental composure on the side of Thulla gang. I think they went on life tilt after they lost that Regieleki. That Regieleki was huge because not only was it clutched out, you know, by True Gravity, but that actually gave Vixion their level 9. So all of a sudden they became a Venusaur there. And it was like, you know, I mentioned what, 30 seconds earlier? I wouldn't let this thing become a Venusaur. You've got a huge lead, right? Jump on top of it, jump on top of it. It clutches out a prayer solar beam on a Regieleki. And then all of a sudden, it's the biggest thing on the map. It's moving and grooving. They still didn't trap Vixion. They knew they had the clutch potential in the solar beam, and they snatched out another win from under their feet. I mean, look, if Vixion isn't on your radar now, Thulla gang, it better be. It better be. Holy.
Right, and look at that damage. 96,000 and just look at the damage taken by Vixen. It's 6,900. That's it. That's nothing. That's what you get when you're AFK in the match. That means that no one was diving onto Vixion. They just let him roam, and he has done the damage.
Oh, look, positionally, Vixion was just situated in such good spots there. You know, you've got Miriam. We talk so much about this Leafeon. He was what a lot of people in India right now are looking out for, right? They're trying to avoid that Leafeon. But all this time, from what I've seen from True Gravity, is that Leafeon is basically the distraction. It's actually units like Vixion or Seesaw who's doing that follow-up damage that's required. I believe Seesaw was that Pikachu that you really loved in the previous games. You know, their eyes are on that Leafeon, but it's definitely the other two attackers that are doing the work. And I don't even think Vixion missed a single solar beam since then. So, yeah, it was a great first game.
Great first game and great coordination from the side of True Gravity, I would say. And as I was speaking, let's talk about the switch in the drafts right now. Because True Gravity was the one to give up the Lapras. Now Thulla gang has the chance, and we have seen how they're playing this game. They're lacking a little bit of coordination. Would you say it's again that shift of power that Dubes was talking about? You again gift them the Lapras, make them shuffle their cards a little bit, and we might see a 2-0 in the game.
So look, if I'm True Gravity and I'm doing the Lapras strategy again, right? Thulla gang has to think a little bit outside the box and don't grab two kind of melee attackers into that, because then you kind of get, you kind of get played around. Like we saw in the match before. Lapras is great. If it's there, you take Lapras. What's great about Lapras is it can be your top path pseudo attacker, pseudo tank, and then you can choose, like a Trevenant, which is going to come later in the draft anyways, and you kind of get that for free. So you get this kind of the chicken and the egg, the whole thing right there. But I Thulla gang needs some engagement. They need a Zoroark. They need a Blushifu. They need a Dodrio. Hell, if you want to go Zacian, take Blastoise, but have it be Surf Blastoise, so you can literally create an entire path for your Zacian to follow in on, right? You don't care what the Blastoise does, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to get Zacian to the back line. So, you have to kind of think in those ways. In their draft, they had tons of power. They had tons of great, powerful Pokemon on the front line. That Venusaur got, what, sneezed on once, maybe? Like, how did it only take 6,000 damage in a 10-minute game with the power that was on the side of Thulla gang? You need to find a way to circumvent those front lines and get to the back line, and they just didn't draft any tools to do that. Now, you can say there's comfort picks and things like that. What Pokemon do these folks have in their pocket? It's a new team. Are we just going to rely on comfort? I get all that. But if you're the team that's 2-0ing everybody, you're also the team that has the most footage on them, and you're the easiest team to crack the code of if you're not switching things up enough. And it kind of feels like that's exactly what happened in that game.
Okay.
Oh yeah, look, I couldn't agree more there. What Doob has said, they studied their case well. They're at the top of their chart right now. So, and you want to study them so you can bring them down, and this is kind of the revenge arc we're seeing from True Gravity. They have studied Thulla gang. They know their comfort picks. They know what to do against these situations, and we're gonna have to see how Thulla gang is going to respond, because if I am not mistaken, this is Thulla gang's first loss in this entire tournament so far. So does that rattle them, or does it fuel them to be like, all right, we are not losing anymore. We are going to play, we're going to pick around this, and we're gonna beat True Gravity at their own game.
Well, I hope this does not battle them. And finally, we see a Lapras banned from True Gravity, and the Leafeon is also banned from Thulla Gang. Crowley going to pick the first. I hope it's an Inteleon, because they need it. They need the power again. Because if it keeps going the way it did, and they do not have anything to hit the back lane, this is gonna... Okay, still acceptable pick.
No shot. Okay, so you've got Inteleon Hoopa on the other side. If they don't take Inteleon here, like, I don't know what's going on. Okay, here we go. Okay. No tricks here. No tricks here. Well, Hoopa is a trickster, but like Hoopa's on the map. Besides that, no tricks. Okay, Hoopa is the most slept on Pokemon, I think, right now, and I don't know how when it's in the support role. A lot of people are pivoting to Blissey. And even like we've seen a lot of Clefable, Blissey, Hoopa has been on the register to be selected and not chosen, which is like mind-boggling to me. Duck choosing, I know, Duck choosing Urshifu here. If it's Blue Shifu, they've already solved the problem from game one, so we know they're learning and adapting. If there's one thing I also learned from watching India and also watching Crowley specifically, from UCS Season 1, they got one stage game, and after they lost the first game, Crowley literally just turned to his team and went, just follow me, right? And took Zarina and took over an entire game by themselves. Unfortunately, the other team adjusted in game 3 and was like, oh, all we have to do is deal with this guy and then we're okay. But the fact that they have a caliber player like that, they can just say, shut up, just give me the character I need and they follow me in, and they have that opportunity to win at any given time is massive. So, you can never count that out. In my book, of course, I've got the Crowley jersey, so I'm a fan. I want to see them kind of come unglued here. But True Gravity seems to have this thing sussed out. I really enjoy this draft here out of True Gravity because this Buzzwole is going to be able to poach and snatch players left and right. And as long as the follow-up is there with the Inteleon, with the Chandelure, they're going to be in great shape.
All right, I'm going to talk about Crowley's Mew because, yes, we have been in the same community. We have played together. We have played against each other. I know what happens when Crowley takes Mew. If he's in danger, everyone else will just open their Unite moves. Crowley should stay alive. And this is the situation where Crowley says, just follow me. And this is going to be a very interesting game. Because right now, we can see Crowley's stats. 292,000 damage dealt, or 90. An average score of about 150, that's nothing to sleep on. That's a very high average score. On the other side, we have Miriam with 346,000 damage dealt, an average 91 in 5 matches with 26 knockouts and 24 assists. So it's gonna be a head-to-head between Crowley and Miriam, the two IGLs of the game. And I really enjoy that Chandelure pick. We don't really see that often.
Yeah, and look, if Chandelure going in prison, that does help a lot with the equation, and I'd like Doob Snacks to see something like a Buzzwole being played here. Everybody loves seeing a Buzzwole, just to be able to deny their approach or their aggression. They come in, you just punch them out the other way. So we're gonna be very interested to see what's gonna happen in this game. Love to see that both supports are protecting both of their central lanes as we approach to round 2 of the finals here.
Yeah, one thing to note is Buzzwole is one of the only Pokemon in the early game that can scrap with the Zacian, right? So that's just a naturally good look, and they got that in their last pick, so they didn't have to overcommit to it early, which has to feel good if you're True Gravity. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we got Tensei on this Phantom. We know they can get to level 5 quickly, and they are going to need to get to level 5, and they need to play with their team. They got caught out just a few times, and really because they weren't there, the collapse was able to happen, and really the tides of game 1 changed. So Tensei, just head on the swivel here, follow up with your team, make sure you're there to back them up, and you'll be in good shape.
Right.
Oh, that's the engagement you want.
And as you said, Buzzwole actually took a key up position, and Mew, Crowley, finally taking down that really pesky Umbreon goes down. We have 3 man down here from the side of the Thulla. And the Chandelure coming online. Lampent, I believe it is right now. Okay, the problem with Buzzwole that I see right now, Buzzwole is really good in the early game. However, if you don't get your stacks on, it doesn't scale up as much as Zacian does. And you can see that once Zacian hits level 5, it's gonna be a really tough time for Buzzwell. It does not have any stacks right now. All 30
Yeah.
goals are with him. If he does not stack, he's not gonna scale up as much as Ashen does.
Look, dare I say this, because it's Vixion right now. These three attackers have known to just kind of synergize with each other from True Gravity here. Vixion may just be, in a way, the support Buzzwell. Anyone like Urshifu or Zacian that runs at units like Chandelure or even the Inteleon in future, Buzzwell's going to be able to deflect that and protect them for that period of time. You saw that the Lampert and the Sobble was able to kind of win and engage on a 3 vs 2 at the bottom lane just because of how much damage is available to them. So if Buzzwell's going to be kind of playing more of that protector role, we're going to have to wait and see.
Hey Nuggy, can I just say, Mewtwo right now, this is going to end up being the best play of the game, and I'm not even lying to you. Mewtwo being the Clefable and wasting a minute 30 of the Buzzwell's time on their own side of the map is going to make a difference here. Like Vixion just hanging out there is a catastrophe. It's terrible for a Buzzwell, and just like that's 90 seconds of not stacking, not attacking, not dealing damage, not being with the team, letting Zacian get bigger, and all it cost was a Clefable with experience share moonlighting around, and they still somehow joined the team before the Buzzwell did. Like this, that was insane play. Like Mewtwo highlight reel. Like it was like a Benny Hill, right? They're just like running around the car, and it was like that's a as a support player, that's a legend play in my book. And look at this, free Regirock, like that is like facilitated so much on the map, and it looks so cartoonishly stupid, but it's gonna end up being a play of the game, I guarantee you.
I kind of did not understand why Buzzwell was commenting so much for one clip. It was like a game of tag. Can you catch me? No, I can't. Just get away from there. There's no value you're getting out of now. Securing that Reggie Electri, something going in the favor of Gravity finally. Urshifu doing just Urshifu things and going with the plug zone. It did not get any kill. I mean,
Whoa!
Early to the century, Tensai, you legend. That's why they choose Trevenant, baby. That's why that Pokemon's so good. Are you kidding me? Just snuffed out all those people at the portal that let the push roll on. Now they have to get out, unfortunately, because there's not enough damage to follow up. But that was a sick play. That was oh, please. If you get a KO on this Buzzwell, somebody's got to close this Buzzwell out after another great Horn Leech out of a portal. Golly, that was nice.
That was a beautiful play. Yeah, like we were wondering, you know what? We haven't seen Tensai do so much in this game. We were maybe a little bit unsure if Trevenant is the play there, but that is a great counter if we ever saw one against a Hooper Portal trying to protect its teammates. So Vulcan might have been surprised there, and now it's all up to Buzzwell to be able to, you know, he's catching up a little bit back on the stacks there, but right now the games are relatively close. Chandelure is keeping up with the levels. You can see Buzzwell and Inteleon there at level 10, so it's still relatively even. So anything can still happen at this stage. We're only at the halfway mark.
What are the purple pips doing? Thulla Gang is all over the wrong side of the map here, and they are getting attacked and burned down. So this is exactly what happened in game 1. These pressure situations work if you leave with a couple KOs, but if you get KO'd yourself, they are in trouble. And you can see there's still safe, wild Pokemon experience to take on their side of the map. And honestly, I'd like to see Thulla Gang take a little bit more of that. Take the free stuff before you go for the tough stuff. Come on.
On the other side, they really have a good position here at the bottom, Regieleki, because as you can see, True Gravity does not have their tier 1. And with that Buzzwell, okay, it's the same thing repeating itself again. This is what happened. They lead objective, scored on top, and they were able to do that, take the lead, and now they're gonna collect for the top objective with the Hooper there. It's gonna be really interesting. They all have their unites. We will see a full-on unite fight here.
Yeah, they are wanting True Gravity really wants this Regieleki right now. They scored a dunk of 80, but you can see the fight is really, really insurmountable. Somehow, though, Chandelure managed to get rid of the Clefable, but and Umbreon gets rid of the Zacian. So look at Thulla Gang falling apart here. Hooper Portal goes up in play, brings his teammates back to safety. Tensei couldn't get there quick enough. Does go ahead and provide that needed support as Mew is able to pick off on Vulcan and Inteleon as well. And look at Tensei really horn leeching them to Thulla Gang. This man is a Trevenant extraordinaire.
That was amazing. That Horn Leech back into the Urshifu was sick. The Horn Leech off the pad to let the push continue. And now Thulla Gang needs to rip this Regieleki right now. No prayer shots out of True Gravity. What a play by, because we thought that kind of fight looked scuffed at the start.
Yes.
I mean, it looked rough. And they came through 2 massive Horn Leeches by Tensai, and all of a sudden, you know, True Gravity finds themselves served up on a silver platter, and they get absolutely buckled. Great work there, and a nice way to score and keep the score sheet balanced here. But I love that out of Tensai specifically. We wanted them to step up, and they sure as hell did.
So you were saying to see how you love Trevenant, and Tense is kind of showing us why you should play Trevenant. You should not depend on that holy trinity of defenders. If you don't get that, Trevenant is actually a very good one. And with that Hoopa being such a common pick these days, and then again, you have so much potential with that Trevenant. You can cancel a lot of attacks. And right now, there's another fight breaking out. The fights don't seem to end. I want to talk. Anyways, on the other side, this Nation here is having a time, but Mew, Crowley himself comes to help, takes the knockdown on that channel. And now the bus. Why would he come back there? It comes back, it's got monster KO on that.
Ooh.
Oh.
Forcing out a 2-minute and 15-second Mew Unite is huge.
Yes.
They have to get this KO. Tensei has to get the KO. Good start. That's good. Oh, if they eat the Umbreon too, you flip on the Rayquaza immediately. You have to think. Okay, 2 players down. Hoopa puts a portal. That's a day late dollar short. Now Miriam's chucking in shells from this eye, but oh, Tensei goes down, so they have no front line. Okay, what's gonna happen here? I think everybody's gonna settle out for a second. That's what I'm hoping happens. Of course I'm wrong. Liquidation into the Urshifu, Blueshifu Unite, and now they're pivoting onto the center. They took out Hoopa. They're feeling a little confident here. They think they've got the rip. I like this apple, excuse me, going forward though. Liquidation coming through, hitting the Clefable. That's not the target you want, but this is the target you're getting. Look at this. Thulla Gang scrambling very well here despite having their Trevenant lost, and now Tensai's back in the mix.
Yeah, as amount of times that they've just gone all over the place, you can see that True Gravity is committing to their guns. Hoopa is now back in action with that portal, does have his Unite ready to go, and you can see Chandelure pew-pewing away on that Ray. So it's really up to the Hoopa here, going in with the portal. You can see Trevenant finally goes down, Sensei's gone out, Zacian going on top of the Chandelure, now being closed in by the rest of True Gravity. True Gravity's taking a hold of the situation as 2 members of the Thulla Gang is falling down. Now 3 legendaries gone, only the Mew remains. Can Crowley do something here as Ray is on less than 50%?
Tensai's coming back, and that's what you need. Clefable's moonlighting themselves, but they get buckled, so it's just Tensai now as they were gobbled up, and Tensai's going to be way too late to this. Nice fight by True Gravity. They saw their opportunity, and they did not miss. As soon as the Zacian jumped in the middle of 3 players, they flipped the script. The prio changed on where they were going, and really the Inteleon stole the show at the end of the game. I know we like to highlight Miriam a little bit, but Zisel came through, and those liquidations were hitting the right target after the right target. I think you can make an argument that they hit Clefable once instead of the Zacian, I think, whatever. But every other liquidation was completely on point, and I mean, I think all 6 of those KOs came in the last like 2.5 minutes, so that's a time to step up for your team. So all of a sudden, Thulla Gang, who is 2-0ing everyone, finds themselves on the back end of an 0-2.
Alright, so I have two things to discuss here. Number 1, the Buzzwole committing Unite on that Zacian. Was that a good decision? I don't think so. It wasn't until it baited out Mew's Unite. Once that is out, you're trading Unite for Unite and Mew is out of the game. Then your Zacian is out of the game. That went like an even trade. On the other side, if we saw the last 4 trades of the Pokemon, Trevenant never get to use his Unite. Neither did Zacian. And I don't think Clefable either used their Unite. I think they did, never mind. So there are 2 Unite moves that were unused in the final fight. Did that make the difference? That could have been a huge difference.
So go ahead, Nuggy. We're both holding the door open for each other.
I'm sorry. It's just, I think that's the thing. I don't think the Unite from Buzzwole was intentional. It might have been more of a frustration play, but at the same time, I'm sure that you know, the Buzzwole saw the timer left remaining before the Ray was here. So if they did get rid of the Zacian and got out, then they may be the ones who were going to flip that Ray. However, it was kind of like a tit for tat because there were moments in time when Thulla Gang was a bit sloppy, but then they composed it back together, you know? And then when we thought they were sloppy again, they came back together again. And I think True Gravity responded in kind as well with that maneuver. So it was really like a back and forth of battles between these two. A little bit of a mistake after a little bit of a mistake, but then they came back together. In the end, though, as you said, there were, I think, yeah, Tensei didn't have that. Oh, he had his Unite stored, but it was kind of like an awkward time since they traded Unites early on. So they weren't sure when to fire that trigger together to commit to the fight. And as Doob says, in the last few minutes, Inteleon literally woke up out of nowhere and started liquidating the right targets one after the other. And Thulla Gang unfortunately just fell.
Can I highlight just a very small thing in that Buzzwole Unite situation? The reason that went so bad is because it almost, and we said, right, Crowley says, give me that character, everybody fall in line, right? Protect the president type, you know, make sure that they still need to. Disapple was actually running away scared from the Buzzwole because they didn't want to get KO'd that close to Rayquaza. So the moment Buzzwole used their Unite move, what Disapple needed to do is actually engage. They should have been engaging before to help try and close out that KO, because you'll exchange the Buzzwole for your Zacian if your whole team is based around protecting your Mew, right? But they were running away. They were trying to not get KO'd, and there wasn't enough gas in the tank to get the KO. So Buzzwole was able to get the Zacian with their first hit of their Unite move, and then when it pivoted to Mew, it forced out the Unite move in that situation, right? Which obviously we called out, but it actually happened because the Zacian stopped attacking and using its ability. It should have just been A pressing and saying, okay, if we both go down, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but Crowley is still standing. And we identified that as the whole team strategy in the way they drafted. So if that's your strategy, that's what you have to stick to. You have to not be afraid to get KO'd at 2 minutes and 10 seconds. You sure as hell don't want Crowley using their Unite move at 2 minutes and 10 seconds going into the final fight. So just that little, like, what you normally would do in that situation was actually the wrong thing to do based on how they structured their entire team strategy.
Yeah.
So when you see that, it was actually not Zacian getting KO'd. It wasn't the Buzzwole Unite. It was actually the Zacian just not sitting in the pocket and just going A. Like, who cares if you don't have any abilities on cooldown? You just need to get this Buzzwole away from you. And the worst trade you made was a 1-for-1 KO, and that wasn't a 1-for-1 Unite trade, right? A Buzzwole Unite is fiddlesticks compared to a Mew Unite, and is especially even worse when your whole strategy is to make sure that your Mew is fed, resourced up, and ready to go for the final fight. So just wanted to call that out a little bit, because if you're watching at home, it feels like the right things happened there, but really they didn't. So just wanted to just highlight that for those watching.
I think this is what Ravage meant by, you know, Crowley forming this new team. They're still getting used to playing alongside one another, whereas True Gravity, as Ravage says as well, they've been playing for years. So they, you know, Buzzwole United, maybe a mistake, maybe not, but he committed to the cause. Zacian just momentarily forgot his place. You know, it happens. It's a panic reflex kind of thing. And so that's just something that Crowley's teaching his team right now, and it shows in a way. So it makes perfect sense what you're explaining there about what's happening. And yeah, I can't agree more with both of you guys. And you know, I'm gathering all this information together, and you know, story checks out kind of thing. So it's great, and it's going to be very, very interesting, because now, as Doob said, they're on the chopping block, right? They're down. The Thulla Gang, who has never lost, is now down 0-2 and potentially losing out on the championship here. So what are they going to do?
All right, so it's exactly what I said, that the Buzzwole Unite did not mean anything. You take down Zacian, you're on low SP, you United. It's probably you're on the fault here because you Unite. But as soon as the Mew committed its Unite, it was all that it made the play for them. Imagine you having that Unite with the Zapdos was what on 10% HP. Unite, Solar Beam, the Zapdos, the Rayquaza is yours. Anyway, Rayquaza is yours. With that Unite move, Mew could do wonders. You can not only save yourself, but your team as well. And that's what I think that Buzzwole Unite made the play. Talking about Crowley himself, Crowley plays on a tempo that's already 2 steps ahead of everyone else. And for a new team to adjust to that, it takes time. Yes, for the Zacian, it might have been a good decision to like just back off from that Buzzwole fight. It commits Unite, that's fine. You'll come back in 20 seconds. Unite PUPL. But Crowley is already taking the next step. He is there to help the Zacian out. He is there to take that KO on that Buzzle. The Zacian was not prepared for that. I think it was Duck who was playing that, and now they're banning out the Zacian. They're having, and let's just see what happens here. Vulcan, I'm gonna see a lot coming from Vulcan in this game.
I really want to gas up. Tensei real quick. That Trevenant was sick last game. It was so good. Like if you want to watch a game to get where you're supposed to be with Trevenant, that was it. And honestly, it looked like a completely different player from game 1 to game 2, right? Like the Trevenant looked miserable game 1, and game 2 it came alive. First pick. Hoopa is like a selection after my own heart. I love this character. Hoopa's the best. It's so good. It's so good. I'm done talking for a second. You got. Hoopa's great.
We always love to hear you talk and provide your insights. And I think the reason why Trevenant did so well, I think Tensei knows. Like we talked about how Vulcan was so good at Hoopa. Tensei must have studied Vulcan strategies and thought of a Pokemon to be able to repel that. And the timing for Tensei to take there to be able to Horn Leech at the right time or Wood Hammer them out of position at the right time for that Hooper was a delight to see, because you don't normally get to see that or seeing it execute so well. And this is kind of interesting for me because Ravage always, has been saying Tensei is a Trevenant main, but this time he's picked up Umbreon.
Yes, yes, please.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Disapples looks like we're gonna be using a little bit of maybe a Rapid Spin Water Spout Blastoise there up front. But Umbreon is still very good. And looking across the way, when you have a Blissey there, maybe I'm taking a look if we've got any buddy barriers. We do have one. I mean, using that Umbreon Unite is going to be able to snatch those shields, which is incredibly important when you're going for big time engagements, especially if you've got like a Rapid Spin Water Spinning Blastoise right in the middle of the fight, or the Urshifu. This Apple looks like they're picking up the Urshifu, on an engagement as well. So, you have your comfort picks, but sometimes you just have to go with the right pick.
All right, fun fact. Duck is currently on his comfort pick. Disapple is currently on his comfort pick. Crowley is currently on his comfort pick. Mewtwo is currently on his comfort pick. Tensei is just switching up on the team right now.
Oh man. Well, I do.
Mean looks just too good. Mean looks just too good.
It is too good. Yeah, I do like Buzzball's answer to the Rapid Spin Blastoise though, so I'm not sure if Duck. Well, you know what? He looks like he's committing to it. He's got the stacking specs and the spoon as well, so it does look like it is going to be a Rapid Spin. But yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how these players go out, because this could potentially be the last match we see for India.
That's
it could be.
Anyways, we accept with 38 knockouts in this entire tournament. On the other side, we again have Crowley, and as you see, the damage numbers don't go up because we are not counting this match yet. Match is played 4, 21 knockouts, 20 assists, so quite even in that matter. Damage, he's always there for the cleanup, and that's why he's always like, why does Crowley's damage never go up? Because he's there to clean it up. You're on 10% HP, Crowley will come and clean you up. He's not going to damage you and bring you down to 10 HP. That's his teammate's job.
Yeah, and they've got some good characters to do it in this game for sure. That's without a doubt. You said there's a lot of comfort picks, and when you're back against the wall and you need to win 3 straight, getting into your comfort picks is a good place to start, right? Make sure that you just don't have to worry about which button you're pressing when, because it's kind of second nature. True Gravity, on the other hand, I mean, if this Buzzwole comes unglued and poaches the Blastoise a couple times, I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough. Duck needs to make sure that those Rapid Spin Water Spouts are on mean look targets and they are shredding them, or excuse me, on mean look targets and shredding them down.
Yeah, we can't forget though that True Gravity right now, counting last match, they're on a 4-win streak. They are mentally on point. So we're going to have to see what Thulla Gang is going to be able to pull out of them, their hat, just to be able to win that mind game. But right now, as we see here, Mewg with a fantastic start. They're ahead right now slightly in the engages, and they're picking off all the farm that is available on the map.
Look at that. We see a flash in. They really want Crowley in a bad way. And it's actually the long-range water gun from Zisel that takes that down. That was not the exchange you want at all. This Apple trying to engage here, but they're getting shredded very quickly. And I'll tell you what, this little Sobble and Slowpoke are doing way more work than I think anybody on this team thought could happen. Finally, they're getting some points, and Buzzwole's in a little late. Can they get mean looked out? That's a big question. Just a nice little reset. This Apple needs to get back and stop playing on the right-hand side of the map for a couple seconds. Like, just take a deep breath before you put the pressure back on. Look at all those yellow dots. I can't stop saying it. Plenty of wild Pokemon. Just go take those. Take the free ones.
Right, and as we say, I think you also know that if we go and talk to the competitor, they say if you have more than 7 dots on your side, you do not need an objective. And people do not just respect that. You have so much farm there. If you're behind it, okay, look at that Urshifu, level 8 already. We feel like at this time they're putting all their eggs in one basket.
Well, that's a good basket to put it in, because Urshifu can carry a lot of eggs.
It's right now they're applying that same type of ruthless aggression that they've displayed in the last few games. I think where they slowly fought apart, as we've seen, is just through that middle time of the game where they've gone through into the enemy central, like True Gravity's central farm, and that's when they kind of fell apart because they gave that advantage to them again. So we just want to see Thulla Gang be able to hold that lead, because they're doing very well right now. They are taking away all the farm. They're being aggressive when it needs to be, and we're going to see here in the next few seconds what they're going to play out next.
Well, the fact that they can rotate quickly with the hyperspace highway from the Hoopa is a good thing. And it looks like they're trying to feign a pivot on the top objectives and rotate to the bottom one. Quickly is the Hoopa dispatched here on this 3v1 push, and Sportortle trying to do some work up here, but they are getting bullied a little bit. So what you want, fortunately, they're getting value on the bottom path, which is exactly where they wanted to get that as well. Oh, we do have the Surf Blastoise. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping for. Let's go. Okay, so that means that Buzzwole looks horrible now, right?
Yeah.
They identified the problem. They said, okay, we're not going to force this thing. They're going into the Surf, and now Blastoise is going to look awful. And Leafeon and Buzzwole specifically, wow, they get drained with seawater, drowned with seawater real quick when it comes to that Surf Blastoise. They're going to be able to shove them out so freaking far. I love this pick. Good adjustment by Duck on the fly.
Yeah.
Right, and then you look at that, finally True Gravity finally gets an objective, and Buzzwole is having a very hard time here. Again commits Unite. We have seen a lot of panic Unites in this game. I don't want to see it anymore. And this Apple saying we go back home. Probably come back there, but they have a lot of Unite moves. You can push this tier. One is already committed. That gives us Unite. And look at that Z-Troll doing damage from the back. And right now, I think this game, True Gravity is having a hard time right now. You look at the levels, you look at the positioning, Blizzard finally unites, and that unite on Buzzwole. I don't think Buzzwole, as you said, will be, as you said, it's not bringing out enough value as it should for the game.
No, it's not. The Umbreon Unite does come out. We're going to blink back. There's no way they go back through that portal, right? That just spells disaster. But that was a good effort and good experience taken. Obviously, they didn't score as much as they had hoped, but they got a lot of experience for taking the body there. And you know what facilitated all of that? Ducks Surfs. The whole time, it was just spacing, and that allowed multiple resets through the Hoopa portals, multiple rounds of pressure to be able to put on, and multiple KOs. Great work by Thulla Gang there, and again, you can't stop highlighting the adjustment. Based on their held items, we thought for sure they were going Rapid Spin Water Spout, but sometimes just choosing the different kit, despite what your preference is going to help out the team a lot more, and we are seeing that in spades as this Firefighter Blastoise is putting in tons of work.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. If you can't adapt to the situation, because this is the reason why there's a whole draft pick ban thing, then yeah, you got to go back to the drawing table. And we can see Inteleon struggling to defend here. Here comes reinforcement. So from the Bro does unite onto the slow beam of Urshifu, but there's no follow-up damage here. Just trying to stall for time, but it looks like there's already problems of their own as Hooper has portaled to the top side. They're trying to defend that tier 1 pad, so this is the correct amount of aggression that Thulla Gang is applying right there. Inteleon does manage to get rid of that Umbreon though, so now Duck has to run away, and now they're looking at the tier 1 pad at the bottom path to defend, because now Gravity has that momentum again.
They have that momentum, but here comes Duck for the Blastoise space, and they see a Surf one way, they're going to push back the other. The Blissey says it's on the Buzzwole. Hydro Typhoon kicks up everybody, and now if the Umbreon can eat some shields, that would be huge. They don't have their Unite move, so that's not going to happen, of course. Boosted Auto stems this, and all of a sudden a push that we thought was going to be massive just in time is the Blastoise Surf to come through. Leafeon's heating up, but they need more players to get in the mix. Tensei is trying to hold this thing down. They're trying to leash this Inteleon. Look, they got KO'd a whole bunch, but guess what they didn't do? Give up their goal zone, and that's huge right now. No way they get that KO too. Get out of here.
Talking about the aggressive teams, Tensei is not playing mean look, he's playing foul play.
Yes.
This team is all about damage right now, and we see that all the way through. They're just pushing and damaging. And, dudes, if you remember on the top lane, Buzzwole again, United, eject from that blaster, that was amazing. Buzzwole Unite, they're trying to avoid Buzzwole Unite as much as possible, because it is capable of taking down. Okay, come on. Just give that guy some room, he's not having a good day here.
Look, this is just tit for tat right now. They are just bodies flying all over the map. They're not giving away any of their tier 1 paths, whereas the bottom path or the top path, and you can see Regieleki has always been the goal of True Gravity. So will they fight really hard for it? Because this may be the penultimate fight here as they're going for this last objective.
For the love of God, look at all the yellow dots on the side of Thulla Gang's map. Like, they could have avoided this fight, not given up any KOs. Who cares about the Regieleki? And every character could have more levels. And now all of a sudden they've got their Duck on respawn here. They're going to come back just in time. But look at this little death ball thing that True Gravity's doing. They're all working together, ready to go. Just a nice little front line here. Solar Beam comes through. Chunk Slowbro, massive, but no follow-up.
It's gonna be a flipped Philadelphia day for True Gravity right now, because they need that. Okay, they're not flipping. Finally, they score. This Regieleki touches the second tier, and with that score, they are on the lead. They can't delay this as much as they want. They cannot allow a backcap, and for that reason, Leaf on top. Fight has already started. So, bro, going down a little, but with that amnesia, he'll be right where he was. Buzzwole again needs some value in this game. With that, and just as I say, the Buzzwole is being targeted as much as they can. And this fight, if True Gravity needs to win this fight, Buzzwole needs to get some value. Hydro Typhoon from that again. The circle come on, Buzzwole again. Finally, a KO from the Buzzwole. Okay, a lot of things are going on. Oh.
Yeah, Mew Unite is out, so that's going to help them escape a little bit. Nice little surf by the Mew to get space. They get KO, but they're buying time. That's what they need, is just a bunch of time. Urshifu coming unglued here. Apple needs to carry the rest of this team. 3 players down for True Gravity, and if I'm them, I'm trying to take this thing off the map right now. Tensei needs to play like a legend on this front line. They're actually baiting the Slowbro around. Finally, Slowbro realized, oh, that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. They get back in the middle. This Rayquaza is at half, but you have Duck. Okay, Duck, line up the best surf of your career. Get the space the team needs. Let the other team clutch it out from under you, and bang, they finally take one. Here we go. That is what Thulla Gang needed to do at every Rayquaza fight, is fight consciously of where they were on the map, who they had left, and what they needed to do. They executed really well there, but they still need to get some points in. These shields are disappearing quickly.
And look at the Hooper, he's
They're still 100 done in it.
Yeah, they're trying to score, they can't. Hooper can get it there, but the 100 might not be enough there, because that just ties up the match, which means that I think True Gravity in the last few seconds were actually able to defend this. I think it's a tie.
Oh no!
There was a 10. There was a 10. There was another
10. Oh.
But I think that might have been True Gravity. It might have been True Gravity. Oh no, it's a tie. It's a tie. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my.
That's an absolute heartbreaker for Thulla Gang.
Oh, what a way to finish. Oh my god.
That's a legendary finish. This is the grand finals, game 3. Come on, True Gravity.
You were talking about how Buzzwole was not having the best of times, but it was actually Vixion in the last 20 seconds just throwing around that urshifu. He tried to weave through to score to that pad, but Buzzwole said no, slammed him down, flipped him around, and then Mewtwo was like thinking, okay, I can't go bot lane anymore. Rushed to the top, and yeah, it was that was such a nutty play, and I think Cecil was really halting
Mhm.
on Tensei to score at the top side as well. So, what an incredible defense by
Cecil
by True Gravity.
liquidating. Yeah, I mean Cecil liquidated all of Duck's shield off too, which is why they couldn't score their 50 banger, right? God, what a game! What a game! And honestly, heads up play by Mewtwo to pivot, get that 100 in, pick up just enough change to go score on the next the tier 2 pad as well. I mean, it's one of those things. If they picked up one more AOS energy, right? If they had 11, or excuse me, if they had 6 in pocket instead of 5, all of a sudden it's 12 points, not 10. And Thulla Gang comes away with a win, and this thing rolls on. But I mean, a 3-0, a 3-0 by True Gravity. What a game! What a game!
Yeah,
what a game!
And it just to finish on that tie too. When you thought that 100 was maybe enough, you just end up on a draw. I'm sure they didn't know it was a draw, and you know, us being able to watch and cast this, you know, like I saw through the cam screen, guys, all our mouths dropped. Ravage was in disbelief. I've never seen Dooms' mouth open as wide as it did in that final seconds. Like, it was great to see, and I wish you guys could have witnessed it.
As much as I don't want this teams to stop playing, we now have a champion, and I'm
We
not
have a
as
champion.
hyped
Yes.
as I should be. We now have our champions. It's none other than True Gravity, and the reason why they won that tie is because they reached 265 first. And that's the rule of Unite. If it's a tie, the team that reaches the score first is the one that comes out victorious. And with that, True Gravity finally clinching the victory against Thulla Gang with the most unexpected battle. You secure Rayquaza, you score, everything is going on your way, and suddenly the puzzle comes online.
You have to shout out True Gravity. I mean, everyone had hero moments on that team. Honestly, like from game 1, you know, the solar beam, Vizion coming through with 2 massive clutches, right? First Regieleki to give their team a breath of fresh air, and then on the Rayquaza. I mean, that was absolutely massive in game 1. You had Cecil coming unglued in game 2, and then game 3 was the true epitome of a team effort, without a doubt.
Yeah, just watching both of those teams, you can't say that neither of them gave it their all. Like, they threw everything they could at the Ray fight. And, you know, normally when you think that the enemy teams got the Ray, like Thulla Gang got the Ray, we're a little screwed. Nah, True Gravity stuck to their guns. They defended with everything they had. And, you know, they were able to do it just down to the wire. And, yeah, it was such a bittersweet thing to see. That, you know, Mewtwo going in for the score as a Hooper and realizing it wasn't enough. That's probably going to be quite devastating for them, but at the same time, like, what a spectacular finish. You couldn't, like, script this, you know, like this.
Exactly.
This is just like genuine how we feel, the reactions you get, not just from us, but from the team themselves. What a great series. I'm so, like, lucky and honored to be alongside you guys to witness that.
Like, imagine losing with 1 Yosemite.
What?
It was all there on the floor. It was in front of it.
I think the tie is worse, right? The tie is so much worse. It's like, it's like, wow, just that difference.
Like, so close yet so far away type feeling.
It's like you're right there. You're on the finish line, and you're just not crossing the road. You're on the finish line.
Yeah, it's like you see the finish line on the ground, but you're like all of a sudden afraid of paint, so you can't step over it. You know what I mean? So I mean, listen, great showdown, great show by True Gravity, and really leveraged the momentum that they had from the previous set and what they gained in game 1, and just kind of cruised. But you mentioned, I mean, if Thulla Gang is truly a brand new team for this event, and they've never really scrapped it out with anyone before, and this kind of became their proving grounds, you know, put India on watch, because that team is not far away from being a really, really good. And communication issues, as long as the personalities mesh, are some of the easier ones to figure out, right? To get everybody on the same page and trending in the right direction, especially for an experienced esport player like Crowley to kind of get the team going, right? Those people know exactly who Crowley is in the community. They signed up to play with them because they think Crowley can lead them to W's. Obviously, he can. So I can't believe it's going to be a hard time for Crowley to get them all on the same page and with a little bit more practice moving in the same direction.
I'm sorry. I've had so much today. Anyways, these interesting games. There's so much to say. There's so much we can discuss.
Yeah.
We can actually go on about this particular match for at least 30 more minutes. I wouldn't be surprised because there was so much happening in the game with that puzzle pick. The second time, the first time you see the puzzle not performing as well as it should, the human thing to do is to skip it. But they stuck to that puzzle. They believed in it. They still went with it. Then again, you saw Duck switching on the fly. You see puzzle, you switch from rapid spin to surf. That's the way to go. But you do not have the items for it. Still, you're getting values out of it. There was so much going on in this patch that actually we can go on for hours. But the sad thing to say is that the series has come to an end.
Yeah.
And the worst thing for me to say is that your time here has come to an end.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but it has been an honor. Dude Snacks and Nuggy, it has been an honor sharing the panel with you. I have had so much fun. I was at some points I was for loss of words because of the game, obviously, and because of you guys, because you had so much to say that I couldn't. If you had noticed at some point, I was just like, "That's okay." He's gone. I was enjoying it so much. I really had fun. I really, you have something to say about this whole tournament, about the Indian region. I would love to see you guys here more often.
Well, I'll
Okay, so I'm so sorry, guys. There was a technical issue. Let's not go whose fault it is. I know whose fault it is. But that guy just cut off Noob Snacks, so please take the stage again.
What I was saying is, anytime you all will have me back, I would love to be back. Like I said, India holds a soft spot in my heart. In London, I got to talk to Crowley for about an hour straight, really just, figure out what the trend of the direction of the Indian community was. Of course, seeing S8UL on stage be the only team to take a game off the future world champions was so exciting to watch. And getting to cast that game was even more of a pleasure, of course. And then getting to be part of this huge grand finals in the PUPL was insane, of course. So all that to say, anytime the Indian region wants to have me back to cast some of their events, I'm here for it. I love you all. Thanks for letting me be here, and hopefully I do your games justice. I love you. Thank you.
Nuggy?
Look, I like you guys. I feel a bit upset that it was as great as the matches were. It was in a way cut short. We wanted to see more of them like duking it out and stuff. But if that was a way to finish, like, I honestly cannot complain. What a way to finish, and congrats to True Gravity for that. But as Dude mentioned, it's been just a privilege and an honor for you guys just to think of us and to recommend us to come alongside and comment or cast alongside with you. We as individuals outside of that region get to know a lot more about yours. We get to know about the mindset of these new teams being built right now, and this is just going to be a stepping block for Crowley's new team. I can't wait to see what they're going to do from here to the next World Championships. I'm going to definitely tune in for all the future regionals and whatnot that India has to offer. And I am just happy Yeah, thank you so much for this. And if you like us and you'd like us to come back, I think as Doob says, so long as the time allows us to, we'd be more than happy to come back and just have a good session with you guys.
So there's so much to say. I don't want to say it on screen right now, but yes, it has been a pleasure being here with you guys. And I know someone is in a rush to go on a break. So with that, guys, we'll take a break. This was Doob Snacks and Nagi on the panel with me. It has been a pleasure, guys. We love you. As Indians, I'm saying this. We love you guys. We have been seeing all your tournaments. And I hope we'll see you next time again. And now you can go on break, Mr. Editor. We can go on break.
Bye bye, guys.
Bye, everyone.
अगर आपको लगा था कि यहाँ मजा खत्म हो चुका है तो फिर से सोचिए, क्योंकि आप गलत थे। बहुत टाइम तक हम भी गलत थे, बिकॉज यहाँ पे एक मैच जो हम सभी भूल चुके थे आफ्टर दैट अमेजिंग मैच was the bounty match which is going to happen against MYS against True Gravity. And the bounty match is the match of the final match of the tournament. And thank you so much to Ray Gaming for giving an additional prize pool of 10,000 rupees for this particular match.
Wait a second, because right now I'm still not able to process the last finals and still flabbergasted. भाई क्या ही मैच हुआ था, क्या ही मैच हुआ था। आई एम श्योर अपने सारे व्यूअर्स ने मस्त एंजॉय किया होगा। अभी मजा खत्म नहीं हुआ है दोस्तों, क्योंकि अभी जो बाउंटी मैच होने वाला है वो होगा एपैक चैंपियंस वर्सेस इंडियन चैंपियंस, दैट इज एमवाईएस वर्सेस ट्रू ग्रेविटी एज रावेज सेड। और ये मैच और भी मजेदार होने वाला है। सो गाइस, a huge shout out to Ray Gaming, our sponsor, to provide additional 10,000 rupees. ये प्राइस पूल से हटके है।
Yes, ये
अभी
प्राइस पूल
अपने
से
को
हटके।
ये प्राइस पूल से हटके अलग से खास इसी मैच के लिए हमने प्रिपेयर किया है। तो ड्राफ्ट तैयार है, तो लेट्स जस्ट जंप इनटू द ड्राफ्ट।
एंड यहाँ पे जो काम कर रही है ट्रू ग्रेविटी, इसके लिए माफी तो नहीं मिलेगी इनको, क्योंकि होली ट्रिनिटी में से 2 डिफेंडर जरूर बैन हुए, बट लैप्रेस का फ्री पिक इस टाइम पे जा चुका है एमवाईएस के साथ और इंस्टेंट लॉक किया गया है यूमे के साइड से कि लैप्रेस अगर मिल रहा है छोड़ना नहीं है। ऑन द अदर साइड उसी के बदले यहाँ पे को मिल चुका है अपना जेशियन एंड वेलकम को मिल चुका है अपना हुपर।
कुछ शोकेस चल रहा है पक्का ट्रू ग्रेविटी के साइड से। वो शोकेस करना चाहते हैं कि लैप्रेस इतना ओपी है नहीं, तुम लोग ले लो तभी भी हरा देंगे। उन्होंने पहले ही कर दिखाया है, ये प्रूव कर दिया है, अभी वापस करना चाहते हैं, वो भी एपैक के चैंपियंस के सामने।
अगर ये लोगों ने पुल ऑफ कर लिया, दिस विल एक्चुअली बी अ वेरी बिग थिंग। ऑन द अदर साइड अगर हम यहाँ पे देखें तो डार्कनेस जरूर इंटेलियन एक्चुअली फॉक्सी को मिल चुका है, व्हिच इज अ वेरी बिग पिक। एंड देन अगेन उर्शिफू, yes Zishol taking that leap years, but again हमने MVIs के सामने देखा है कि this team can play hyper aggressive, and अगर यहाँ पे उठाया जाता है एक सेबल आई को, I will be really happy because then I can say मैंने इस टूर्नामेंट में सब कुछ देख लिया है।
सेबलाई होने भी वाला है मजेदार, अगर खेलेंगे तो ही इज वन ऑफ द मोस्ट अंडररेटेड इवन आफ्टर नर्फ साइड से। पर देखते हैं, शायद से ये कम्फी रूट जाएंगे, अर्शिफू कम्फी और ब्लिसी विद लैप्रेस। ओ भाई,
बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग कॉम्पैक्ट, बिकॉज़ लैप्रेस इज गोना प्ले द सूडो ऑलराउंडर रोल इन द, जैसा कि हम देख सकते हैं स्टैकिंग स्पेक्स से देयर इज स्लिक स्पून एंड देयर इज फोकस बैन, व्हिच मींस टैंकी एंड डैमेज, दैट्स ऑल यू नीड ऑन अ लैप्रेस। और वही होने वाला है, मोबिलिटी। और अगर उसके साथ अगर एक अर्शिफू के साथ जो ऑलरेडी फ्लग जोन में घुस के आपको डैमेज कर रहा होता है, you put a comfy over it, it's like a cherry on top for urshifu, वो उसको मारने आपके लिए प्रॉब्लम होने वाला है। On the other side, Chandler का pick, we have seen this Chandler being very devastating to the opposing team, a lot of damage output and the curse incense। और इस पॉइंट पे I would say कि यहाँ पे True Gravity को कम से कम 2, because Lapras खुद को हील करता है, urshifu की लाइफ स्टील है, आइस जो कि ब्लिसी खेल रहे हैं बहुत ज्यादा हील है, there's definitely comfy।
who do you suggest, कर्स ब्रेसलेट या फिर कर्स चेंसेंस, किस पे लगना चाहिए अपार्ट फ्रॉम शैंडलियर? क्योंकि यहाँ पे मुझे और कोई ऑप्शन दिखाई नहीं दे रहा, सबको अपना आइटम्स प्यारा है। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं उनको डैमेज देगा। और बात आई वापस ट्रू ग्रेविटी के शैंडलियर की, भाई जो खेले ना फाइनल्स में उन्होंने ठुल्ला गैंग के सामने, आई वाज अ कंप्लीट इंस्टेंटली फैन। लाइक क्यों नहीं हमने ज्यादा शैंडलियर देखा अभी तक ये टूर्नामेंट में, ऐसा मुझे डाउट हुआ। बट टाइम एंड टाइम अगेन ये प्रूव कर देंगे कि लैप्रेस के बिना भी हम जीत सकते हैं ट्रू ग्रेविटी। तो भाई सलाम है। There are no words for the side of True Gravity because they've thoroughly impressed us throughout this tournament. We've thoroughly enjoyed their gameplay, and right now this bounty match may as well prove who's the best, like ultimate champion of PUPL Season 4.
Right, and I would say top lane में early game में Zacian को थोड़ा सा advantage है Lapras के against, because the A pressing power of Zacian is just insane. Early game से भी basic attack करके भी बहुत ज़्यादा damage निकल जाता है। यहाँ पे हम देख सकते हैं कि Melon taking some notes out of 10 फेसबुक यहाँ पे लिया गया है बहुत ही एक प्यारा सा डिफेंडर जिसका नाम है ट्रेवेनेंट और वो ट्रेवेनेंट के आते यहाँ पे अगर देखा जाए तो जरूर कोशिश की थी बट अकेला यहाँ पे छोड़ा गया है जेशन को बिकॉज हुपा इज ऑन एन इन्वेड और वहाँ अर्शिफू को लेवल 5 नहीं देना चाहते टाइम वेस्ट किया जा रहा है Leafeon has already hit his power spike. Urshifu did not take the red buff, is still level 4 and had to rotate on the top lane. और यहाँ पे अभी भी काफी ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम देते हुए हुपा सिर्फ टाइम वेस्ट किया जा रहा है और यहाँ पे थोड़ा बहुत अपने ट्रेवेनेंट को गवाते हुए बट एट व्हाट कॉस्ट यहाँ पे पूरा का पूरा टॉप लेन आ चुका है इन्वेट करने टू दैट अर्शिफू विद दैट कॉम्पी ही इज हैविंग अ हार्ड टाइम आउट हियर फाइनली ही गोस डाउन टू दैट चैंडलियर रेड बफ डबल रेड बफ लेने का भी कोई फायदा होता है क्या
नहीं एब्सोल्युटली नॉट दैट डबल रेड बफ लेने का ये फायदा होता है कि एनिमी के जंगलर को तुम अंडर लेवल रख सकते हो यहाँ पे कंप्लीट डोमिनेंस दिखाया जा रहा है ट्रू ग्रेविटी के साइड पे कीप इन माइंड दिस इज अ क्रॉस सर्वर मैच तो दोनों टीम्स कहीं ना कहीं लैग होती रहेंगी इस लैग गेम प्ले में भी अगर इतना बेहतरीन गेम प्ले दिखा रहे हो तो भाई मानना पड़ेगा चैंपियंस फॉर अ रीजन है ट्रू ग्रेविटी
Right, and we can never count NYS out of the key either. ये best of 3 का मैच है तो इस पॉइंट पे both the teams are testing the water somewhat कि अभी क्या कर सकते हैं किसके अगेंस्ट क्या किसका गेम स्टाइल कैसा है Nation with that level 5 gets an instant kill on that comp. Never got a chance to go back to that Lapras to save his life. Lapras on the other hand will be wait. The Zacian almost went down, but with that Hupa portal, he's back in action again.
हुपा एकदम टाइमिंग पे आया है मजा आया that coordination coming in from the side of True Gravity just shows that they've been playing together a lot and grinding together. Here comes the damage coming in from Chandelier and Leafeon takes down Urshifu and Comfy at the same time here, charging the Solar Blade, looking for a kill onto Blissey here. Lapras is trying to escape. Chandelier comes in front, doesn't let Lapras escape, and there goes down. Maximum of the majority of the side of Team MYS right there. True Gravity pushing in hard, coming in hot since the start. अभी 3 मिनट हुआ मैच के and there have been a lot of bodies.
सबसे बड़ी बात है ट्रू ग्रेविटी अभी 5 विन स्ट्रीक पर ही है anyways Dukes के कैमरा होमर रह गया था actually and he came back let's check his camera he still did not turn it off but that was behind the scene यहाँ पे वापस आते हैं मैच के साइड पे और यहाँ हम देख सकते हैं कि Leafeon is setting up a gank here अगर ये सोलर ब्लेड कनेक्ट होता थोड़ा and Leafeon get with that knockout Trevenant का वैल्यू भी निकल True Gravity is completely dominating this game. Zacian secures that Reggie scene. अभी तक attack कम था क्या जो और attack पर पिक मिल चुका है. Lapras should run for your life here because once the team comes, it's gonna be a massacre here in bottom tier 1.
Inteleon is trying his best. Inteleon is trying his best to get those snipe shots on. बहुत damage भी दे रहा है पर हुपा के portals भी है जो उनको बहुत अच्छी तरीके से बचा रहे हैं. This double support comp might not be working for the side of Team MYS because they've been ganked early. They've been invaded. उनको deny कर दिया गया था level advantage starting से ही and their main carry was Urshifu. So Urshifu being under leveled is proving to be fatal for the side of Team MYS right here. Especially Inteleon only with snipe shot कितना ही carry कर लेगा he needs someone to stay in the front line and tank the damage, sustain and soak up so that he can do his job but Urshifu being under leveled is not able to do that job for them right now. Top lane का Regielec spawn हुआ है. Both the teams are looking forward for it, especially Team MYS because they haven't been having a good game. Score wise भी देख सकते हैं almost 200 scored by the side of Team True Gravity here for the side of 30 here and जो secure मुझे लगा snipe shot से होगा it happened by Perish Song. Okay, Urshifu goes in here, a team fight comes in, Blissey's unite move, Leafeon goes down, Urshifu is going crazy, Hupa's unite move भी चल गया अभी Chandelier का भी unite move galore हो रहा है. देखने में तो लग रहा है कि टीम MYS is coming on top because of Inteleon's unite भाई. Inteleon के unite में he doesn't need to use snipe shot and he's dealing massive amounts of damage. Trevenant trying to help his team as much as he can. Those horn leeches sustain तो कर रहा है but he will go down as well eventually. Hupa आ रहा है respawn होके आ भी गया. अभी तक team fight ही खत्म नहीं हुआ. Unite move from Leafeon comes in as well. Urshifu ना जाने का नाम ही नहीं ले रहा even though his whole team backed away and they will successfully defend. Even though इतना सब कुछ हो गया उस टीम फाइट में, they will be successfully defending the top lane tier 1.
Okay, two things that I want to point out of Spiderman. Number one, it took half the match for the entire MYS team to get their Unite move. And it took the entire team twice to defend the base from MYS. तो हम MYS की team fight power यहाँ पे देख रहे हैं. Once they have their Unite, it's gonna be a team fight. Level advantage होने के बाद भी MYS जैसे वहाँ पे fight निकाली है. It was commendable, and that urshifu has caught up to the levels, is still going. Trevenant is trying to bait him into a situation जहाँ पे उसकी टीम इसका फायदा उठा सके. Bottom objective I'm so sorry is up again, and यहाँ पे urshifu को था सर spin की कोशिश की थी, but blessing a unite made that another knockout. Made that to urshifu is on fire right now. You thought MYS is behind, they're coming back on top again.
Guys came back really hard. I'm sorry that was sus, but then again, Hoopa's Unite move comes out. Unfortunately, just for defense. यहाँ पे हाँ वैसे time हो रहा था. He had a Unite. He could have used it. Yes, he did. The bottom lane Reggie would be. I thought it would be uncontested, but Zacian here comes in with Sacred Sword and manages to secure it. Leafeon uses her Unite move. Unfortunately, it was not enough. It was not enough damage, but the cleanup squad comes in, cleans up urshifu. Urshifu goes down. यहाँ पे वापस से थोड़ा सा foothold वापस अपनी ट्रू ग्रेविटी के साइड लेके आना चाहते हैं. Even though अभी तक का मामला in terms of levels is equal. कुछ भी हो सकता है, कभी भी हो सकता है इस गेम में. अभी भी रेक्वाजा आना बाकी है. स्कोर्स देखेंगे. ट्रू ग्रेविटी looks like it's in its lead, but कब तक? Because levels तो caught up हो चुके हैं. The plan flopped totally. And Rayquaza भी जब team fight हमने देखा है कि tier 1 पे even staying in tier 1 वो लोग डिफेंड नहीं कर पाए. उनको रिस्पॉन होके वापस आना पड़ा डिफेंड करने के लिए. तो अभी Rayquaza के टाइम पे टीम फाइट में क्या हो जाएगा, क्या होगा अगर उन्होंने इंटेलियन को नहीं निकाला, नहीं प्रायोरिटाइज किया. इट्स गोना बी टफ.
सबसे बड़ी बात है यहाँ पे टीम ट्रू ग्रेविटी हैज अ लीड ऑफ अबाउट 150 पॉइंट्स, 143 टू बी प्रिसाइज, which means they're gonna play on the defensive. Inteleon का snipe shot on that Trevenant means that Trevenant has to back to base. जिसका मतलब है अभी engage नहीं है. यहाँ पे Rayquaza को पोक किया जा रहा है. थोड़ा सा टीम ट्रू ग्रेविटी को इनवाइट किया जा रहा है कि आप सेंटर में आइए. We are waiting for you here and we need that team fight. Empires know they need to win this team fight to win this game. It's gonna be an interesting match. 5 का गोल जरूर डिफेंड कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे हमारे Chandelure, but Chandelure को will have to come to the fight eventually because it's gonna start any time now.
Yes, and they are playing defensively right now. 1 minute, 22 seconds, 21 seconds remaining on the clock. Team MYS has to do something. They need to engage. Inteleon trying to poke onto that Rayquaza. Urshifu trying to scout out anyone who comes in Inteleon's way, tries to disturb him. Top lane पे यहाँ पे Zacian versus Lapras हो रहा है. Lapras trying to sneak in a goal, but that defense coming in. Hoopa का unit खुल चुका है अभी. Right now, it invites, the defenders of both tier 1s here. Urshifu जा रहा है Chandelure के ऊपर, but eject button use हो जाएगा. Blissey का भी unite move खुल चुका है उसके साथ साथ. Urshifu seems to be in a lot of trouble. वो बहुत disperse हो गया उनके टीम के साइड से. Inteleon picks up a kill onto Leafeon. Meanwhile, never mind. बहुत हीलिंग जो कंफी प्रोवाइड कर रही है एक पॉकेट हीलर की तरफ. Urshifu actually will go down here with the secret sword of Zacian. Zacian picks up 2 KO streak. ट्रू ग्रेविटी ने बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से डिफेंड किया है ये. एंड राइट नाउ द ओनली पर्सन रिमेनिंग इज Inteleon एंड Inteleon विल गो डाउन एज वेल. यहाँ पे विक्ट्री सील कर दी है टीम ट्रू ग्रेविटी ने.
Right, that was a complete team wipe from Team True Gravity, and that was the only way they were going to secure that Rayquaza. Finally getting the final nail in the coffin. Team True Gravity secures the first game in this very interesting bounty match where it's APAC versus Team India. Team India is in the lead currently.
बहुत मानना पड़ेगा. They had the early game advantage. They scored however much they could. फिर Hoopa Unite के वजह से they were able to scatter, अपने tier 1s को protect कर पाए. Even though there was an attempt to backcap by Lapras, they were able to defend it. उसके बावजूद देन अगेन जब टीम फाइट चालू हुआ हुपा के यूनाइट के इस्तेमाल के साथ, दे ऑल केम टुगेदर एंड इट वाज जस्ट ब्यूटीफुली प्लेड आउट गेम प्ले बाय द साइड ऑफ टीम टीजी इन अगेंस्ट टीम एमवाईएस। जो टीम एमवाईएस को भारी पड़ा है, मैं बोलूंगा कि उनका कॉम्प है। दे बिल्ट इट अराउंड उर्शिfu. Unfortunately, urshifu was invaded, and that was a beautiful answer coming in from the side of Team TG. They were outplayed, and yeah, बहुत ही प्यारे तरीके से खेला गया ये मैच दोनों की साइड से। There was a point जहाँ पे कमबैक हुआ था पूरा, but then again, Team TG were able to collect themselves and carry out throughout this game. Damage की तरफ देखा जाए तो Night Mew Foxy on that Inteleon 103k damage, but unfortunately was not enough. He was doing his job. He was doing it again and again. Even in the top tier 1 fight, you could see how much effort he put in. Even in the Ray fight, he was the last man standing. Unfortunately, kahin na kahin TG was the better team around this time around.
Right. They have completely dominated the game from the early. और यहाँ पे आके they are making a statement why we are the champions in the Indian region with such strong teams. MYS, we also know as a very strong team, but यहाँ पे they were lacking somewhat in that early game, और उसका they had to pay that price in the end game. Yes, you were good at team fight, but कहीं ना कहीं वो थोड़ा लैग बिहाइंड कर गए लेवल्स में, एंड नीचे भी जो एंगेज हुआ वहां पे obviously they were able to secure that KO. They were almost securing that Reggie Rock, but that shift in momentum came again when that Zacian came and secured that Reggie Rock, got that defense buff and knocked out that urshifu in the bottom lane again. उसके वजह से कहीं ना कहीं they were losing momentum time and again in this game.
I agree. अभी देखने में ये मजा आएगा कि नेक्स्ट मैच टीम एमवाईएस क्या स्ट्रेटेजी लेके आएगी, क्योंकि देखो चैंपियंस बस टीजी नहीं है, एमवाईएस भी है, एंड दे आर गोना कम बैक स्ट्रॉन्गर एंड हार्डर. आई नो दैट, क्योंकि मैंने उनके गेम्स देखे हैं, देयर प्ले स्टाइल, देयर नो बैकलाइन पॉलिसीज. They were amazing throughout this entire tournament. They were amazing to watch. They were amazing with the new strategies. They've taught us a lot as well. This match, they tried out something new, the two supporter Shifu thing, but TG was like, "Nahi bhai, we already know the counter to it. We've tried it out, and we'll show you how you exactly play against it." And they did it. So next match is gonna be interesting. What do you think? Lapras वापस से open होने वाला है?
Well, अगर लैप्रेस का अगेंस्ट टीजी ऐसा खेल रही है तो उनको लैप्रेस की जरूरत ही नहीं है. ऑन द अदर साइड एमवाईएस अगर अपना ईगो गेम दिखाती है और उनको बोलते हैं कि अब आप लैप्रेस लीजिए, हमने तो बहुत खेल लिया, नाउ इट्स योर टर्न, टेक द कैप्टेंसी, ड्राइव दैट लैप्रेस, सेल अराउंड द मैप, बट विल स्टिल काउंटर इट. वी नीड दैट एटीट्यूड फ्रॉम एमवाईएस एक्चुअली, बिकॉज एमवाईएस टीम है जिसने अपना डोमिनेशन सेट किया है पूरे एपैक रीजन में. वो डोमिनेशन कहीं ना कहीं इस मैच में हमें मिसिंग लगा. एग्जैक्टली सेम चीज यहाँ पे हमें ट्रू ग्रेविटी ने करके दिखाई एंड उसका उनको एडवांटेज भी मिला. दिस काइंड ऑफ शोज कि आपका अर्ली गेम एडवांटेज आपको पूरा गेम जितवा सकता है. वंस यू हैव दोस लेवल्स यू कैन एक्चुअली स्नोबॉल द गेम. और आई वुड से कि आई डोंट थिंक इस बार लैप्रेस हमें दिखने वाला है, बट उसके अराउंड कैसा ड्राफ्ट होगा दैट वुड बी इंटरेस्टिंग, बिकॉज इस बार ट्रू ग्रेविटी फर्स्ट पिक पे है, तो क्या वो लीफ पे उनको सिक्योर करने वाले वापस like they have been doing, or are they gonna pick that Inteleon?
You know what? I'm excited to watch Night Mew Foxy's Greedent this time around.
For a moment
मुझे
I thought that Foxy is again gonna choose Greedent. जरूर उस पे scroll जरूर किया था, pick नहीं किया. This is interesting, but हाँ इस मैच में हो सकता है वैसा कुछ देखने मिले. And also the jungle invade.
Now they're not gonna hold back, you know, because this is the match that will decide कि ये bounty match का जो prize pool है 10,000 rupees, apart from the prize pool of the tournament, कौन जीतेगा? A chance to win some extra cash. They're not gonna back out on it. And as you can see, by the way, the sides haven't changed. Actually, the MYS team has the first pick, and again, Team TG is having the second pick, and they are letting go of Lapras once again.
So I think okay, it's the same balance again. It's completely a mirror matchup. वहाँ पे वापस Lapras pick किया जाएगा. The thing is, TG has cracked the code how to play against Lapras. और अगर कोई देख रहा है, कोई कॉम्पिटिटिव टीम देख रहा है तो सीख लो, हर बार लैपटॉप बैन करने की जरूरत नहीं, यू कैन ऑलवेज पे अराउंड इट. Hoopazation again, it's been working out, it can still work out. Inteleon goes to MYS. It's kind of a mirror matchup once again, Zeta.
Yeah, and it is exciting to see as well. Why this is happening? Are they confident enough that this draft actually will work? Because maybe last time double support pick karna galti tha. They would improve this time around. They would go for a defender and a supporter instead. As I said, OGI's on Snorlax this time. Last time was a mistake maybe, and this time they're not playing games anymore.
Well, I'm still missing that Greedent, but then अगर Foxy ने यहाँ पे Inteleon ले लिया है तो Greedent लेने का यहाँ पे slot ही नहीं बचा किसी और के पास. Invade जरूर देखने को मिलेगा, but आप invade कर किसके रहे हो? आपके पास invade करने के लिए कौन है? आपने पहले उनका जंगलर देखा ही नहीं. Is this the right call? You could have gone to a safer side, but then again आपके पास defender के options क्या बचे? Lapras आप already उठा चुके हो. उनके पास already Umbreon ban है, Slowbro ban है, Trevenant ले चुके हैं. Defender के options भी आपके पास नहीं बचे. Greedent, yes, is an open option, but Greedent को as a defender खेलते हुए मैंने नहीं देखा. और then again, Chandelure को jungle invade करना, Snorlax being one of the best secures in early game, it's possible, but would it be worth it? ये तो हमें 30 सेकंड बाद ही पता चलेगा जब मैच स्टार्ट हो जाए.
Okay, then again, Snorlax is a great counter to Trevenant as well. जो block Hornleech को block करता ना, that's something that we will have to look out for, because मुझे लगता है कि इसी के वजह से Snorlax को prefer किया गया है बाकी defenders से. And हमको पता भी ये भी पता है कि हमारी TG जो है वो Trevenant कितना अच्छा खेलती है. We have seen it in last game, we have seen it in the past as well. So it's going to be interesting. Will Milan be able to pull out some moves like Tensei has? Because we missed out on his action in the last match. Maybe this time around they're not gonna bulge, and they have to win this match to win the prize pool. This is the Mounty match. This is all about this extra prize pool, extra money, and the entertainment for the viewers. So if MYS loses this match, then India would also be called as the ultimate champions for this tournament.
Definitely. और वहाँ पर देख सकते हैं Foxy has the blue badge on Inteleon, जिसका मतलब है काफी ज्यादा खेल रखा है इस पोकेमॉन से. तो ऑब्वियसली कहीं ना कहीं कंफर्ट तो उनका इस पे हो गई अगर ब्लू बैच लेके बैठे हैं तो. यहाँ पे हम देख सकते हैं seeing that Snorlax, it's Z-Troll jungling because आपको पता है कि Leafeon तो सारा लेवल अगर आप इन्वेट कर भी रहे हो और वो लेवल 4 हो चुका है, he will be ready for a fight here. And Snorlax को देख सकते हैं ब्लू बैच पे आ चुके हैं. It's gonna be an interesting fight in the jungle. मेरे को वो देखने में ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट. बॉटम लेन को प्रेशर कर दिया गया है. They know they do not have a defense. Snorlax actually secures that blue buff. Leafeon अभी तक level 4 नहीं पहुंचे. It's going to be very interesting. पूरा का पूरा एक साइड का फार्म यहाँ छोड़ा हुआ है. Snorlax in the bot lane और यहाँ पे Snorlax again securing. Leafeon finally getting to his level 4. वहाँ पे बात किया तो Blissey secures a knockout on Hoopa और काफी इंटरेस्टिंग हो रहा है. यहाँ पे Hoopa comes back, वापस एक्शन को करना पड़ा. Trevenant having some problems. यहाँ पे once again Snorlax. Melon will be in trouble here, but he will survive. Leafeon आ चुके हैं, but यहाँ पे Gang भी आ चुके हैं और साइड से. This is going to be very interesting. And Snorlax engaging. Urshifu going in the flux zone, realizing it's not enough. Then again, goes back again, takes that Leafeon down. This is a very interesting match. MYS is taking the driver's seat here.
इनको बोलते हैं चुल. came, but he decided to return again. So that was capitalized by Urshifu beautifully there. Urshifu, once he hits level 5, we can see he is not stopping. And enough resources abhi tak to for the side of Team TG has not arrived कि तुम level 5 Urshifu को searching strikes को रोक पाओ. Maybe once after Trevenant unlocks his wood hammer or his horn leech, yes. But right now Urshifu is going rampant. He's invading the jungle. He's going to the top lane. He's not gonna go for his own jungle. Lapras on the other hand would be capitalizing on the same thing. Squeeze mid lane के spawn होती है. यहाँ पे जाते ही अंदर Snorlax का heavy slam पड़ता है Hoopa के portal के साथ. Zacian escape कर जाता है. Now they're coming back. Maybe there is a refight in the top lane. Zacian versus Urshifu ho raha hai, and we are not able to see it actually. Lapras picks up a kill onto that Zacian who ran away from the mid section. Team
यहाँ पे थोड़ा
TG
सा
right now are not able to dominate like they did in the last game. Yeah, continue, Ravage.
यहाँ पे एमआईएस के लिए बहुत बड़ा लॉस होता है वहाँ पे अर्शिफ करना. He was very low in HP. There was no support for him. Koopa coming out and securing that knockout there, that was really hurtful for MYS. उनको अपने जंगलर को जिंदा रखना था. यहाँ पे if Urshifu would have been level 9, that would have been the play for MYS. But यहाँ पे objective पे अगर देख सकते हैं, it's on. No one is close to their unite moves. Urshifu is 8.5. Can he get his unite move? Because अगर एक जंगलर के पास यहाँ पे unite आ जाता, the fight can tilt in their direction, and वही कोशिश कहीं ना कहीं कर रही है. To get that unite on that Urshifu, he is still not level 9. They have to delay this team fight because Urshifu is their carry for the game. Look at that. The unite move comes in. Urshifu dives in. Problem from Melon. They have to retreat. They know he has his unite. जिसका मतलब है पहले यहाँ पे ऑब्जेक्टिव सिक्योर किया जाएगा, उसके बाद कहीं ना कहीं टाइम होगा कौन से. But then काफी ज्यादा बैक एंड फोर्थ चल रहा है. अब यूनाइट मूव कमिट होना चाहिए. कमिट हो गया. इंटेलिजेंस सिक्योर्स दैट ऑब्जेक्टिव. Urshifu still not committing to that unite move.
When I'm excited, when is it gonna happen? चाहे से टीम फाइट के लिए वेट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि ये वो तब वर्थ इट होगा. अगर किसी पे मिस कर दिया तो किसी और पे लग जाएगा. It gets the reset. Yeah, but this team fight, Nightwing Foxy is taking the game away from the side of Team TG because उसके snipe shots जो लग रहा है team TG is forced to back away here. Again, another beautiful shot committed. Koopa के portal के through वापस चले तो जाते हैं with, but now they will be waiting for them to come back, and as they did, they capitalized on it. Leafeon का unite move invest हो जाता है, but अपने शिफू के unite move के साथ it gets cancelled out. Urshifu going rampant, picks up a double KO, ending there on Leafeon as well. In the top lane, Chandelier is pressuring the top lane tier 1. यहाँ पे Snorlax Yon खेल रहे हैं. An interesting matchup maybe because Zacian जो बहुत ही मुंह पे घुसते हैं उनको काउंटर करने के लिए होगा, but Nightwing Fox again उनकी तारीफ करनी जरूरी है क्योंकि उनके स्नैपशॉट्स जो बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुली लग रहा है.
Right.
बहुत ही प्रेशर में डाल रहा है.
I would say Urshifu का भी that was a very technical gameplay. वहाँ पे एक HP पे थे, फ्लग जोन में थे, avoided that solar blade from Leafeon. उसके बाद Leafeon पे knockout में निकाला. That was just amazing. यहाँ पे Chandler को थोड़ी सी burn है Urshifu. Damage थोड़ा कम है यहाँ पे, but again he's still waiting for that Blissey Unite. The Blissey Unite comes in. The Urshifu going rampant, and it's going to be an overdunk of 33 on the top lane, and they will also try to secure that Reggie कि यहाँ पे Z-Shore को जान बचा के भागनी अपने साइड करी तो कहीं नहीं और लैप्रेस आते हैं, बोलते हैं कि नहीं I have executed, I will execute you out here, आपको आपके पेन से छुटकारा देते हुए. और उसी के साथ बॉटम ऑब्जेक्टिव पे आ चुका है. क्या यहाँ पे टॉप पे पुश होगा? They still have 2 unite moves with them. If they can, they should push this objective because यहाँ पे अगर ये objective push हो जाता है, MYS will be in a huge lead. और बहुत बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होगी. Hoopa commits his unite. Urshifu still in the flux of death. Leafeon goes all in, but then again Leafeon goes down in Urshifu. This Urshifu is a menace for Team True Gravity. और अभी तक उसको no one has been able to surprising.
And rightfully so, they should push क्योंकि अभी बॉट लेन ट्रैवल करेंगे तब तक Chandelier ले भी लेगा as they did, but वो एक्सपीरियंस कवर अप हो जाएगा once they push and score in. Plus they would be in lead. Urshifu रुकने का नाम ले रहा along with Inteleon is doing an amazing job. Reggie की tier 2 में घुस जाता है. It's almost down. Chandelier का unite move भी force out हो जाता है. The tier 2 turret is hanging by just a thread. Just 6 goals or 8 goals remaining. I didn't see it clearly. Lead देखिए 303 to 135. More than half. And this battle is going on amazing. Lapras is doing their best with that picture perfect unite move. पहले भी जब fight में देखा गया था हमने, he's doing an amazing job. Tanking all the damage, being in their front line, taking away the pressure from that Urshifu to be able to move freely, creating that space for their Urshifu to flourish. It's been an amazing show of gameplay from the side of Team MYS.
राइट एंड लास्ट गेम हमने देखा कि यहाँ पे ड्राइविंग सीट पे पूरी तरीके से ट्रू ग्रेविटी थी. इस गेम में कंप्लीटली ऑपोजिट हो चुका. पर पोर्टल से उड़ा था बट इंटेलियन सेड नो. You are not going back. वापस आने का चांस ही नहीं था. Urshif is still going and he is going strong. यहाँ पे हो सकता है 2 और knockouts मिल जाए. Chandler was having trouble. Ice beam से fill shot किया गया. Now going back on that hooper. That hooper is having the worst day of his life. जहाँ दिखता है वहाँ अर्शिफ उस पे चढ़ जाता है. पूरी तरीके से फिनिश ऑफ ही करके आते हैं. There's no chance for retreat for that hooper. 8 seconds remaining. If they get this Regieleki into their base, this is the worst situation True Gravity could have been in.
This is a checkmate in terms of Team Pokemon Unite actually, and MYS is doing it really well. Rayquaza spawn हुआ है, उनको Regieleki डिफेंड करना है या फिर Rayquaza डिफेंड करना है, वो उनके ऊपर है. Both the like they've successfully managed to split up टीम टीजी और टीम टीजी यहाँ पे बहुत ही मुश्किल में दिखाई दे रहा है. यहाँ पे मेलन बहुत कोशिश कर रहा है स्टार्टिंग से एंड हैवी स्लैम ऑन टू ट्रेवेनेंट विल स्टॉप हिम फ्रॉम गोइंग थ्रू दैट हूपा पोर्टल. बहुत ही लो एचपी में ही मैनेजेस टू सर्वाइव. लीफियन की पोजीशन देखिए आप एक बार मैप पे. ही इज रेडी टू स्टील इट. जहाँ राशियन ने टियर अपना बेस होम बेस बचा लिया है while the rest of the TG bought him some time. So right now regrouping and attacking would be the best situation here. Flank coming in from Lapras here. Directly Chandelier पे जाएंगे. Chandelier बच निकलेंगे. Urshifu going on rampant here. Hoopa बच निकलते हैं. यहाँ पे Trevenant पे target किया जा रहा है. Team TG is not there to capitalize unfortunately. यहाँ पे Chandelier पे wake up निकाल लेंगे. Prissy का unite move भी चलता है. Solar blades are not enough to stop the side of Team MYS here. In the meantime, if you look at the map, Inteleon escapes. I'm guessing with a really low HP right there, but he will join the team fight again. Unite moves invested. Inteleon का unite move अभी भी बाकी है for the side of team MYS जो melt down करने में helpful होंगी. On the side of team TG. Zacian का unite move बचा है which will help them secure, but Zacian is dead unfortunately. 10 सेकंड और लग जाएंगे, तब तक तो गेम भी खत्म हो जाएगा. MYS was successfully able to defend. My god, that snipe shot, that damage coming in from Inteleon is just mind blowing. And yeah, it's safe to say that this game's GG for the side of Team MYS, and the score is 1-1 in this best of 3 matchup. So next match होगा finals. So पहला मैच जीता है टीम टीजी ने, दूसरा मैच टीम MYS ने. इन द सेम फैशन पहला मैच डोमिनेटिंग था टीम टीजी के साइड पे, MYS का दूसरा मैच था उनके साइड पे, एंड द थर्ड मैच इज ऑल इट कम्स डाउन टू.
हाँ, फाइनली हमें एक गेम जाते हुए दिखा डिसाइडर मैच तक. नहीं तो अभी तक 2-0 2-0 3-0 ऐसे ही चल रहा था. अच्छा लगा. अगर डैमेज की पे बात कर ले तो दैट अर्शिफू with 110,000 डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा होता है वो. ऑन दी अदर साइड अगर हम यहाँ पे देखें तो बहुत मतलब आउटस्टैंडिंग परफॉर्मेंस ट्रू ग्रेविटी के साइड से किसी का नहीं देखा. 66,000 मीटर जरूर है बट pretty sure that was not enough because अगर आप डैमेज टेकन देखें इतना अंदर घुस के इतना ज्यादा पुश करने के बाद भी अर्शिफू has not even taken 50,000 damage.
Interesting because there was Zacian who would have definitely able to engage him and keep him at bay for some time, maybe in the early game or even in the late game because Zacian is pretty tanky with the stuns coming in from Sacred Sword. यहाँ पे अगर मैच के प्रोग्रेशन भी देखा जाए तो स्टार्टिंग से ही as you can see a dominating performance रहा है टीम MYS के साइड से, and they have been absolutely this a splitting mirror image of team TG from the first match.
Yes, and ओके मेरे लिए सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग बात थी वहां पे जरूर 13 नॉकआउट्स मिले शिफू को. लैप्रेस who also got the MVP in that match got 11 knockouts, 12 assists, a score of 209, showing why you should not give away Lapras.
Yes, exactly. Maybe a little bit too overconfident that you can play around Lapras. Maybe just enough confident because they have proven us wrong. mind you that they have proven us wrong कि Lapras जब उन्होंने दिया है they were able to beat them twice as well, but this time around unfortunately maybe lag issues होंगे, जो कुछ भी होगा team MYS came out on top.
Right. And third game काफी इंटरेस्टिंग होगा because यहाँ पे आई एम नॉट श्योर कि इस बार कौन सा फर्स्ट पिक किसको मिलने वाला है, सेकंड पिक किसको मिलने वाला है, क्योंकि आई थॉट कि ये वाला फर्स्ट पिक ट्रू ग्रेविटी को मिलेगा, जिसका लैप्रेस हो सकता है हमें ना देखने को मिले. गिविंग लैप्रेस वन मोर टाइम, सी फर्स्ट टाइम आई वुड से बिगिनर्स लक, सेकंड टाइम नहीं होता ऐसा. किसी भी टीम को आप दो बार लैप्रेस दे रहे हो तो दे विल एडजस्ट टू इट, they will see what the problem Lapras is facing and they will overcome it. So MYS ने यहाँ पे किया है. It's not a random rank team that you're going against. It's a champion team of APAC region. You need to respect that. You need to set the boundaries कि आप कहाँ तक इस टीम को push कर सकते हो. And if you keep pushing, they will eventually break that barrier and break your team down, which MYS rightfully did.
Another thing that I've noticed is जब भी इन्होंने Lapras give away किया है, Lapras played a defender role more than an attacker role. But in this match, he was able to play that attacker all-rounder top laner role freely, and that is maybe why Lapras was able to flourish even more because Slowbro का comfort था. He could have he could play more freely. उनको team को देखने की जरूरत नहीं थी अपनी, but अपने role को निभाने की जरूरत थी.
Right.
So that they did beautifully. मैंने देखा है उनके यूनाइट मूव एक दो बार बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुली प्ले आउट करते हुए, स्पेशली इन द टॉप लेन टीम फाइट. एक बार अर्शिफू के साथ कॉम्बो करते हुए जब यहाँ पे अर्शिफू ने ट्रिपल के पिकअप किया था. yeah, so this time around I don't think that TG ये गलती करेगी कि सेकंड पिक होने के बावजूद उनको लैप्रेस दे देगी.
Right. And एक और चीज I would like to point out, ऐसा नहीं कि MYS was just testing the waters, like I said in the first game, and in the second game they got to know the playstyle of TG and they adapted to it. It's a very good possibility.
And by the way, thank God कि ये आउटकम निकला because because हमको एक और मैच देखने को मौका मिलेगा और इस मैच में maybe अगर हमारा लक सही हुआ तो नाइट म्यू फॉक्सी का एक और बार हम ग्रीडेंट देख लेंगे और जीसॉल का हम पिकाचू देख लेंगे.
आई वुड से बहुत ज़्यादा डिपेंड करेगा कि बैन क्या होता है, क्योंकि दो गेम्स हम लगातार देख रहे हैं. इट्स बीन ऑलमोस्ट अ मिरर मैचअप बिकॉज़ यहाँ पे बैन किया जा रहा है अम्ब्रियन और स्लोब्रो. एंड फाइनली ट्रू ग्रेविटी कमिंग इन द फर्स्ट पिक, लैप्रेस गेटिंग बैन, और यहाँ से आई गेस हुपा को बैन करते हुए हुपा को ही बैन किया जाएगा from the side of True Gravity. तो finally कुछ different देखने को मिलेगा. First pick is definitely going to be interesting. Will it be a Slowbro, Umbreon, Leafeon or Inteleon? I'm pretty sure कि यहाँ पे attackers तो ये लोग मतलब defenders तो ये लोग लेंगे नहीं.
Whenever we have seen True Gravity in the first pick, they have gone for Leafeon. मैंने जब भी उन्होंने किया मेरे हमने I've brought up the point कि why Leafeon might not be a good first pick, but then again I predict due to that reason कि ये first pick होगा Leafeon का from the side of
What?
यार लोगों को मुझे गलत प्रूव करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है. मैंने ये नोटिस किया.
I remember last time they were the first pick and Leafeon लेंगे and they took Leafeon. This time they have switched it around and given Inteleon and Zacian to MYS. मेरे को यहाँ पे already MYS driving लग रही.
Yeah, because Zacian and Inteleon at the same time coming in for that side.
And urshifu.
Now
True
that
Gravity, what are you doing? This is a draft tip.
and the Slowbro to stop any further dive coming in from the side of Team True Gravity, and this seems to be really tasty.
I mean, okay. मेरा ideal situation होता first pick you pick Inteleon, you give away either Slowbro or Umbreon with that Zacian. In the second pick you take something like Leafeon, which is your comfort pick, and then your Blissey, so they don't get Blissey. But it's a completely different story. यहाँ तो मुझे पूरा draft tip दिख रहा है सेटअप. ये game I would tilt in the favor of MYS.
Then again, what if you were in the seat of TG? what picks would you have made to stop the dive incoming from Zacian and Urshifu? मेरे ख्याल से I would have picked Ninetales, I would have picked Buzzwole, and I would have picked Umbreon, which also gives me a confidence कि अगर वो dive कर रहा है तभी भी हम रोक सकते हैं उनको.
Right.
So I
उम्मीद पे तो
don't
दुनिया
see
गायब
any
है.
so I don't see any fault coming in from the side of TG either, and ये टक्कर का मुकाबला होने वाला है मेरे हिसाब से.
तो गेम स्टार्ट होने पे ही पता चलेगा. On the other side, Zacian पे तो मेरे को held items देखते हैं. They have a muscle band, and I would have preferred a razor claw instead of that. क्योंकि अगर आप crit पे खेल ही रहे हो, the Pokemon already has like 25% natural crit rate. उस पे आप 6% बढ़ा रहे हो, उस पे 2% और बढ़ाओ. Every third hit is a guaranteed crit after that. Itemization की थोड़ी सी बात कर लेते हैं. If you see on the side of TG, we have mostly ejects and an XP on Embryo. वहाँ भी eject हो सकता है ना, but कोई बात नहीं. Synergy. Anyways, नीचे की टीम की बात करते हैं. MYS playing a lot of different items. Eject, full heal, slow smoke, and potion on that slow blow. Slow blow already being the bulky Pokemon that it is, with that potion becomes bulkier. And बहुत ही सिंपल यहाँ पे हमें स्प्रिंट दिख रहा है दोनों टीम के साइड से. Leafeon again jungling. It needs that level 4 as early as it can get. और काफी इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है. डबल EV कॉम्प है इनका यहाँ पे. और 90s को तो बॉटम में देखे. The problem that I see here, काफी स्क्विशी कॉम्प है. Intel, 90s काफी स्क्विशी है. Leafeon काफी स्क्विशी है. Buzzwole being an all-rounder, yes, it has lifesteal and it has some HP, but with the comp, it's still quite squishy in front of Zacian.
You know what? Slowbro has been a denying pick. You know, deny कर दिया है team TG को लेने से, because Slowbro is also a much better Pokemon that can stop dive. So उनका intention नहीं था Slowbro लेने का क्योंकि comp से बैठता नहीं है. Now you can see on the other hand, team TG का जो comp है, it is more of a burst kind of a comp, right? Leafeon burst damage deal करता है, Ninetales burst damage deal करता है. Again, उनके passive Ninetales के passive is kind of a DPS again. So Buzzwole burst damage deal करता है. So Slowbro is not really a good Pokemon against burst. That is why potion is coming in handy in this match, is what my prediction is. यहाँ पे Urshifu जाते हैं, getting a pick off onto one of the Pokemons here. Buzzwole का जो heavy slam आया है. Urshifu will go down as well as Comfy, because यहाँ पे Urshifu को try था कि he will go into the jungle and invade. Maybe probably he didn't expect 3 people to be there even after picking up 1 KO. Yeah, well played by the side of Team TG यहाँ पे. I mean, yes, well played by the side of TG यहाँ पे. And
yes,
go ahead, please.
So MYS का I guess our coordination issue हो गया. The problem was all 3 members of TG were waiting in the top position. जैसे ही यहाँ पे Zacian आया, उसको पकड़ा, सुपर पावर यूज किया, पीछे के साइड दिया, सोलर ब्लेड पड़ा, it was over for Zacian. Urshifu with that comfy could have avoided that fight and his own knockout if he would have retreated. वहाँ पे Zacian के डाउन होने के बाद जब ऑलरेडी लेवल बफ मिल चुका है, you're going in again a 3v2 with that comfy. I would say a 3v1 because comfy healing के अलावा कुछ नहीं करता. Yes, you're bulkier, but it's still a 3v1. तो वहाँ पे नॉकआउट बहुत obvious हो गया था कहीं ना कहीं. Anyways, we have seen MYS come back in the game after being down on the first half of the game. तो ये भी ऐसे कुछ मैच होगा. Urshifu again यहाँ पे Leafeon के होने से सबसे बड़ा फायदा आपको मिलता है, आपको सिक्योर्स बहुत इजीली मिल जाते हैं. And Leafeon with that has his unite.
It's the house. And यहाँ पे एक मस्त स्नाइप शॉट Umbreon के ऊपर almost half of the HP गायब करते हुए Inteleon is putting in effort. यहाँ पे रिप करना चालू हो गया है Ninetales की तरफ से. Now the secure comes down to Leafeon right there. They don't want to fight, they just want to take the objective and get out. Blissey trying to tank here. Urshifu secures the Registeel instead. And यहाँ पे एक fight होता हुआ. It was a forced fight coming in from the side of Team MYS side से. Because by the looks of it, TG बिल्कुल इंटरेस्टेड नहीं थी वो फाइट लेने में, एंड राइटफुली सो वो हार गए.
राइट, एंड ये हमने टाइम एंड अगेन देखा है कि MYS इन टीम फाइट्स इज वेरी स्ट्रांग. जितने बार भी टीम फाइट्स ब्रेकआउट होती है, इट्स मोस्टली MYS कमिंग आउट ऑन टॉप। बजोल को आकर 30 का फ्री स्कोर मिल गया, बट अगेन यहाँ जहाँ भी टीम फाइट हुई है, इट्स ऑलवेज MYS ऑन टॉप, एंड इसलिए MYS अपने साइड से टीम फाइट प्रेफर करती है। TG again, as you said, rightfully so, avoiding those team fights.
They know what their strengths are, right? They know what they need in order to beat the opponents. Both the teams know it, and both the teams are doing their best trying to, counter each other's strategies right here. Top lane में एक और fight होने वाला लगता है. नाइट व्यू फॉक्सी पोजीशन लेके बैठा हुआ है. बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुल स्नाइप्स भी दे रहा है. टीम TG को पीछे ढकला गया है. सोलर ब्लेड से सिक्योर करने की कोशिश, अनफॉर्चुनेटली बस एक ही बी मिलती है. रेजी एले की स्पॉन हुआ है, एंड देयर गोज इन बजोल ऑलमोस्ट गोइंग डाउन हियर. ब्लिसी का यूनिट चल जाता है, इवन बजोल का यूनिट चल जाता है, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली किसी पे भी कनेक्ट नहीं होता है. यहाँ पे नाइन टेल्स का भी यूनिट मूव खुल जाता है, बट हमने अगर डैमेज देखा दैट वाज सरप्राइजिंग कि कुछ भी नहीं हुआ. फॉर द साइड ऑफ टीम MYS इट वाज लाइक कोई मच्छर लैंड हुआ उन पे. यहाँ पे स्लोगो का भी यूनिट खुल जाता है, यहाँ पे मच्छर ऑलमोस्ट डाउन चला जाता है. Yeah, a beautiful snipe shot coming in again, and another one landing on Blissey. Blissey बहुत low HP में. Blissey will go down to Slowbro. यहाँ पे double KO. यहाँ पे Buzzwole going rampant. Unite move off. Unite move. I'm really sorry. Unite move of our अभी भी याद नहीं आ रहा यार. Inteleon, हाँ. Unite move of Inteleon will save him, help him get away safely. Zacian going on to that Regieleki trying to start that fight. Urshifu और Comfy completely in a different opposite lane. मतलब यानी कि साइड टीम MYS टॉप लेन पे डिफेंसिव खेलेगी, बोलेगी रेजिएलेकी ले लो भाई, हम लोग नीचे का लेन लेंगे, we will defend that रेजिएलेकी. And right, like yeah, they are doing the exact same thing. They have the lead, they have the levels, they don't need to engage unnecessarily and give away those levels. So वो लोग रेजिएलेकी लेने देंगे, they will easily defend that रेजिएलेकी and go back into farming.
तो आई वुड से वहाँ पे कंफ्यूज होना बनता भी था, क्योंकि मैं भी काफी देर के लिए आपको 2 KOs ऑलरेडी मिल चुके हैं टीजी के साइड पे. अब 2 KOs टीजी अपने लिए निकाल चुकी है, आप लेवल्स पे कवर अप कर चुके हो. अब आप उस फाइट को क्यों पुश कर रहे हो? आपने जो 2 KO निकाले, आपने पुश किया, आपने अपने कंधे गवा दिए. So while you took an advantage, you pushed it. Yes, you committed your unites, but that does not always mean that you have to commit to the fight. आपने जो लेवल्स लिए अपने को गिफ्ट कर दिया, जैसे कि एक बार यूनाइट यहाँ पे चलता है, it's another fight breaking out in the top lane. I do not see the point of it. Yes, you're taking knockouts, then you're losing your own members as well. That urshifu is still taking havoc, and finally it goes down. A team fight going in the favor of TG. So I guess there is an advantage in extended team fights there.
Unnecessary team fight था नहीं, because it was necessary. They all gained back in levels. You see, Blissey को छोड़ के, Blissey Umbreon, the XP users छोड़ के, every single person is caught up in levels with the enemy's attackers. And yeah, it was a mistake from the part of MYS right there, क्योंकि उनको engage नहीं करना चाहिए था वहाँ पर.
Right, and वहाँ Blissey का यूनाइट पे था. Blissey का यूनाइट बहुत जल्दी आ गया, which makes me question कितना फार्म किया Blissey ने यहाँ पे. अभी यूनाइट यूज किया था, दूसरे फाइट में वापस यूनाइट यूज कर दिया, वो भी 9 टेल्स पे. ओके, इट वर्कड, बट क्यों?
There's
अब आपके पास
also
चांस है नहीं. अब
there's
यूनाइट
also
कैसे
the
आएगा?
lag factor to take into account. I'm sorry. There's also this lag factor that we have to take into account. हमने उसके चलते हुए बजोल का यूनाइट भी मिस होते हुए देखा. We've seen some discomfort in the early game from the side of Team TG as well. So यहाँ पे bottom lane का Reggie they've prioritized instead of the top lane Reggie. 15 सेकंड बचते हुए बजोल जाके पोक कर रहे हैं बस रेजिएलेकी को, trying to show maybe mind games कि maybe मैप पे अगर देखा जाए रेजिएलेकी एंगेज हुआ है तो they know कि रेजिएलेकी ले रहे हैं. That is why we can position freely. But on the other hand, rest of the team has already took positions as well. Kind of a defensive position from the side of Team TG, because they know that they are in somewhat of a lead after these two fights. Especially देखा जाए कि उनके दोनों T1 turrets ले गए हैं टॉप लेन और बॉटम लेन में. हमारा एक tier 1 बचा हुआ है, so we know that we are in some lead. तो डिफेंसिवली खेल रहे हैं टीम MYS is trying to scout out कि लोग कहाँ पे है urshifu with the help of Comfy tries to engage onto Leafeon will back out with the use of engage here. I think so मैप पे देखा जाए तो Inteleon is trying to poke out at the Rayquaza as well because कहीं ना कहीं उनको भी पता है कि वो पीछे है फार्म में.
राइट एंड यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छे से पता होगा कि MYS इज द वन दैट नीड्स दैट Rayquaza एंड उस चीज को जितना ज्यादा हो सके डिनाई करना चाहिए. यहाँ पे Leafeon इज इन द पिंच बट किसी तरीके से बच गए. वहाँ पे urshifu has I'm so sorry. Inteleon has committed suicide. Rayquaza is going down and with this Blissey with the egg box secured that Rayquaza. TG coming back in this game. Secure कर लिया. Lead पे already थे. एक भी score कर दिया तो हो जाएगा. But no. TG says we will wipe out the entire team. MYS and I would say the champions of India has been the champions of the APAC region. This was the final layer that they, and with this, I'm pretty sure the game is done and dusted. They do not have enough scores or enough time to make another push.
Even in words, all it took was Slowbro's card ka burn damage to take the game away from India. All it took was JC's egg bomb in this game to crown them as the ultimate champions of PUPL Season 4 here. Bounty match जीत के उन्होंने दिखा दिया है कि हम किसी से कम नहीं है, हम किसी region से कम नहीं है, and they have done it rightfully so. An amazing match on display, amazing match on showcase for every single viewer out there. Thank you guys for hanging out, and we can see कि MYS was a true gravity comes out on top.
Yes, and India, I would say India, True Gravity was representing India, and India coming on top of APAC. मतलब no offense to anyone, but हाँ यहाँ पे जो मैच हुआ था, it was basically APAC versus India. India winning the entire thing. अच्छा लगा, obviously थोड़ा सा दिल से अच्छा लगता है. But MYS, the performance that you have put out in this tournament has just been amazing. You have played like champions, and you have shown why you are the best in the APAC region. Hats off to your gameplay. यहाँ पे damage की एक बार बात कर ले. If you see Team TG, damage is not that impressive. It's not. But जो end में secure किया है, that just made the game. आपको end में आपको यही चाहिए. You need those calculated team fights. You need those calculated secures. Your game is just one Rayquaza away.
And I wanted to add, like, they knew that they were lacking in draft. They knew that they were not gonna win team fights, so they were just trying to defend. So even since the start, unnecessary fights थोड़े बहुत ले लिए गए थे, पर बहुत हद तक उन्होंने लिए भी नहीं थे. They kept their composure, they kept their discipline. They just, objective मिला तो मिला, objective नहीं मिला तो नहीं मिला, and they would score. Rayquaza से पहले इसी discipline के वजह से they were in the lead, and they played it with discipline as well. Last तक hold out किया, and at the last moment, just the egg bomb coming in from Vulcan stole the game away from Team MYS.
Right. और अच्छा लगा देख कि this was the entire PUPL Season 4, guys. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as we did यहाँ पे caster days पे बैठ के, क्योंकि हमें तो बहुत मजा आया. There were some amazing games. There were some games which we did not know what the result is going to be. And then we have seen some amazing compositions, mostly MYS के side से, जब हमें वहाँ पे Foxy Green पे देखने को मिला. Not expected. यहाँ जब हमें परदेसी देखने को मिला माइन पे, again not expected. तो काफी कुछ ऐसा हुआ है which we were not expecting. But I hope it has been as entertaining for you guys as well.
I thank all the sponsors, all the guests that have come and joined us to make this event happen. I'm sure even the viewers, I'm hoping तुम सब लोगों ने giveaway में participate किया, कुछ ना कुछ जीत लिया है. I know that सबको जीतना is impossible, but those who have, congrats. Thank you for the viewers as well who have joined in and made this event victorious. Even though ये मेरा आज का पहला दिन था casting करने का, it was a finals, and it was a finals that was worth casting. I'm very lucky to have this opportunity to thank you guys. Thank you for the organization management, for the sponsors, for the viewers, for the guests, for the casters, for Ravage, every single person who was linked with this tournament throughout. And yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for just supporting.
So once again, thank you, Zeta, as well. It has been a pleasure casting with you. And congratulations to the winning team of PUPL. True Gravity. What an amazing performance. What amazing gameplay. What amazing coordination. Hats off to you guys. It has been a pleasure watching you throughout the tournament, watching you win, watching you come back from behind. Amazing gameplay. I hope we all have learned something for you guys. And it's been a pleasure. I hope you all the best for your future endeavors and all the teams that have participated in PUPL. I wish you all the best and thank you for this amazing tournament. बिना teams के तो possible ही नहीं हो पाता. So we will meet again with PUPL season 5. कब आएगा ये नहीं पता, कैसे आएगा ये भी नहीं पता, but आएगा जरूर. तो wait करना because we'll be back with more interesting stuff and a lot more to offer you in the next season. देखते हैं कब आता है. Until then, this is Ravage along with Zeta signing off.
Thank you guys.